Good morning and welcome to the Propeller Club of Northern California in co-production with the Society of American Military Engineers. Please mute yourself if you are somehow not muted. And welcome to the Storms, Flooding, and Sea Level Defense 2022 conference. I am Stas Margaronis, President of the Propeller Club of Northern California. I want to thank you all for being here, and I'm going to go over a couple of items before we get to our main event in a couple of minutes. First of all, I want to thank the Society of American Military Engineers. Charlie Parham, the incoming president, is here with us today. He's been very helpful, and we want to thank him and same for their support. Arvind Acharya, my good friend of many years, is the president of the same post in San Francisco. Arvind, thank you very much for your support. I would be remiss without thanking my close comrade in arms, Todd Crawshaw, who is our IT coordinator, and without whose support this would not be possible. Todd, thank you very much. I want to thank the board of directors of the Propeller Club of Northern California for all of their support in all of the efforts that we've been involved with, including this conference. And I want to recognize my board members, Ron Brown, Port of Oakland, Greg Feeney, Port Transfer, Charles Labitan, just come on from the Port of San Francisco, Susan Sullivan, Pasha Group, Anita Yao, Port of San Francisco, who has just retired from the board. Thank you, Anita, for all of your help. Susan Ransom, SSA International, Evie Wong, Alba Wheels Up, Peter Dreyfus, Watermaster North America, and our newest board member, Ann McIntyre, San Francisco Bar Pilots. She is the business director. Ann, thank you very much for joining us. I want to thank our sponsors, Towil, Fugro, Watermaster, Stantec, Port of Los Angeles, Wilshire Consulting, and Cellcrete. Thank you for your support. Most of you have supported us in the past, and thank you for doing so once again. We appreciate it. I appreciate it. And again, as I said, thank you very much. There's some particular people that I want to thank. I mentioned Arvind Acharya and Todd. Jamil Ibrahim. Jamil from Stantec, thank you very much, Jamil, for all of your support. J.R. Gregory from Towil, Stephanie Engel and Grace Louie from Fugro. Houston Neuer is with the Port of Rotterdam. He has been a major supporter of ours. Jeroen Arts, VU University Amsterdam. Derek Chow. Todd, we've got an echo here.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Okay. Where somebody's put us on, but it's off now. Okay. Derek Chow, Burns and McDonnell. Kathleen Schaefer, I know you're there, Kathleen, University of California, Davis. Kathleen, thank you for all of your help. Kevin Policarpo, Santa Rosa Junior College, and my researcher. I also want to thank two people, Sinomi Lee, Busan Port Authority, South Korea. Ms. Lee, if you're here this morning, thank you very much for your support. I also want to thank Dr. Ryan Wade, California State University Maritime Academy. He and his students are going to be on a little bit later. The students are at the Marine Planning Department at Cal Maritime, and I want to thank them for their support. I also want to recognize a student letter, and unfortunately, I don't see him here yet, but I'm going to recognize him. The outstanding letter was sent to us by Blessing Fashad. He is at the Higher National Diploma Program, Marine Engineering, Federal College of Fisheries and Marine Technology, Lagos, Nigeria. Blessing, if you are here, thank you very much for an excellent letter, and I hope you enjoyed the conference. I also want to point out questions. We will take questions at the end. Oh, I do see Blessing there. So Blessing, thank you very much for an excellent letter. And we really appreciate you being with us from Nigeria. I want to mention questions. At the end of each panel, we will be open for questions. Please send them through the chat, and we will try and answer them. If not, please email me, and I will forward that to the speaker. So questions will be at the end of each panel discussion, and please send them to us at that point. Breaks will take place at 10:45 Pacific and at 12:30 Pacific. So there'll be two 15-minute breaks. Oh, I see Miss Lee there. Miss Lee, good morning. We recognized you and the Busan Port Authority, and thank you very much for joining us today. Slides, the slides will be
hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, and thank you for joining us. Slides, we will make the slides available. The ones that we have, there's a couple that have animation that we don't have yet, but we will try and get them off to you. There will be a video of the conference. That video will be made available probably by Friday, and we will send that out to everybody who has joined the conference. On that note, I want to make sure that everybody knows that we will be reaching out following this, just to with some of you for any feedback that you have and improvements for next time. We hope to make it live next time, but hopefully we'll be able to figure that out pretty soon. A couple of things that I would like to say before we get started is that today's conference, we're going to be hearing from speakers and analysts ranging from Hawaii, California, Texas, Louisiana, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and the Netherlands. We will also be hearing from the Executive Director of the Port of Los Angeles, Eugene Soroka. The role of our ports remains critical due to their links to the U.S. transportation system and the supply chain. You'll be hearing reports from the Port of Oakland, Port of Los Angeles, Port of San Diego, Port of San Francisco, and as I mentioned previously, the Port of Rotterdam. From the Hawaiian Islands, Derek Chow, formerly with the Hawaii Harbors Department, and his fellow panelists will discuss how Hawaii is addressing the threat of rising sea levels. This threat parallels the threat to island communities all over the world. Todd Bridges from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Matthias Bowe at the University of Pennsylvania will discuss nature-based solutions to provide coastal resilience. Colonel Estelle Pinchason, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Baltimore District, will discuss restoring Chesapeake Bay Islands. Raghavir Vinokolu is the Senior Vice President at Munich Reinsurance, and he will discuss the company's collaboration with at-risk communities to improve resilience and lower insurance costs. Thanks to the Infrastructure Act passed by Congress, the United States is making long-delayed investments in our infrastructure including in the infrastructure resilience infrastructure needed to protect our coastal and inland waterways. Tracy Z, the president of Waterways Council, Inc., told the Propeller Club earlier this year that new funding from the Infrastructure Act reduced the current $8 billion of backlogged U.S. log and dam projects by $2.5 billion. That still leaves us with $5.5 billion in backlogged lock and dam projects on our inland waterways that need funding. Unfortunately, as 2022 has demonstrated, the impacts of higher temperatures, droughts, fires, flooding, and hurricanes are getting worse, not better. The result is that in 2023 and onwards, more federal funding will be needed to protect at-risk communities and states so as to enhance resiliency. Our nation's major weapon in this fight will continue to be the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We must continue to support them politically with greater funding and increased research and development. This means we also need more investment in NOAA, U.S. Geological Survey, EPA, and other agencies to support the Corps' efforts. To improve its productivity and lower costs for resiliency requires a modern dredging fleet. As the Propeller Club, we are very interested in the maritime industry, and you'll be hearing from Jim Patty, our president of the International Propeller Club, in a few minutes, and he, I'm sure, will be addressing the issue of the U.S. flagged fleet. A 2020 report published by Tulane University's Institute on Water Resources, Law, and Policy warned that the high costs of U.S. dredging caused by high U.S. shipbuilding costs and a lack of dredging vessels in the United States undermines the nation's ability to defend against coastal erosion and sea level rise. The Tulane study cited U.S. dredging costs in the Mississippi project as 400 to 500% higher than similar sized projects in Belgium and the Netherlands. If you're interested in that Tulane study, please let me know. I'll be happy to send you a citation. Peter Dreyfuss at Watermaster North America told the conference in 2021 that Watermaster is building single operator dredgers based on a finished design at the Moran Shipyard in Michigan. It's to be used for shallow draft projects of 20 feet or less. And those projects are starting to happen in New York State. This is a one-man operating dredger, and it has been demonstrated at our last conference. It's the type of dredger that we need to be bringing into the U.S. with all of the challenges that we have from dredging. I talked to a Dutch dredging executive last year, and he estimated that the United States could use another 10 to 20 medium-sized dredgers for the kinds of work that are being contemplated in the next couple of years. An example of how tugboats can help resiliency is cited by Justin Ehrenworth, Water Institute of the Gulf. He'll be speaking to us about how federal funding helped finance the deployment of tugboats to monitor sediments based on changes in the depths of the lower Mississippi River. In 2022, we began to see how rising sea levels are causing saltwater contamination in the freshwater supplies of Mississippi River communities. We will be hearing a report from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers New Orleans District on how that problem is being addressed. Saltwater contamination, as we learned from a 2021 presentation to our conference, is a worsening threat to freshwater tables needed for drinking and farming for communities along the inland waterways, the Gulf, and the Atlantic seaboard. Last year, Randy Truby, a desalination expert, told our conference that for drought-stricken states like California, desalination plants can provide additional water supplies so as to free up additional water to flow to California's San Joaquin Valley, where agricultural growers are facing a growing loss of agricultural land. He also cited a promising new technology being developed in Norway, as well as improved wastewater treatment systems. In conclusion, combating the growing climate crisis will require a national mobilization of resources for Americans to succeed. This means that all states and all communities need to work together to support our United States of America. Those of you who are on this call today are on the front line of that effort. And we commend you for your contributions, for your good work, and our hopes that your efforts will help us mitigate the challenges that we are facing in the present and in the future. And with that, I want to thank you all very much for being here. And I am going to begin to recognize our speakers for the welcome. The welcome speakers are Danny Wan, Executive Director, Port of Oakland, Charlie Parham, President-elect, SAME, Society of American Military Engineers. He's the Vice President of Matrix Design Group. Jim Patty, I've referenced him already, President, International Propeller Club. Lieutenant Colonel Kevin P. Arnett, PhD, PE, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Commander, San Francisco District. Arvin Acharya, who I've also recognized, President, Society of American Military Engineers, San Francisco Post, Senior Project Executive, GES AIS. Danny Wan was our welcome speaker in 2019. He has been a stalwart supporter of our conference and of our resiliency efforts since we had our first conference back in December of 2019, which was our last live conference, which was held at Scott's Seafood, and where we had about 200 people. And we were on a crowded podium with a number of people. And Danny, I want to thank you very much for your support and your continued loyalty to this effort and the inspiration that you provide as the Executive Director of the Port of Oakland. And welcome. And again, thank you very much.
Good morning, Stas, and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Stas, again for inviting me to take part today, and it's been my honor the last time and as well this time to welcome everybody and to listen to the sharing of solutions to protect our coastal inland regions. I'd like to take this opportunity, of course, first to thank the Society of American Military Engineers who's here and who's being a big part of this conference. The Propeller Club, of course, Stas of Northern California for this conference. And I'm so proud that we've been a big supporter of this event since it began. I'm also very appreciative for the partnership the Port of Oakland has with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who is represented in big numbers here today, and the valuable working relationship we have with the Commander, San Francisco District, Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Arnett. Here in Oakland, the Army Corps is leading the port's effort in expanding the turning basin at the Port of Oakland so that our largest terminals in the Middle Harbor can continue to accommodate the world's largest ships. And that's going to be a work that the Army Corps is committed to doing in the most environmentally friendly methods. And we're hoping to share that with you at one point later on. And also glad to welcome the Port of LA Executive Director, Gene Soroka, as well as colleagues from the ports of San Francisco, San Diego, Hawaii, and look forward to their presentations. Of course, Port of Rotterdam, as the leader in the defense of our enterprises, our communities, and they're always an endless source of ideas that inspiration that I look to. As president of the California Association of Port Authorities, I'm proud to say that California ports are in the forefront among American ports in the reduction of greenhouse gases, and that California ports up and down the coast are striving to achieve zero emissions operations. No small task. The Board of Port Commissioners at Oakland have adopted our Seaport Air Quality 2020 and Beyond plan with the goal of achieving zero emissions. Here are a few examples of our current project at the Port of Oakland. We are an electric utility, so we're sort of unique among our peers that we operate our own electricity utility at the Port of Oakland. We are upgrading our electric substations to be compatible with a microgrid at the Port of Oakland. We're dealing with infrastructure, so you know, when we talk about great ideas about electrification, we're dealing with substations infrastructure that we inherited from the Army, the Navy, and back it all the way up to the 1920s when they were first built. So the first step, of course, is to upgrade our infrastructure. So to that end, early in the month, the Port of Oakland was awarded a $36 million grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation to support infrastructure development for added cargo transport capacity and electric and battery infrastructure at our outer harbor terminal, which we hope to, in the long term, activate as once again an active marine terminal. That's 120 acres right now that we have for expansion. A couple of weeks ago, we also started operating one of the world's first all-electric top pickers, a piece of equipment used to move containers at the seaport. And as electric utility, we're proud to say, as of 2020, 83 of our electric energy are from carbon-free sources. So those are efforts that we must do, of course, to prevent the climate change from progressing any further. But as much as ports are aggressive in reducing our carbon footprint, we also know that mitigation and adaptation must be equal important efforts in our climate defense portfolio. My public port authority colleagues know that this is not just because we must defend and protect our seaport and cargo transport assets, but also, very importantly, because ports are literally the frontline defense to our communities inland of our port and docks. The Port of Oakland manages nearly 19 miles of the city of Oakland's waterfront, stretching from the airport to the seaport. At the seaport, the waterfront is also the entry point for water intrusion into our environmental justice community at West Oakland. From our initial sea level assessment, we know that flooding will in fact impact our West Oakland neighborhoods from the low points at the Bay Bridge entry point. At the airport, flooding will occur not only at the airport's north field, but into the communities in the cities of Alameda and San Leandro, where indeed need to work together with these communities as a frontline defense to sea level rise. So here's what we're working on at the Port of Oakland. We're planning to do a new study on sea level rise and groundwater intrusion to better understanding our vulnerabilities to future climate conditions. We will be releasing, for those people who are interested, we will be releasing an RFP this month for the study and launching it in 2023. The Port of Oakland completed its Oakland International Airport Perimeter Dike Improvement Project this year, which protects our airport's primary commercial runway. The dike crest has been designed to withstand projected storms through the year 2050. And that was a phase one. We're going to be continuing with the phase two of that perimeter dike project. Also, at the airport's north field, we have been studying its vulnerability to water intrusion. Just for those who don't know, our south field is the main commercial runway. Our north field is more the domestic and private jet fields. The port has been looking at advanced modeling of the north field to focus project improvements where they will have the greatest potential benefit to prevent flooding. We expect to issue our draft report on this topic, along with a list of specific improvements by the end of the year. We're also working with our neighborhood cities to cooperate on project studies and funding to address flooding and sea level rise. Flood vulnerabilities may exist of our property and could impact our facilities, as well as I said, the residents that are beyond these shorelines that we control. So, as you can see, there is no going along stance facing rising waters. There must be collaborative efforts by ports, cities, counties, feds, the states, and the private industry. Together, we must protect people, business, and wildlife, and the Port of Oakland, along with its business partners, support the more than 84,000 jobs in the region, and we must continue to do that in the face of climate change challenges. So with that, a little update on the Port of Oakland. I welcome you, and I look forward to the discussion and ideas to be explored at this conference. Thank you, Stas.
Danny, thank you very much. And thank you for giving us a really quick but important analysis of the challenges that you're facing both at the port and at the airport. Our next speaker is Charlie Perham. He's president-elect of the Society of American Military Engineers. He's the vice president of Matrix Design Group. Charlie, I want to thank you again for the support that you have extended to this conference and the way that you have used your colleagues to reach out and improve our participation. We're very grateful to you, and same for all of your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Stas. So I think you or Arvind are maybe going to pull up a few slides that I had sent, or if you want, I could share my screen, but that may go bad. All right, so let's go back to number one. That's the last slide. All right, so good morning, everybody. As Stas said, I'm Charlie Perham. I'm reporting in from San Antonio, Texas. I see my colleague, recently retired Colonel Baker, is also on, has his camera up. Thanks so much for participating from down here in San Antonio. I'm really glad to be with you all this morning and share a little bit of the message of SAME for those that may not be aware. Go ahead to the next slide. I'm going to start with a little history of the day. I love history. It seems like the older I get, the more I enjoy it. You guys may recognize that picture on the right. Anybody can just go into the chat if they know what city that is. I'll give it just a second here, and then I'm going to blow you guys away with a little bit of resilience history. While the chat is populating, I do want to thank the Propeller Club. I think it's awesome that you all and SAME are partnering together. Stas has been great to work with. Arvind, thanks so much for your help connecting us, and you guys are doing a great job. I want to call out one of your fellow SAME fellow that's up in that area. Sid Osgood is on. You guys should be putting Sid to good work over there in Alameda. And I also want to thank Lieutenant Colonel Annette, the district commander there. I just sent you a LinkedIn connection. I'm stalking you now. So look forward to connecting with you via SAME as well. So a couple of people put in there New York. They are correct. Well, 57 years ago today, one of the largest power failures in the history of America occurred. There was a break in Canada up in Ontario, which of course Ontario is above New York, all the way over to Minnesota, large swath of land there. But there was a 230 kilovolt transmission line near Ontario that failed, and it caused this cascading problem. And it occurred right at rush hour 57 years ago today. So 7 different states experienced outages, but all of New York went dark overnight. And so the picture on the left is people holding hands, getting through the subways, which everything went down. And so if you were to look up the history here, there's some fascinating photos of what occurred. They had to call out the National Guard. 10,000 guardsmen and 5,000 off-duty policemen responded to try to keep the city going. There were 800,000 people that were trapped in subways in New York City alone. And so it was just an amazing event. And why do I pick this history of the day? One, it was today, which I find fascinating. But this resiliency event was a black swan. No one saw it coming. And so I'm very proud to know that through SAME, we have our Resilience Community of Interest Chair, Albert Romano, on with us today. Through SAME, we are trying to facilitate discussions to deal with resiliency events that we know are coming, whether it's storms, sea level rise, flooding, those kind of things. Those things are more prevalent and more of them are coming. And so I just thought it was thought it was appropriate. All right, go to the next slide and I'll tell you guys a little bit about SAME. Our mission and vision, we just developed our new strategic plan a couple of years back. I had the privilege to lead that effort. So here are our mission and vision statements. I'm not going to read them to you, but I will call out that we're all about building leaders and leading collaboration. This type of event today is the perfect example of that. And then we like to consider ourselves the foremost integrator. For instance, we just had our small business conference last week. It was in Nashville, a wonderful city, wonderful hosts. We had nearly 5,000 people there collaborating from the AEC industry, finding partners, finding business opportunities. It was an amazing event. So SAME does a few of those national events a year, great opportunities for people to get involved. Go ahead to the next chart. So SAME is, we have it's about a 28,000 person organization. So it's fairly large, a global organization. Our national office is in Alexandria, Virginia. We have a full-time staff of about 30 folks there. There are 100 posts across the country. You know that the San Francisco Post is just one of about 100. I hope that next year, this event, you guys invite me back and you do it in person, because I love San Francisco. I think it's a wonderful place. And my wife grew up spending summers over there in Clayton, California. And I think the Muir Woods National Monument in Muir Beach is just about as pretty as it gets. So I would be more than glad to come back to that area. So we break up our 100 posts into 17 regions. So we have a number of folks that elevate through opportunities and become regional vice presidents. We have student chapters and field chapters, depending on the size and how people can get organized. Importantly, we are a volunteer board of direction. It used to be that the service chiefs, the head civil engineer from either the Army, the Air Force, or the Navy would rotate being the president of the organization, but the lawyers got a hold of it. And about 10 years ago, we had to pivot away from that. And so now we are a volunteer board of direction for the society, and we're flourishing. So that's the good news. We have 14 different communities of interest, you know, between architecture, engineering, construction. There's a lot of different interests out there. Albert Romano's on here. Albert, I hope you turn your camera on so they can all see you. He leads our resiliency community of interest, which is absolutely one of our most well-attended, and they put out some great program for all the members to find value. SAME has an Academy of Fellows, of which I mentioned Sid Osgood is one. He's on here. I didn't recognize any other names, but if you're on there, hey, put it in the chat. I'd love to know who's out there that are fellows. These are folks that have served at a long and high enough level in the society that they're then recognized, and then they're tasked with giving back even more. It's just a waypoint. SAME has a foundation separate from the organization that they raise funds that enable us to have some of our amazing world-class programs, which includes our leader development program, where we put about 30 folks a year through this wonderful program where they can find opportunities to develop themselves as better leaders. So that's SAME macro. Go ahead, next chart. I only have two more. I'll get through them quickly here. So our strategic plan, we have 5 goals. The first is kind of what we're doing today. You're strengthening industry government engagement. There's a variety of folks here from industry and some from government. This type of collaboration leads to better relationships, which ultimately leads to problem solving. That was the foundation of the society when it was created 102 years ago, and it remains as our primary focus. The next you see there, resilience, is right in there in goal number 2, and that this is contributing to that. The last 3 are a little bit more, I'll call HR focused. It's about developing leaders for the profession, enriching the STEM pipeline. We spend a lot, we have many of our posts that are doing efforts, whether it's K through 12 or at the college level, trying to develop that STEM pipeline. I do a fair amount of workforce development work in my consulting job now, and our nation needs, the world needs it. Our nation specifically needs STEM folks, and so we do a lot of work there. And then finally, we try to help prepare our service members and veterans for the industry. The society puts on a wonderful transition forum, but it's a lot more than that. We do all kinds of things to help prepare service members and vets. Go to the next chart, my last one. So I believe the society is about two things. It's about finding value, and once someone gets in and they attend a conference like this, they may say, wow, this is interesting. I'm glad SAME partnered with the Propeller Club, and maybe I want to get involved. Well, there's plenty of people on here, Arvin being number one, that can help you get registered and find out and become a member and continue to find value. But then what I encourage people is, once you find value in SAME, then go and be the value for others. Volunteer, like Stas is, to lead something, put something together that's going to help benefit other people. There's a number of different ways to do that. Either it's a post event like this, you have regional conferences, there's plenty of leadership opportunities. You know, the military folks like Lieutenant Colonel Arnett, he was thrust with military opportunities one after the other, whether he wanted them, leadership opportunities, whether he wanted them or not. But on the civilian side, we don't always see that. And so young folks that are in industry, if they're civilians, SAME is a wonderful place for them to find some good leadership growth opportunities. And so that's we pride ourselves on that. And then, as I mentioned, we have a couple of national conferences a year. We have a joint engineer training conference in May, and we have a small business conference in November. Those are very well attended events. They both happen to be right here in San Antonio, Texas. So if you are so inspired, come down and visit me in San Antonio for either of those next year. I guarantee you we'll give you a margarita and we'll make sure you have a good time. And then finally, I'll just reiterate, we have communities of interest. If resilience is your thing and you want to learn more, right here on the call, we have Albert Romano, our COI chair that leads that. And you should be sending him a private message. Hey, how do I get involved if you want to learn more about resilience? So that's it for me. I'm going to stay on as long as I can because I think this is fascinating. I am not an expert on this business, but my only port experience is I was stationed as a young captain in the Azores, so the islands halfway across the Atlantic, and so we, of course, everything had to come through the port there, and so I learned a tiny bit about the criticality of ports. And so I'm going to stay on as long as I can, and thank you all so much for having me today. Stas, good luck with the rest of the program.
Charlie, thank you very much for this. And I want to just repeat one of the things that you said about the STEM pipeline. I think that is absolutely critical. And I hate to say it, but we're not doing the job that we need to be doing to meet the challenges that you have just outlined in your remarks. And Mr. Romano, if we can provide any kind of support and outreach for your efforts, please let us know. We are very interested in pursuing those. But I have to say, part of our challenge is that the lack of STEM education has been hurting us, and that we really need to make this more of a focus. And I'm really glad that you made this a focus of your remarks, Charlie. And Albert, I see you there. If you could possibly email me with anything that you think is relevant, we are very happy to get those out to all of our participants. And I want to support those efforts that you're involved with.
Will do. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, and look forward to working with you and collaborate even further. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is one of my favorites, Jim Patty, the president of the Propeller Club International. We were, excuse me, just in Athens together, and Jim is becoming more Greek every day. And we shared, we had an excellent conference in Athens. We were very impressed by the show that the Greeks put on. Just as a point of reference, Greece in 2022 ordered 172 ships. And Jim, I don't know how many ships were ordered under the U.S. flag, but I know it wasn't 172. I want to welcome and thank you very much for all of your support and all of your good work that you're doing as the president of the International Propeller Club, and also for your good work in supporting the U.S. Merchant Marine and U.S. Mariners, and your continued urging that we need to be building more ships and have a more active and robust Merchant Marine. Jim, Patty, thank you very much and welcome.
Well, thank you, Stas. Thanks for that great introduction. I only wish we could give the Greeks a run for their money. We're not quite there yet. But again, thank you, Stas. Thank you to the Propeller Club of Northern California and the Society of American Military Engineers for hosting this extremely important conference. On behalf of the International Propeller Club, I would like to add my welcome to all the participants and attendees at this most timely event. The subjects you are addressing and the work you are undertaking, needless to say, are extremely important. I also am extremely pleased to be here representing the International Propeller Club and our more than 6,000 members worldwide to convey our desire and willingness to work with you and other stakeholders in our industry, our country, and our industry, as we, our industry, our country, and countries around the world address the critically important issues of climate change, rising sea levels, dredging and flood protection measures, and the impact that these factors have on port operations, the efficient and economic movement of commerce, our nation's supply chain, and the economic and defense security of our nation. As you all know, it has become all too frequent and normal to turn on the news and hear yet another report, the serious and oftentimes unprecedented climate-related incidents and disasters affecting our country. These reports of record-setting rainfalls and temperatures and catastrophic flooding should serve as a call to action for all of us so that together we can act to mitigate the impact of these climate events on our ports and infrastructure. We as a country can no longer pretend that these climate-related issues do not exist, that somehow we can move forward without addressing climate change and the impact rising sea levels have on our ports and coastal cities, or that we can somehow safeguard and strengthen our economic security without protecting our ports and port operations from the threats posed by these climate events. We, those of us who are directly or indirectly involved in the maritime industry, are called upon whenever unprecedented issues and problems affecting our industry arise, with the expectation that we will be able to continue to support domestic and international commerce and to meet the demands of importers, exporters, and the consumer. And what we have learned, especially over these past 2 years, is that these problems cannot be addressed or resolved in isolation, but rather they must be approached from the perspective of and with input from each of the numerous distinct but interrelated segments that make up our industry. And if I may, ladies and gentlemen, this is in fact the value that we at the International Propeller Club believe we can bring to the table, and why I am so pleased to have this opportunity to be with you today. As those of you who belong to the Propeller Club of Northern California are undoubtedly aware, no organization of its kind has a membership that represents so many diverse components of our industry as the International Propeller Club. It is the Propeller Club that provides an all-inclusive forum for the discussion of critical maritime issues, including climate-related issues, and the development of rational, meaningful solutions. No other organization provides the opportunity for each of its members in each of our Propeller Club ports, every segment of our industry, to interact with colleagues and to work together as one to respond to the challenges facing the domestic and international shipping community. As a result of the shipping supply chain issues and natural disasters we have all been dealing with, it has become more evident to us and to many in our industry that we do need a more realistic and coordinated national maritime policy that recognizes the importance of a stronger, larger U.S. flag fleet that addresses the already dangerous maritime manpower shortage and fosters and supports the modernization, expansion, and improvement of our ports and infrastructure networks. Such a policy should encourage the greater utilization of smaller and underutilized ports and foster the development and growth of a more diverse, innovative domestic fleet so that when disaster strikes, we have the capability already in place to respond more quickly and effectively. International Propeller Club stands ready to work with all interested parties to get the message out, to make sure elected officials at all levels of government understand the consequences if we fail to act, and to work with all segments of our industry to fashion the policies and solutions our country and our industry require. In conclusion, Stas, I want to again thank you and the other sponsors, organizers, and participants for taking the lead in addressing these critically important issues. As I said, we are proud to support your efforts and we stand ready to work with you. Thank you.
Jim, thank you very much. We really appreciate all of your good work. The Propeller Club is much more active on a lot of these fronts than we have in the past because we see the challenges that are happening to our industry and to our ports. And again, thank you for your remarks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Arnett, PhD, PE. He is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Commander, San Francisco District. And I am glad to see you back and well, Colonel. And I want to commend the good work that you have been doing in the San Francisco District. And thank you for participating today with us.
Thank you, Stas. Good morning, everyone. So hopefully I'm coming across okay right now. And as Stas kind of has alluded to, I have been a little bit under the weather. So kind of fighting back from that. So hopefully there's no scratchy throat or anything as I make my remarks this morning. But I'd like to start off by just, again, thank you to Stas and the team at the Propeller Club who's putting this great forum on. I attended last year and I really tried to kind of push out to the staff in the district where it's possible, encourage our participation. I think this is a really tremendous forum and I really appreciate the panels that you pull together, Stas. I think you do a tremendous job. Mr. Wan, Mr. Parham, Mr. Patty, I really appreciate your remarks and grateful to be able to kick things off with you. I also would like to give a shout out to the entire Society of American Military Engineers Forum. I am recently back from the Small Business Conference in Nashville, an opportunity to meet with and engage a lot of small business partners there. And then our local post in San Francisco to Arvind, who I consider just a great friend and colleague, and the full team on the board from JR to Sid, who I have the privilege of working with inside the Corps. The chapter in San Francisco continues to do a tremendous job, including leading some great conferences and webinar series about some really critical topics. So wanted to start off by just acknowledging the local post contributions and to say thank you. You know, in my conversations with them, I came across the interesting detail, didn't know it before, but JR and I actually ended up having the same high school calculus teacher just a few years apart. So very much a part of the team there and grateful for being able to work with such a great crew of folks. So, you know, I'd like to start off kind of talking about sort of similar things, you know, mission and vision statements and lay out what I see from the broader national sets of policies. You know, for this audience, I think it's exciting to kind of talk about the direction that the administration and the Assistant Secretary for Civil Works, Mr. Mike Connor, has been steering the organizations. You know, right off the top of the bat, there's several key priorities that he continues to pursue, from upgrading the nation's waterways and ports to strengthen supply chains, building innovative climate resilient infrastructure to protect communities and ecosystems, and then modernizing our program to ensure that it's better serving the needs of disadvantaged communities. I think there's a lot of unity all the way up and down the levels within the Corps, all the way up to the administration, that addresses a lot of key challenges that are posed to all of us in really globally as we lean forward and start to adapt to the challenges of the future. So, you know, the key to being able to do that are a couple of the other priorities, which really require us to do things like this: investing in learning, investing in science research to make sure that we have you know, a fully informed basis for tackling the challenges that are coming up for us, and ensuring that we're doing a way that's collaborative and really leverages partnerships. So General Spellman remains committed to delivering all those things, making sure that we are engineering solutions for the nation's toughest challenges. But he takes a lot of those points very, very much to heart. Always focused on safety to make sure we're doing it in a manner that continues to build on our track record. General Spellman is really laser focused on making sure that the entire Corps of Engineers continues to build on delivering a quality product, doing so on schedule, within budget. And in a manner that leverages the nation's capacity and really, I would say, the world's capacity to kind of get to the right scientific evidence-based set of solutions to handle things in the best way. I think he and you know, maybe Dr. Bridges will mention this as well. Would be excited to celebrate some of the successes that the Corps has had in that effort, and note in some of the budget increases for those programs, which are going to be important for our continued success. But again, I know that he would want me to offer his thanks for the continued partnership from both the Propeller Club, the Society of American Military Engineers, as well as all of our other key stakeholders there. And if I didn't stomp my foot well enough, again, really grateful for the partnership from the Port of Oakland. Mr. Wong already alluded to the work we're doing on the turning basin. And so it's partnerships with key ports and partners like that that really is crucial for us to continue to deliver. In my time as the district commander, I've been looking at, you know, one of the smaller districts within the Corps. You know, by many measures, if you slice our district up, we're about the second smallest. But what is exciting about our district is the way that we're connected into a broader set of teams. I recently spoke to our executive governance board about the same topic, and the way that we're actually able to use the broader enterprise to deliver locally in a manner that leverages the full enterprise expertise. And I think that that's an exciting thing, and it's offered the opportunity to me to kind of look closely at what our long-term vision and mission were. You know, we're in the realm, as the rest of the Corps, delivering navigation, flood risk management, ecosystem restoration, and then government facilities, solutions, and support for the nation's prosperity. And our team is really dedicated and excited about doing that. The team is certainly filled with professionals who are energized by that opportunity to serve. We are aiming as a longer term to kind of expand the horizon of our plan. And I think when I got
7
here,
minutes.
Thank you, Todd. The agency had I have a sort of shorter tenure, but I scoped out a longer term vision. And if you're interested, please take a look at our webpage where we kind of spell out some of those long-term goals for what we can accomplish. You know, the challenges of climate change are critical. The climate shift is causing a lot of amplification of the storms experienced in the east, as well as the large atmospheric rivers we encounter on the west coast. The regulatory environment in California continues, and other places, continues to be rooted in approaches that were right at the time, but I think potentially are ripe for some adjustment as we kind of face down some significant challenges in the future. We continue to push to deliver our navigation program, optimizing beneficial use. And very soon, I believe, I don't know whether it's a draft copy or a final copy, but received Section 125A implementation guidance. So the quantification and implementation of beneficial use from the Corps' navigation program is about to get a very important change in policy. And you know, the headline there will be that you know, there will be some ability to federally cost share incremental use above the federal standard. And I'm very encouraged about that potential and excited to see the way it goes. The Mississippi River obviously is having low flows and river salinity, which I know we'll talk about, but it's also an issue in the Sacramento Bay Delta. You know, from the salinator barriers, and there's 3 in place within the Delta, and the salinity in general, with farmers having to change their sources of water supply, we have a tremendous challenge ahead of us, and I'm excited to be a part of the contributions to get into that challenge. So thank you for your time this morning, and thanks for letting me join you to start it off.
Colonel, thank you very much for that. If you could maybe just make a point for me, the announcement about the beneficial use changes would be very interesting to our members, and we would like to distribute that if that's appropriate at some future time. And any updates on what the salinity situation is? You and I talked about that on Monday. We're a little concerned that we don't have a very clear picture here of what that looks like. So any guidance from you on that would be appreciated.
Yeah, Stas, no, it's an important problem. I've done some digging, and I haven't gotten all the answers that to the questions that we talked about on Monday. But you know, it is clear that there is a significant challenge in the Bay. The State Department of Water Resources, as I mentioned, in the summer of 2021, had to put in salinity barriers, and they're currently in place in 3 locations within the Bay Delta, essentially to stop the intrusion of salt water because of both the environmental impact is having to species and habitat, but also additionally, it's also impacting agricultural efforts. And as I alluded to, you know, where in certain areas like such as Rio Vista that had traditionally been able to draw agricultural water from the Sacramento River, these days the farmers in those situations are being forced to find other sources, whether it be groundwater or other sort of much more expensive delivered solution. And also suffering the effects of salt on their crops. And there's a number of sources where you can kind of see where that remains a significant problem. They hope to be able to take those off in the summer of 2022, but they remain in place. With the demands on the water supply system, it will be a continued problem.
Good. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the update. Our next speaker is Arvind Acharya, President, Society of American Military Engineers, San Francisco Post. Arvind is instrumental in the success of this program, and I am very grateful to him for all of his good efforts, his patience, his advice, and his providing a sense of direction for us, and his opening up the lines of communication to the Society of American Military Engineers. Arvind, thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Stas, and likewise. So on behalf of the Society of American Military Engineers San Francisco Post, I want to extend this warm welcome to this event. This is the 6th event, is that right, Stas, that we've done? So the first event was what got me hooked, and that was the live event that you had. And then since then, this partnership has been great, and we just want to continue on the same way. So a lot of the topics that we're discussing today are in alignment with the SAME's strategic plan. And as you heard Charlie Perham discuss the COIs, so that is a big part of the support that we're getting in this organization. So I want to thank a lot of SAME posts who I reached out to I reached out to New York, New Jersey, New Orleans, Houston, Galveston, Seattle, and Hawaii, and all of them released this information. So I really appreciate the fact that they put out this, and all the California posts. There are 7 California posts from San Diego going all the way up north to San Francisco, Sacramento. So everybody has really helped in getting the word out. So I want to thank every post who has put the word out, and a special thanks to the SAMI Resilience Community of Interest. That's the COI, Albert Romano, who's there, who runs the resilience community. We also have Rick Weiss, for instance. I saw him speak there. He's the environmental resilience, environmental lead for the community of interest. So I encourage anybody who is interested in San Francisco or who lives regionally to join the post, and you get a lot of access to people networking. By the way, we donated, we also, our main focus as volunteers is to make sure that we increase the STEM pipeline. We recently have a partnership with the University of San Francisco. We donated some funds for their freshmen who can go into the environmental, civil, and similar areas of interest for studies. So that was a really good positive. That's what comes out of these kind of events, is that the revenue from these events really helps the STEM pipeline. Lastly, I just want to quickly note that there are PD8 certificates available for anybody who is interested. It's a self-certification. So I don't have much more to say, and look forward to the event. Thank you, Stas, for the partnership, and thanks to all the speakers before me. Thank you very much.
Arvind, thank you again very, very much. We are now ahead of schedule. I can assure you that won't continue. And our keynote speaker today is Eugene Soroka, Executive Director of Port of Los Angeles. Gene and I were at the Agriculture Transportation Conference in Tacoma last June, and he happened to be sitting close by the table that I was sitting at. So I got up and asked him if he'd be our keynote speaker. And much to my surprise and great delight, he agreed to do so, even though his schedule is very, very busy. And for those of you that don't know, Mr. Soroka has been providing monthly reports from the Port of Los Angeles about the supply chain situation going back since the COVID emergency began. These have been extremely informative. They have provided a national forum for supply chain issues and the challenges. And Gene has really been a beacon for the American port community in providing direction and in providing some early warning heads up about problems that were surfacing in LA that began to surface elsewhere. I am very grateful to him for being here. He and I talked about the green ship participation that the Port of Los Angeles is engaged in, as well as the Port of Long Beach and other ports. And there was an announcement this week of an expansion of that program. Mr. Soroka has reached out to ports around the world. He is a global spokesman for American ports, and the very good work that he has done during his tenancy at the Port of Los Angeles has been really outstanding. And Gene, good morning, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thanks, Dawson. We really appreciate the opportunity to join. Good morning, everyone. This morning, I'm pleased to share some details about the Green Shipping Corridor partnership with the Port of Shanghai. And it's been made possible with help from the Shanghai Municipal Transportation Commission, along with the C40 Cities Group. All indicators tell us that the implementation of this green shipping corridor and others in the future will be a giant step forward in the decarbonization of the ocean supply chain. That said, there are many details to address and much work ahead of us as we move forward. But today, I'm excited to share with you the big picture of this idea. At the heart of the initiative is our deep and long-standing partnership with the Port of Shanghai. For nearly 2 decades, we've worked with our counterparts in Shanghai on a variety of projects. In the early 2000s, we helped the port to develop the technical details for shore power capability at a number of their new terminals. We also established air emissions inventory protocols for our ports long before such protocols were commonplace in the port community. And we co-founded the Pacific Ports Clean Air Collaborative, which brings together ports, NGOs, and government agencies around the Pacific Rim to share best environmental practices. Discussions of a Green Corridor initiative came to light when Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti chaired the C40's Climate Leadership Group, which then formed the C40 Green Ports Forum. That forum was the catalyst for serious consideration of a Trans-Pacific green cargo corridor. And when we talked to the Port of Shanghai about the idea, they expressed immediate interest. Before I get into the corridor details, I want to share with you a little bit about the Port of Los Angeles and how that we made that partnership possible. First, we always focused on improving air quality here in LA. That means as a port, we've had to push hard and continuously to reduce port-related pollutants and health risks in our local communities. Our trade gateway is also a vital economic engine, facilitating 1 in 9 jobs here in the Southern California region, more than $400 billion annually in global trade, and driving nearly 40% of all imported cargo to the U.S. Our growth and environmental programs must occur together, which is what led to the first of its kind Clean Air Action Plan, a dramatic emissions reductions since the inception of that plan back in 2006. Much of our success has been through the testing and development of the most promising new emission reduction equipment in port history. Our port and its cargo stakeholders have invested hundreds of millions of dollars over the past 2 decades to adopt cleaner operations and accelerate the development of next generation equipment. In 2017, the version of the Clean Air Action Plan that was updated delivered the most ambitious goals to date. Zero emissions cargo handling equipment in our terminals by the year 2030, and a complete zero emissions drayage fleet at the port by the year 2035. Those goals will be tough because the technology isn't accelerating at the pace we want it to. But we're moving forward on many fronts, and our resolve has never been stronger. Just as importantly, we're sending a signal to the original equipment manufacturers and other private stakeholders that our industry's movement toward cleaner, more efficient technologies is real, and it's growing. The Green Cargo Corridor gives Los Angeles and Shanghai the opportunity to bring together the cleanest equipment and cutting-edge technologies on both sides of the Pacific and confront our biggest challenge, that being ocean-going vessels. As individual ports, we can do our part to lower carbon footprints. But the big picture is this: the worldwide shipping industry is responsible for 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And greenhouse gas emissions from this industry are expected to double by the year 2050. We can't let that happen. The Corridor program will let us apply the most advanced equipment, technologies, fuels, and best management practices in order to achieve reduced and zero life cycle carbon emission operations across the Shanghai-Los Angeles trade corridor. We believe the Shanghai-Los Angeles Green Shipping Corridor will be a leader in establishing ways to begin to decarbonize seaborne trade. In the future, we envision a network of green shipping corridors that will help lower our industry's worldwide carbon footprint. The length of our corridor is simple. It starts at the in-gate of one port and terminates at the out-gate of the other port. It includes every node of the cargo handling equipment, ships, tugboats, along with data-driven technologies to maximize journey efficiency. Among participating carriers, the goal is to start deploying reduced and zero life cycle carbon emission ships as early as the year 2025. Our program goals do not prescribe what fuels need to be used specifically. Each participating carrier will bring their own decarbonization strategies to this monumental effort. It's also important to note that the Shanghai-LA Green Shipping Corridor Partnership is a voluntary initiative and does not have a regulatory component. The plan is a living document allowing for the new advancements to be integrated at various stages of planning, development, and implementation. The lead partners, our 2 ports and C40 cities, will coordinate the work through stakeholder-focused working groups. Decision-making for the partnership is focused on providing multiple opportunities for input and consensus building. The effort is dynamic and continuously evolving, and corridor participants must be engaged and agile as the program evolves in the years to come. It's envisioned that annual reports will be prepared documenting participation levels moving forward and our progress. A partnership memorandum of understanding is also under consideration among the principals. In addition to our 2 ports and C40 cities as project leaders, we have a host of core partners, many famous names that you'll immediately recognize. In the ocean carrier category, they include AP Moller Maersk, CMA CGM, Costco Shipping, and the Ocean Network Express. Other core participants are the Shanghai International Ports Group, headed up by my friend Yang Jun, who's been so great in all of this work through COVID and our import buying surge. The Port of Long Beach and the China Classification Society have signed on more recently. The Aspen Institute's Shipping Decarbonization Initiative, the Cargo Owners for Zero Emissions Vessels Group, also known as COZEV, and Maritime Technologies Cooperation Center, Asia. Not shown in this slide are other collaborative partners to date. So far, they include Amazon, IKEA, and the Global Maritime Forum. Key goals for the Green Shipping Corridor Partnership include 1, the phasing in of low, ultra-low, and zero cargo emission ships through the end of this decade. 2, the development of best management practices to help reduce emissions and improve efficiency for all ships using the International Trade Corridor. 3rd, measurable reduction of supply chain emissions in the ports of Shanghai and Los Angeles communities. And finally, the 4th area, the development of the world's first zero carbon trans-Pacific container ships by the year 2030. Over the long term, it's envisioned that the entire fleet on the corridor will move operations to using zero life cycle carbon emissions. And looking 3 decades out, to align with the Paris Agreement goals, the corridor would aim to be fully decarbonized by the year 2050. The bottom line for us is that the Shanghai-Los Angeles Green Shipping Corridor is really a game changer, but it will be a heavy lift for everyone in the coming year as we move toward program implementation. The partnership's priority activities in the coming months include widespread stakeholder engagement starting in the first quarter of year 2023. This includes engagement with communities, environmental groups, assorted NGOs, and of course, a substantial number of local, state, national, and international agencies here in the U.S. and China. In 2023, we will also be shaping the governance for the partnership, establishing protocols and key process indicators for tracking emissions reductions on this corridor, and developing plans for fuels, equipment, and the much needed infrastructure. As I said at the start, there's a lot of work ahead of us. And with that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity today. And Stas, as always, I trust that all of this is off the record, but I'll be pleased to come back next year and provide you with some updates.
Gene, thank you very much for this, and we really appreciate this. It's really a heartening initiative to see the collaboration that you've been working on and that other ports have been working on. I want to just stop here and ask if there are any questions of Gene on his presentation in the Green Ports Initiative. If there are, if you can send us a chat, and we will respond to that. And if not, Todd, do you see anything? I don't see anybody asking. Well, Green, let me just ask this. Gene, the big issue on the maritime front is engines and the fuel that we're using. And at the International Propeller Club convention in Athens, we heard from a number of Greek ship owners who were not wild about being pushed in the direction, although they recognize that they need to do this. Do you have confidence that the major ship owners are going to move forward and accept the protocols that you described in this initiative?
Yeah, I do, Stas, and I've been super encouraged. I was in Europe about 3 weeks ago for the first time since COVID and got to visit with the founders and CEOs of some of our more famous companies in the industry. And all are really thinking that this is going to be the next big step. And what they like most about it is working with people that they enjoy doing business with. This is still, after all these years, Stas, a relationship-based business. Not only getting into doors to talk about these subjects and others, it's been really a cornerstone of how we've tried to operate here over the last 8 years at the Port of Los Angeles. So super encouraged, sitting down with Rodolphe Sade, whose dad founded the company and is now chair and CEO of the great CMA CGM in Marseille, is on board with us, and so many others that I highlighted here and that we continue to talk to come in and join us. As was noted just this week in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, it was announced by our special envoy for climate, John Kerry, that we're now creating the Singapore to Los Angeles corridor on green shipping. So here again, when you have this spirit of innovation, the reliance and the trust that we have on each other, and the feeling that, hey, if something doesn't work and we fail, we're going to fail forward, that really takes the guardrails off the system and allows for those great big thinkers to be at the table and see how we can get there. And whether it be alternative fuels, different ways of doing business, trying to give market signals that the intention here is now garnering some of the most powerful entities and iconic brands in our industries, I feel really good about what the future holds for us.
Okay, Gene.
Stas, there is a question from
yes,
Paul.
I see.
Okay.
I see Brad Benson, Port of San Francisco, asks Gene, for other small ports that are trying to decarbonize, who would you recommend partnering with?
Let's start the conversation right here at home in the Golden State. If you want to get involved, let's talk a little bit and see how we can move this forward. And I think it all starts with us as port leaders. So happy to take that conversation offline. Stas, I think you're muted right now.
Sorry.
There we go.
Okay. Paul Sonnenfeld, is there a desire or need for an ASTM standard on measuring carbon reductions associated with the protocols?
Yeah, that may be a really good idea. I know we're working so closely with ASTM on this nationwide port community system concept, and the folks there have been just tremendous to work with. So here again, another great idea, and let's bring that conversation together as to what it looks like. I know that process of developing standards takes time, so we can never start early enough.
Okay, and Houston Neuer, you're out there. Do you does the Port of Rotterdam have any comments on this that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, of course, Port of Rotterdam is also developing a lot of plans for reducing the greenhouse emissions. So I think this is a worldwide topic, and I'm not very well informed about what we do on this specific topic. But I'm quite sure there are a lot of contacts between Europe and between the USA and collaboration on this. I'm sure.
Very
Yeah,
good.
I just saw your boss out in Gothenburg. Alan Castellane's a good buddy of mine too in this industry, and got to visit with him at the Chainport meeting that was co-chaired by Jens Meyer of the Hamburg Port Authority and myself while we're there with host Elver Danzig. So I know that the work that we're doing here on these key corridors is also supported by our other buddy, Luke Arnold at the Port of Antwerp. So there's going to be more coming out of the big European ports as well. Again, this corridor is meant to bring together natural trading partners like us here in the Trans-Pacific with the Port of Shanghai. There'll be opportunities for European ports to do that with their key corridor partners as well. And I know Shanghai and Singapore both are very interested in expanding. But again, you know, we have a saying in our industry that you can't boil the ocean. So we've got to be really smart about this and take on just enough work that pushes us to the limit, but doesn't dilute the efforts by jumping into too many trade lanes all at once. So Stas, we'll be reporting out regularly in great forums like this, or through your abilities as a leader in the media to make sure we keep getting the information out there and seeking the advice that we need to continue our ambitions to expand.
Gene, thank you very much.
Stas, there's a question from Carl Davis.
Okay, can you read that out for me?
Yeah. Anyone looking at hydrogen engines for ships?
Yeah, the interesting thing about hydrogen that I've heard from some real experts, including my friend Soren Toft, who is the CEO now of Mediterranean Shipping Company, is that while hydrogen has some great utility in areas like our cargo handling equipment, heavy-duty Class 8 trucks, even a new development from UCLA right here in Los Angeles on a hydrogen fuel cell mobile alternative marine power unit. So as opposed to plugging into the local grid, there's a possibility that a hydrogen container can help us remove those emissions from the stack on a vessel, and even possibly while it's transiting main channels close to our shorelines, et cetera. But hydrogen and its storage takes up a lot of space. So it might not be ideal for ocean-going vessels right now, where others are looking at renewables, biofuels, methane, even ammonia, and some are talking nuclear as well. Again, a lot of complexity with each. That's why we're relying on not only the engineers on the waterborne side, but also the scientists to help us carry through. I don't think anything's off the table yet, but we have seen some things that give you pause and where to focus your attention. But hydrogen is going to have great utility across the supply chain, and we've got to be able to harness that capability pretty quickly.
Very good, Gene. I'm going to, Miss Lee, Port of Busan. Would you like to comment on what the port has been doing? I put you on the spot. I'm sorry, Sunny. Go ahead. You're on mute. You're muted right now. Can you come off mute?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm sorry that I'm not the expert, but Busan Port is also trying to participate aggressively the shipping, green shipping and green port policies, and we are, and our government, South Korea, also try to push the shipping logistics companies to follow the green shipping policies. So as Jin Seroka said, we are not decided yet which technology is the best for the policy, the green shipping policy. So we are watching and we are searching, and the most absolute thing is we are also follow the green shipping and green port policy. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Gene, we really appreciate your participation here. It is really very inspirational that we are having this kind of collaboration. And my hope is that that collaboration may also move into the resiliency field, because the Port of Shanghai, like our ports, also has resilience challenges. And I'm sure you're aware that there was low water problems in the Yangtze River Delta this year that was very similar to what we experienced on the Rhine and on the Mississippi. So in that sense, we're all in the same boat. Gene, thank you very much.
Thank you, Stas. Great to be with you again today.
Okay. We are now going to go on to our first panel. That panel is a port panel, and our speakers are U.S project engineer at the Port of Rotterdam, who you just heard, who is going to be discussing resiliency interactive website, the resiliency interactive website for the Port of Rotterdam. I visited with U.S in Rotterdam last June, and he told me about this interactive website, which I thought was very interesting. It references the work that different terminals at the port are doing, and offers us perhaps a role model for how ports can get more involved on the resilience front and talk about the work that they're doing. And speaking about the work that ports are doing, we have Brad Benson, who is the Waterfront Resilience Program Director at the Port of San Francisco, who is going to be giving us a San Francisco seawall update. In the Bay Area, this is a very important project as it impacts flooding and sea level rise, impacting the city of San Francisco, not just the Port of San Francisco. And Brad will be giving us some insights on that. I'm very pleased to have our good friend Adrienne Newbold back again after she was with us in 2019. Adrienne is the port engineer for the Port of Los Angeles. She's going to be giving us a resilience upgrade report from the Port of Los Angeles. Finally, from Louisiana, we have Justin Aaronworth, who is the president and CEO of the Water Institute of the Gulf. Smart Port, a crowdsourcing method to predict the movement of sediment and available draft on the Mississippi River. For those of you who are up earlier on, I referenced the very interesting project that Justin is involved with. I want to just warn our participants that Brother Crawshaw is keeping time, and we are hoping to keep you roughly within the 8-minute time frame. Todd will give you a warning at the 7-minute time. We do appreciate that some of these presentations are going to go longer, and we want to give you all the time, but if you could roughly stay in that time frame so we can stay on schedule. So without further ado, I am going to introduce our first speaker, Mr. U.S Port of Rotterdam. And for us, it's good morning, but for you, it's good evening. U.S, good evening.
Yeah, good morning and good evening. Yeah, it's already dark here, so I think for you it's the lights can be turned off, but I just switched them on. Thank you, Stas, for the invite to have a presentation again on this webinar, and I'm pleased that I'm have the possibility to share some insights of this side of the ocean and share them with you. So this is my third conference already. I was at the first one and one webinar, and during that conference I have presented a lot about the adaptation strategies the Port of Rotterdam has made for resilience against flood risk, and especially a lot about the techniques, the methodology we use, and also the stakeholder involvement. And yes, for this presentation, it will be a little bit different. I would like to focus a little bit more on the communication about the strategies more than the explanation about the strategies themselves. But for the people who weren't there, a short recap. So if Todd can show the slides on the screen, that would be helpful. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, then on the next slide, you can see all the area of the Port of Rotterdam. We started building these adaptation strategies in 2015 in the middle of the port, and it's a Botlek Vondelingenplaat. And from there, we went on to an eastern direction, and we finished the western parts of the port, building an adaptation strategy for that last year. So right now we are on the moment that we finished all adaptation strategies, and yeah, have a sort of a certain point that we switch from analysis, from building strategies to more communication about these strategies. Yeah, next slide, please. On this slide, this is a short recap from how these adaptation strategies have been built. In the picture on the right, you can see the Port of Rotterdam. The blue areas are inner dike areas, which are low elevated areas protected by dikes. And the port is completely the brown area in this picture. You can see here that the port has a higher elevation, so it has a natural protection for flood risk. What's very important in the Netherlands is that the inner dike area is completely protected by the government. The government is responsible for keeping the dikes and dams on a certain level. It's completely standardized. In an outer dike area, the brown area, the port, it's completely different. There the asset owners are responsible for flood risk management, for any damage due to flood risk. So that that fact gave us the starting point in 2014, 2015 to start the making of the adaptation strategies, because we would like to know what is exactly the impact of sea level rise on this area. So in the steps on the lower side of the slide, you can see what we have done, a flood risk analysis and a lot of work together with all stakeholders in the whole port area to understand what happens in case of a flooding, and to build an adaptation strategy together for all those areas in the port where measures should be taken in time. So we did it together with stakeholders and not only the Port of Rotterdam. And the most important reason for that is that the responsibility for this risk is at the stakeholders, also for us as the landlord, but also for the stakeholders. It's a joint responsibility. So we would like to do the joint fact finding and creating awareness with this program. And on the next slide, you can see some results, some of the stakeholders, a list of the stakeholders which were involved in, for example, the adaptation strategy of the Europort area. This is one of the most western parts with a lot of chemical industry and refineries in the Port of Rotterdam. There are a lot of organizations were involved making these strategies. In the next slide, you can see some results of this strategy in this specific Europort area. Two specific measures. One has been taken by the Port of Rotterdam itself. That's the left one, the elevated quay. And one is one measure at this new embankment has been taken by the tenant itself. And yeah, I think since the starting of this program, about 10 or 15 measures, physical measures, has been taken already. yeah, to bring the flood risk to a better level. And of course, this type of measures, we don't take them specific to improve the flood risk. There is a certain development going on, and we include measures for flood risk, and that's, yeah, a very cost beneficial way of moving forward. Well, I think that's enough recap for the adaptation strategies and the making of. Now, the next slide, last couple of slides are about communication. So we finished the making of, and we started communication on our new website. And it's a pity, it's still only in Dutch, but it will be translated in the upcoming months. I think maybe it will be ready before Christmas. And Stas and I, we agreed that I will share the link to Stas, and he will share it with all of you afterwards of this conference. What can you find? What you are able to find on this website? Of course, all material we produced in the last 7-8 years. So all adaptation strategies, all reports, partly in English also. We have a GIS tool. That's the next slides about GIS tool. We'll explain it in a couple of minutes. Sorry, Todd. I will come up to that. Yeah. And a toolbox with potential measures. We have some specific communication items. For example, letter to all our tenants. We have organized a webinar, made a leaflet for further communication about the adaptation strategies. And in the upcoming years, we will meet specific stakeholders with the highest flood risk, or the highest flood risk, and also the highest possibility for chain effects, so to say.
7 minutes, just.
Yeah, I'm almost ready. Yeah.
Okay.
The next slide, you can see an example of this GIS tool. All our flood maps are in it for different combinations of years and probability of accidents. It will give a lot of insight for the Rotterdam specific flood risk. Also 9 different maps, which are different from the first set of 18 maps. In these maps, we provide the probability of accidents given a certain water depth and a year. So it will be interesting to see how it's being built. Also, the adaptation strategies are in it, and some specific measures within these adaptation strategies. And maybe the most interesting part of our website, because it's not Rotterdam specific, is on the next slide. And this is a toolbox with potential measures, physical measures, which tenants can take in case of emergency, or in case they develop their site. Specific measures against flood risk. There are 46 measures in this toolbox. The focus is completely on industry. So, and you can also filter by type of assets, investment costs, if it's a permanent measure or a temporary measure. So this is really interesting to have a look at, I think. Because it's not Rotterdam specific, every tenant in the world could use it, and it's public information. For every measure, we have 1 page of explanation. You cannot see it in the right. For example, preventive shutdown of the industry. Well, that's it for now. Thank you for the attention.
Just a quick question before we go to Brad on this. how you will have something in by December that will be translated?
Yeah, I think it's about December. Yeah,
Okay.
At the moment, a translator is doing the job already. So it won't take months. I'm sure about that. Yeah.
Very good. And anybody with questions, please hold them till the end of the panel. And if you can send them by chat, we'll try and get them answered, or we'll forward them by email. Our next speaker is Brad Benson. He's the Waterfront Resilience Program Director at the Port of San Francisco, and he's going to be giving us an update on the San Francisco Seawall project. Brad, good morning, and thank you for being with us again. You were with us back in 2019, and I think probably a lot has happened since then.
Thank you so much for having me. And Just, I'll confess that I'm a bit jealous. You all are a bit further along than we are. We're still in the planning phase of our work, but it's exciting to see a port adapting and taking the kinds of aggressive moves that you're taking. So really looking forward to you translating that material. If we can go ahead and screen share. I have a few more slides, and so I'm going to ask for a reminder at 11 minutes. I'm going to talk about the waterfront adaptation planning that we're doing in the Waterfront Resilience Program. Today, we're doing a lot of work with the Army Corps of Engineers, which we're very proud of. If we can go to the next slide, please. We formed the Waterfront Resilience Program in 2017 to deal with both earthquake risk and flood risk. And we have a lot of earthquake risk along our seawall that Stas was mentioning in the northern waterfront. We've done a lot of existing conditions analysis, robust risk assessment work. We've been developing and analyzing an array of measures. And now we've developed 7 high-level draft waterfront adaptation strategies based on the public engagement that we've done over the past 5 years. We have a goal of reaching a draft waterfront adaptation plan for the entire 7.5 miles of port property by summer of next year. For those who are not familiar, Port of San Francisco is a little bit atypical in terms of port. We're right up against the city. So we're doing this work not just for port purposes, but also for flood defense for the city and county of San Francisco. That draft plan, we hope, is the tentatively selected plan for the San Francisco Waterfront Coastal Flood Study with the Corps. We're in a general investigation of flood risk with the Corps, and we're working with multiple city agencies that manage infrastructure and assets in the current and future floodplain. Next slide, please. So we have earthquake risk. This picture up on the top left is the Embarcadero in 1906. It's showing lateral spreading and shoreline failure. It's a risk that exists today. And we have a 72% likelihood of a major earthquake on a Bay Area fault in the next 25 years. And we have current flood risk, both coastal flood risk and stormwater flooding along low points along the waterfront. But really our flood risk exposure is driven in San Francisco most by sea level rise and less by storm surge. Next slide, please. So you can see on the left, San Francisco's original shoreline included a series of coves and bays connected to natural watersheds. Those areas were filled over time to create the Port of San Francisco. Filling started in the 1860s and continued through the early 1970s. That filling occurred to the level that was necessary for then existing water conditions on the bay. So pretty low-lying areas, and it was not engineered fill to deal with earthquake risk. So with 7 feet of sea level rise and a 100-year flood, that entire filled area would be reclaimed by San Francisco Bay with no action, and then some some additional areas of the city. Next slide, please. This is a slide of earthquake risk published by USGS. All of those fill areas are subject to liquefaction risk. We have other soil conditions that are also weak in San Francisco. And then that lateral spreading risk, particularly in the northern waterfront, top left area where you see the dense congregation of piers. We have a severe lateral spreading risk in that area based on our risk assessment. Next slide, please. This depicts the various flood risks that we're challenged by. So you see a lot of overlap here between coastal flood risk over time, which is shown in purple, and then stormwater flooding and groundwater rise. We expect groundwater to rise and cause a problem for utility infrastructure early on as we're experiencing sea level rise. Next slide, please. So as we're developing our draft adaptation strategies, we're trying to present this in a simple way so that the public can understand and follow what's pretty complex. So we're thinking about building up the shoreline through a variety of measures, but then we have that inland flooding risk that would be exacerbated. So we'll need to install new pumping infrastructure to pump stormwater and groundwater out into the bay. Next slide, please. We're also considering coastal flood defenses a bit inland in some areas that I'll show you, which would provide for a smaller inland flood zone, but a larger coastal flood zone, where we might have to do asset-specific flood proofing. Next slide, please. Any solution that we're driving toward will address earthquake risk and both forms of flood risk. Next slide, please. Through that public engagement, we've heard, the public's priorities, and one of them is that on this human-made shoreline, what can we do to improve habitat in an area where it was destroyed by that filling? And so we're drawing inspiration from not only parts of our own shoreline, but elsewhere across the country and the world. And we've developed an engineering with nature working group to advise us how we introduce habitat into pretty steep shoreline, which was not a very big intertidal zone. We're lucky to have Julie Beagle from the San Francisco district advising. She's an expert in engineering with nature, works with Todd, who I know is going to be speaking later. Next slide, please. The public really wants public access. So this is another area where we're potentially different from other ports. We have, except for our maritime terminals in the southern waterfront, public access everywhere along port property. And there's an opportunity to create even more public spaces and connections to the bay. Next slide, please. And then finally, equity is top of mind as we're doing our adaptation planning. And I know that this is something the Corps is concerned about in their other social effects account. So we've got the Bayview Hunters Point community within the study area, and we're thinking about how we're protecting disadvantaged communities from this future flood risk. Next slide, please. The strategies include a combination of what we'll build and different types of measures that we might deploy depending on shoreline conditions, and also policy changes, potentially looking at land use changes in the city or resilient building codes and warning systems. Next slide, please. We're guided by these basic 4 questions. So the strategies map to these questions, and some of this is required in the Army Corps process. So what if we did not adapt to mitigate the risks and relied on private individual actors? That's called, in Army Corps parlance, future without project analysis, and it's the baseline against which we compare the other strategies. What if we adapted by flood proofing and moving buildings and assets without coastal flood structures? That's called the non-structural alternative in Army Corps speak. And then Army Corps has 3 projections for sea level rise. California has different projections for sea level rise, higher projections, Juice, than I think I saw you using. And we're trying to navigate that different guidance. And our study guidance says to look at lower rates and higher rates of sea level rise. So we've designed strategies to address those scenarios. Next slide, please. Our study period is through 2140. So we're looking at a long time horizon, and we're doing coastal flood damage modeling through that entire period on a range of different sea level rise curves. We've got some projects, primarily seismic projects, that we're implementing today, but we're looking at 2 time frames. Interventions in and around 2040 that would provide resilience through the end of the century, and then later interventions towards the end of the century that would provide resilience through 2150. Next slide, please. So this is addressing a lower rate of sea level rise. We think we might have to raise the shoreline to deal with 1.5 feet of sea level rise, which is the outcome of the Army Corps lower curve by the end of the century. Next slide, please. And then on the higher rates of sea level rise, we're looking at an option that would preserve a waterfront much as it is today by defending at the current shoreline with new pumping infrastructure. Next slide, please. This is the map that shows that. We think there's some areas that are so built up that we won't want to have the 2 moves that I described in 2040 and at the end of the century. So we might build up to 7 feet of sea level rise protection in that northern waterfront area to avoid multiple disruptions. In the southern waterfront, we have a bit more space to work with, so we might adapt to 3.5 feet of sea level rise and then have a later move to a higher level of sea level rise. And then we have these creeks, which are a unique challenge because we have bridges, transit infrastructure, and roads going over those creeks, so we'll have to elevate those. Next slide, please. This is an artist rendering of what some of this investment could look like. This area is in our southern waterfront. It's highly industrialized. It looks nothing like this today. So there is an opportunity to create better public space in some of these areas, as well as living shoreline conditions in the creeks. Next slide, please. Then we've got an active water management option. This relies more on floodgates and pumping. Next slide, please.
11 minutes, Brad.
It's very similar to the option that I just showed in terms of elevating the shoreline and pumping infrastructure, but it relies on floodgates at the mouths of the creeks to defend against coastal flooding and actually provide for stormwater storage for later release to the bay. Next slide, please. And then we've got an option, which is maybe the most out of the box option, which is looking at the potential to align with future watersheds over time. And so this would rely on either flood-proofed districts or retreat from some areas over time. Next slide, please. So again, an initial shoreline adaptation to buy us time. And then, next slide, please. That time would be used to either create a floodable district in our Mission Bay neighborhood. This is a mixed-use neighborhood. We're trying to look at other precedents, including in Hamburg for floodable districts. We don't know how the public will react to this. And then in the Islas Creek area, we've got low-lying industrial uses where we might actually retreat. Next slide, please. To create a more natural watershed condition. And this would be towards the end of the century. So these are big changes that would occur over many decades. And then Stas asked me to wrap up with a discussion, short discussion on funding. Next slide, please. So we're obviously relying on the Army Corps project as a major source of funding, potentially $1 billion or more in federal funding for this work. Our study guidance is driving us to a comprehensive benefits plan that we hope will provide multiple benefits to the public. But the Army Corps has been signaling that we need to work with other agencies to address some of the problems that we're addressing in this study area that fall outside of a typical Army Corps mission. So we're thinking about how do we engage with FEMA, with DOT about transit infrastructure. And we really think that there's not much cross-agency collaboration right now at the federal level. So we're beginning to initiate those conversations. And I'll just make a plug. We need to think about benefit cost and discount rate reform. FEMA has made this move. They've actually moved to a 3% discount rate in some circumstances. And that a high discount rate devalues program benefits in out years. And I won't get into why. But we really need to start talking with the Office of Management and Budget about the use of a 7% discount rate. So I will stop there and look forward to Q&A. Thank you very much.
This is really pretty impressive, Brad. Really what we're talking about is protecting the city. We're going to have questions about this, and this is a subject that we could go on for days about. Thank you very much for this. Our next speaker is Adrienne Newbold, port engineer, Port of Los Angeles. She's going to be giving us a resilience upgrade report. Adrienne, good morning, and thank you for returning and participating again.
Thank you, Stas. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you to my fellow panelists. Your presentations are amazing. It's so great to see the work that you're doing. And I look forward to continuing to coordinate with you in the future. Todd, can you please bring up the slides? Thank you. Again, my name is Adrienne Newbold, and I'm a harbor engineer for the Port of Los Angeles, and I'm here to present to you on resiliency and capital improvement projects. Next slide, please. First, I'll tell you a little bit about the Port of Los Angeles, give you a short background. The port is 7,500 acres. We have 43 miles of waterfront. We represent 43% of the West Coast market share and generate 1.6 million jobs nationwide. We have 270 berths, 30 with alternative maritime power. We have 27 terminals, several public amenities and attractions, and we're neighbors to the San Pedro and Wilmington communities. Last year was our best year ever on record, processing 10.7 million TEUs. Next slide, please. When I was here in 2019, we had just published our sea level rise study. And so I'll give a brief overview of the tasks that were involved in that. And then I'll speak to the new resiliency strategies that we've implemented in projects from there. So first, what we did in our study, we did an asset inventory. Then we prepared our sea level rise inundation maps. We did a vulnerability assessment. Then we developed our sea level rise resiliency strategies. We prioritized these strategies and finalized our study. And now we've been implementing them in projects. And we will be updating this study next year by 2023. Next slide, please. As you saw, we have 270 berths. So it was important to capture our key assets and understand our potential impacts by breaking it down into 5 major categories. So first, we broke it down into terminals. That includes container terminals, liquid, dry bulk terminals, passenger terminals, miscellaneous operations. Next is our critical facilities. That's our fire stations, electrical substations, pump stations, anything to do with life safety. Next is our transportation. That includes all of our rail, roads, and bridges. Next is our community assets, our parks, plazas, and harbors. And then last but not least, our natural habitats. You can see our little lease terns there in the picture. Next slide, please. We used the sea level rise projections that were the latest science at the time, back in 2018. So for year 2030, we used 12 inches of sea level rise. And for year 2050, we used 24 inches. And for year 2100, we used a mid-level range of 37 inches and a high-level range of 66 inches. After we published the study, the Coastal Commission updated the policy guidance. So to give you an example, the 2030 falls into the H++ scenario for the new Coastal Commission guidelines. For year 2050 and 2100, it falls into the medium high risk aversion. So when we update the study, we'll also be updating those maps accordingly. Next slide, please. Now I'll go through a brief series of maps, and due to the interest of time, I won't take too long, but you'll see here an overview of the Port of Los Angeles. This is our aerial view. And the map that you see on the left represents daily high tide with sea level rise on top of it. That would represent any sort of permanent inundation. The map on the right represents the 100-year storm tide, which includes sea level rise, storm surge based on astronomical tides and El Nino conditions, but does not include wave run-up. If you can look down at the legend there, anytime that you see blue on the map, that represents inundation. And then we also looked at the overtopping at where these locations were occurring. So as you can see here on the map, for 12 inches of sea level rise on the left, the port is extremely resilient to sea level rise. And on the right, we do have some areas with temporary inundation, and the areas that are shown are actually already incorporating sea level rise as we're redeveloping those areas. Next slide, please. For year 2050, for 24 inches of sea level rise, again, the map on the left, we're extremely resilient. The only area impacted is already under redevelopment. Next slide, please. And moving on to the worst case scenario, 66 inches for 2100. You can see on the left, we have some issues in what is now designated as our waterfront area, but we're already redeveloping that as well. And then we do have some issues. And then you can see under the 100-year storm tide, that's the first that you see of our container terminals having some issues. So as we're developing our new structures, we're incorporating sea level rise, making sure that we're staying resilient to climate change as it's extremely important. Next slide, please. When we developed our strategies, we broke it into the three major categories: governance, which includes sea level rise considerations in our policy planning. Next is initiatives. This includes our feasibility studies and collaboration. And last is our physical infrastructure. This includes both temporary and permanent protection around impacted areas. Next slide, please. In terms of governance, we're adding sea level rise language to our policy guidance, including our Port Master Plan Amendment, our engineering design guidelines, and our LA waterfront design guidelines. We've developed a one-page vulnerability zone map. So when we work with our tenants and they're going to do upgrades, we can hand them a map that shows them areas that are vulnerable, and we can work with them to develop the levels of sea level rise they need to design to. We're considering sea level rise in our capital funded projects. And of course, we're continuing to monitor the science and update the plan. Next slide, please. In terms of initiatives, we're continuing to collaborate regionally with our neighbors, the Port of Long Beach, the City of Los Angeles. We're coordinating with all the California ports, and thank you, Stas, for organizing us here. We're also discussing breakwater vulnerabilities with the Army Corps of Engineers, and we're looking at funding opportunities through our Port Access Investment Plan and also the Caltrans Infrastructure Investment Job Act. We're collaborating with our tenants. We're on the International Association of Ports and Harbors Risk and Resiliency Committee. We're also on the PAIC Tsunami Working Group. And of course, we're continuing with our climate resilience and our advancements in zero emission technology, as you saw through our Green Shipping Corridor presentation by our Executive Director. Thank you, Jean. Next slide, please. These are some examples of the infrastructure accommodation we looked at. These are hardening structures. We also, I'll give some examples of nature-based solutions in the next slides. And for temporary protection, we looked at tiger dams and sandbags and aquafences. In terms of permanent protection, we looked at raising seawalls and adding sheet pile walls. Next slide, please.
7 minutes, Adrian.
Okay, now we get into the exciting projects that we've been doing since then. So this is our Wilmington waterfront project. This is a $73 million waterfront redevelopment. And this took an entire industrial area and turned it into a beautiful waterfront park. So as you can see here, we have several layers of resiliency. The elevation spans from 10 to 15 feet. And as we developed the waterfront here, next slide, please. You can see the promenade. When we first looked at the design, we raised this promenade to be able to accommodate sea level rise. So I hope that you can come down. This project is in construction and it will be completed in spring of next year. So please come visit, and you can look at all the beautiful vantage points here from our promenade pier and enjoy the view. Next slide, please. Another project that we've implemented sea level rise is our West Harbor development. This is a public-private partnership, and the phase 1 is already complete, and then phase 2 is breaking ground this month. And this is a series of new shops and restaurants all along the waterfront. Next slide, please. We worked with the developer here. When they submitted their plans, we reviewed them and asked to raise the buildings 3 feet here in order to accommodate sea level rise. So as you can see here, we have several levels of elevation and resiliency built in here to accommodate sea level rise. So again, hopefully you can come down to the port and we can have lunch and you can enjoy the beautiful views on the San Pedro side. Next slide, please. We also have incorporated, this is one of the most vulnerable areas of the port that I previously mentioned, which is Mormon Island, and this is our marine oil terminals. And we're currently redeveloping these based on seismic standards for the State Lands Commission guidance, but we're also incorporating sea level rise. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, we've upgraded our piers to be at elevation 15 here, and this accommodates sea level rise through 2100. Next slide, please. This project is currently in construction and is set to be completed next year. So with that, I hope you, next slide, please. The port is committed to staying resilient to climate change, and sea level rise is a component of our general plan. And of course, we're continuing to monitor sea level rise and update our plan. So with that, thank you. Next slide, please. And I look forward to questions in the panel. Thanks again for having me. It's great to be back.
Adrian, thank you very much for that, and a very complete picture of our largest and busiest port. Our next speaker is Justin Aaronworth, President and CEO of Water Institute of the Gulf. His topic is Smart Port, a crowdsourcing method to predict the movement of sediment and available draft on the Mississippi River. Justin, good morning, and thank you for being with us.
Good morning. Let me first confirm that you can see the screen and
Yes.
That you can hear my voice.
We can. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Well, evidently that is the byproduct of sharing the screen. I assure you, you are missing nothing by seeing me, by not seeing me. In fact, it's probably a net improvement. But it is an absolute pleasure to participate and to be in this virtual meeting with a number of good friends and collaborators, and hopefully more will come about, Stas, with thanks to you for bringing us all together. So I have the pleasure of talking a bit today about a project that we are referring to for short as Smart Port, the Lower Mississippi River Smart Port and Resilience Center. What I'll do, I thought I could do, is just briefly introduce the Water Institute of the Gulf, the organization which I serve as the president and CEO, and then dive into the project. So just very briefly, our organization was started really in the aftermath of Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. There was a feeling among the leadership in Louisiana that it was a good moment to look around the world and see, from whom could we learn? Who's been managing water challenges that could help folks in Louisiana. And the government of the Kingdom of the Netherlands had been very generous and kind in reaching out, both before Katrina and certainly after. And so the folks from Louisiana started taking trips to the Netherlands to study how the Dutch have defended their coastline for 800 years, and in particular responded to the flood of 1953, the Great Storm of 1953. And in addition to touring these remarkable flood control projects and works that the Dutch have done as part of their Delta Works program, they spent time at Deltares, which is really the preeminent coastal and deltaic applied research organization in the world. And the folks from Louisiana came back home and said, wow, that Deltares is so impressive. We should build something like it, something similar in its essence, if you will. And so they came back and formed the Water Institute of the Gulf, and you're looking at our headquarters building on the Mississippi River. I oftentimes say that this photo was taken many years ago during a low water event. if you could look out the window, I'm in that building right now. If you could look out the window, you would see that we're even significantly lower river conditions than we were when this image was taken. And so just to wrap up on who we are, we're about 80 and 90, depending on how you count, applied researchers and support staff that tend to focus on issues of concern in Louisiana, in the southeast of the U.S., and then also in a few other places, of which I'll comment about. The talk today is really about the project that we call SmartPort, and as this slide suggests, the conversation began in Israel. And it began with, we were on a mission over there in 2018 with the head of the Port of New Orleans, Brandy Christian. And we had some dead time in the trip. And I was sitting with Brandy saying, you know, we do a lot of work at the Water Institute related to the Mississippi River. In particular, we've studied the movement of sediment in the river for the last decade to support the state of Louisiana's efforts in using the power of the river to create new wetlands. In particular, something called the diversion program, where we're effectively cutting a hole in the levee and putting a very sophisticated garage door. The good news is Rudy Semino, who leads this work, is going to give you a talk a little bit later in the program, and he'll give you the real version of this story, but in much more sophisticated terms. The Water Institute, my point here is that the Water Institute has been supporting that work with numerical modeling and other sediment applied research activities for many years. So back to the conversation with Brandy in Israel, she had described while we were chatting, she said, you know, our big challenge right now is that we're low river conditions, we had shoaling, and we were not able to get the vessels in that we had expected. It took 16 days to get an emergency dredge over to the port, and that was very disruptive and very expensive. And I was surprised to learn, because I asked, I said, what are the metrics? How do you prepare for these kind of events? And what she explained to me was that, of course, the Corps of Engineers does and is charged with doing surveys, which they do all the time, and that the Port of New Orleans, in this case, supplements that work with additional surveys that they pay for. But at the end of the day, what she helped to educate me around is that it's never enough. We always wish we had more data. And I thought to myself, well, let me go back. When I get back home, let's talk to the team and see if we couldn't come up with some ideas. And so effectively what we came up with, and I'm going to actually skip to this little cartoon. We said, well, the survey vessels, if you look at the bottom right of the screen, survey vessels, we call that, of course, the gold standard. These are, of course, vessels that are built to get an accurate reading, and they do. The challenge is, of course, that we would like to have even more data than they can currently provide. So we thought, well, what if we could develop an application, develop an app where we could get a reading every second beamed up to the cloud of get a bathymetric reading. And recognizing that tugs and other working vessels on the river are not designed like a survey vessel to get an accurate reading, that we would need to do work to clean, if you will, or correct, depending on what type of terminology you like to use. If we could use artificial intelligence and machine learning, that as these working vessels go over the same area that survey vessels go over, could we not train models over time, leverage the numerical models, physics-based models that we have currently of the Mississippi River, and effectively develop a crowdsourced data collecting tool? And so we went back to the Port of New Orleans and said, we have this idea, we built this app, we'd like to test it out. And we put it on 12 different tugs that operate around the Port of New Orleans. And we were thrilled with the results. And so we then applied for the Port of New Orleans was very generous and gave us some funding to test this out. We then took the concept and applied for a $3 million grant to the U.S. Department of Commerce's Economic Development Administration, and they funded the project. So effectively what we're doing now is taking this pilot that we did around the Port of New Orleans, and we've extended it to be really from the Arkansas-Louisiana border to the Gulf of Mexico.
7 minutes, Justin.
How many minutes? I'm sorry?
7 minutes. You have another minute.
Another minute. All right, I'll wrap up with this then. So what we are doing and what this grant has allowed us to do is, number one is this shoaling forecast tool that I described. We are also going to be integrating weather, river and road traffic conditions, as well as creating resiliency dashboards for each of the ports along the river in the area of Louisiana. And then ultimately to have an integrated application. So since time is very short, the shoaling forecast tool was the thing that we thought we would really feature for today's conversation. But I'll also note that we are developing resiliency, they call it a resiliency strategy for each of these 8 ports, as well as a dashboard, because our theory is that it's great to have a resiliency strategy, but unfortunately, sometimes these strategies tend to get put on a shelf and only used or looked at when it occurs. So by having it as part of this dashboard that a port gets to log into and see not only what the shoaling situation and the movement of sediment looks like, but also these other aspects. So at the end of the day, and I'll close and wrap up with this, the value proposition that we see with this shoaling forecast tool is we currently know more about the surface of the moon than we do about the bottom of the Mississippi River at any given moment. And through this effort, we believe we'll be in a position to be able to predict 14, 30, 60 days, perhaps longer out. And it's just like the weather in that the closer you get to the date that you're really interested in, the more accurate the prediction becomes. But the hope is that this allows anyone who is using the river to have better analytics to determine how much draft do you have? And our hope at the end of the day as an environmental applied research group is that we can make the riverine commerce that much more efficient. It's the greenest form of transportation. And so we're quite excited about this project and certainly grateful for the opportunity to share a few brief thoughts with everybody about it. And with that, if I run out of time, I will stop sharing my screen and go back on mute and see if there are any questions.
Justin, thank you very much. We are at the end of this panel, and so we are open up to questions from for all of our presenters on this one. Todd, did we? I saw there was a question. Can you reference that one?
Which one? The latest one or the?
Yeah, there was. I saw a question show up.
There's a few.
Okay.
Carl. Well, let me see. The first one was Carl Davis, 2009. SPN hosted a sea level rise conference with Dutch. Rise projected the San Francisco Bay was then 1 meter by 2100. What's the projection for San Francisco Bay today?
Brad, do you want to answer that one?
Can you, I'm sorry, can you repeat the latter part of the question?
Let's see. Rise projected for San Francisco Bay was then 1 meter by 2100, I guess. What's the projection for San Francisco Bay today?
So the state of California through the Ocean Protection Council has published statewide projections that look at probabilities based on human action to minimize climate change. And the most likely scenario is about, it's a little over 3 feet of sea level rise by the end of the century. There's a 1 in 200 chance projection that essentially, assumes no significant efforts to reduce climate change that would lead to up to 7 feet of sea level rise by the end of the century. And then they had something called an H++ scenario that assumes melting of some ice sheets, producing up to 10 feet of sea level rise by the end of the century. I think in the latest national climate assessment, that scenario has essentially been eliminated. And we're waiting for the state to produce new projections.
So Brad, we're looking at a range of 3 to 7 feet?
That's right.
Okay. Todd, well, go on to the next question.
Next was for the Port of Rotterdam. Are some locations, facilities being encouraged to prioritize your flood risk mitigation over other locations?
We are quite comfortable because the flood risks are on average are not very high. But the making of all these adaptation strategies gives us a lot of insights of the most vulnerable locations in the port. And there are some tenants on more vulnerable locations. And well, a couple of tenants, we will really encourage them to take measures yeah, in the upcoming years, and it's especially the most vulnerable ones, or the ones that create the most chain effects, so to say.
Joost, if I understanding you correctly, that for the immediate term, you do not see much of a flood risk to your terminals?
Well, there is flood risk, and I think the average flood risk for Port of Rotterdam is about 1 in 1,000 years, something like that. But there are certain locations which are a little bit more vulnerable. For example, 1 in 10, 1 in 50, 1 in 100 years. And especially if those locations, if there are tenants on these locations with where floods could cause major impact, then we have a little bit more focus on taking measures in the next couple of years, decades.
And Joost, one question for me: you will have how many terminals participating in flood responses at the port?
In the workshops, I think. Well, it really depends to the area we were investigating. For example, in the Europort area, I think there are about 40-50 tenants, and about 25 participated, about 50%. Maasvlakte, it was a little bit more. While Eemhaven has a lot of companies, a lot of tenants, so it's only the major 10%. So something like that. There's quite a variation, but most of the large companies, they joined us, and we worked together in this. Yeah.
Very good, thank you. Todd, other questions?
That was a question for Brad. You touched on needing collaboration between federal agencies for funding for San Francisco ports. Can you talk about any coordination the port has done with other regional agencies, and how the 9 Bay Area counties are coordinating on regional sea level protections?
Yes, I can speak to that. So in San Francisco Bay, we've got the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and ABAG, who are sort of the leading regional agencies, and ABAG has been merged into MTC. Those groups have been leading a sea level rise sort of regional planning process. BCDC has led Bay Adapt. MTC is leading a funding discussion right now that the port is participating in, looking at regional funding sources. So they're in the process of trying to estimate adaptation costs for the entire bay, look at available funding sources, look at the delta of need, and think about the types of regional funding sources that could, potentially a bond or a parcel tax or other form of revenue to address sea level rise. And we're working closely with BCDC to see how we can align our effort with the regional sort of Bay Adapt strategy, recognizing that we're a very small portion of the Bay shoreline with some unique conditions. But we want to collaborate regionally and share what we've learned with the broader region, as well as learn more about what we can do.
Brad, we talked about this a couple of days ago. What is your current estimate of what all of this is going to cost?
We don't have a new estimate. Our 2018 estimate was $2 to $5 billion for 3 miles in the northern waterfront. We're right now in the process of cost estimating the adaptation strategies that I showed today with the help of the Army Corps. And we're going to do, cost benefit analysis of those strategies based on those cost estimates and the avoided flood damages. But those numbers we don't expect to have until January.
Okay, thank you very much. Adrian, can you tell us what you are factoring for what are the costs of resiliency changes at the port? Have you gotten any cost projections of that?
Hi, Stas. Yes. Well, in our previous study, we did a qualitative estimate and just a low, medium, high risk. And it is a significant cost. And, as Brad said, we're kind of looking at cost benefit analysis per project. And so now with the three projects that I've shown, we've been including it in new capital improvement projects. So it's a less cost as you're building it into your resiliency into a brand new project. So that's what we've been implementing now. And then looking at temporary strategies, those are obviously a little bit less cost, but we will look at, in the new study, we will be looking at a new financial impact.
Very good. Thank you very much.
I do see one question in here for me about the West Harbor development.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the question is, the developer is elevating by 3 feet. Are the buildings shown in the graphic existing and being raised or new construction? And they are new construction. So, yep. So we asked them to raise their building foundation and so they'll be resilient to sea level rise through 2100.
Very good. Thank you very much, Adrian.
Yeah, thank you.
Justin, can you talk a little bit about how your sediment early warning system is working with the state of Louisiana? You referenced Rudy Simoneau, who's going to be speaking shortly. It would seem to me that the flow of sediment could be and is being used by both the Corps and the state for protecting the shoreline. Do you have a role in helping that out?
Yes, we do. So we do a lot of work. We partner very closely with the state of Louisiana. So for many years, we've been supporting the work that I know Rudy will discuss later today, specific to the diversion program. And then we have a wonderful partnership with the Corps of Engineers as well on a host of different issues, including some unrelated to Smartport that Todd Bridges, I'm sure we'll talk about later today. So ultimately, the Smartport project is really geared towards predicting the movement of sediment as these sand waves move down the river. We think that there will also be very powerful applications of these data to help inform the projects that Rudy will talk about, and we hope also to help inform activities of the Corps of Engineers as it relates to dredging and that these predictions, as they continue to advance and improve, can be useful to the entire community of practice. So we do plan to make the raw data publicly available and open source, and so our hope is that can have both immediate benefits and benefits that we can't really imagine right now, given how many minds may be able to take a look at these data and this work and see where things go.
Justin, you've had really good collaboration from the tug and barge industry. Do they, and to me, this could be a model for ports and coastal communities all over the United States, maybe all over the world. Is there a cost or a problem associated with having the depth equipment on the vessel?
Thanks for asking that question. It's one of the because time was so short, I probably skipped over many aspects of the program. But from the very beginning, our theory was that if we were suggesting to tugs and barges and other working vessels hey, we'd like you to voluntarily participate in this program. And by the way, we have to put new equipment on your vessel, that would be such a barrier to entry because of safety protocols, cybersecurity, everything else. So the answer is that no, it's actually very simple. Virtually every boat, certainly all the ones that we're working with, have an onboard computer. We put the app on the onboard computer, and it operates in the background. In fact, not long ago, I was visiting with the pilot of one of the early vessels, and introduced myself again to him, and he said, "Oh yeah, I forgot we even had that thing working." I said, "That's exactly what we want to hear. That it just works in the background, and there's no cost associated with it, and it takes somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 to 20 minutes for the whole quote unquote installation process to take place."
Very good. Well, best wishes on the success of this. It sounds very promising and something that maybe needs to be expanded on.
Thank you.
Brad, I have one last question of you. You heard you talk about 1 in 1,000 flood risk and 1 in 10,000 flood risk. What are we using as a metric in the United States? And do we need maybe to switch over to what the Dutch projection?
Yeah, we're nowhere near those flood risk standards in the U.S. We've got a 100-year flood risk standard that is sort of the national standard that FEMA uses. We're continuing to use that, except for areas where we have critical infrastructure. So along the Embarcadero, we have Muni light rail coming up from the underground to the surface. And that tunnel is right near the shoreline. We cannot let that subway system flood. It connects to BART, which is regional transportation. So we're using a 500-year standard for that. And then we're building in some freeboard, so additional safety margin above and beyond that. But we're not anywhere near that 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000 standard. And it is a policy discussion that we need to have at a national level, particularly as areas that we're protecting are going to be below sea level rise. And so I think that's really why the Netherlands has adopted that standard, if that helps.
Well, that does help, and it makes me a little nervous that we may be understating what the potential problem is.
I think on the other side, I think some people, you'll see that the sea level rise projections that we're using are much higher than JUICed is using. So while we may be understating the storm risk, I think we may be looking at much more conservative projections for sea level rise and water levels. So there may be a balancing out.
Okay.
Yeah, I can react to that to this, of course. I think the standards in the Netherlands are so high because the consequences are enormous. If we won't take any measures, the Netherlands was about 30% of the area it is now. So that's the reason that we have such a high standard. The elevation, it's completely flat or below sea level. So it's really important to have high standards for prevention of flood risk, and I think that's a large difference to the USA in general.
My concern is that we're not getting this message as fast as we ought to, and I know that, Brad, I hear what you're saying, that we are taking steps, but maybe we should be taking some more. And you have said that there were differences between you and the Army Corps of Engineers about sea level protections, right?
That's right. But the Army Corps has been flexible, and so they're allowing us to use that most likely sea level rise scenario published by the state of California, and that 1 in 200 scenario, which projects up to 7 feet of sea level rise by 2100. And so that we're looking at those scenarios in our study along with the Army Corps low curve.
Adrian, are you anticipating 7 feet as well?
That's what we show in our study. We're in the same range, yeah, using the Coastal Commission numbers, yes.
Okay, and use?
Yeah, we looked at the medium high and then also the high level, so yeah.
Thank you. Use, what are you anticipating?
Not for 7 feet. So in this adaptation strategy, only about 80 centimeters, which is about 3 feet maximum. But I have to confess, we started this in 2014, and there are a lot of new insights. Right now, the predictions for the Netherlands are about minimum 30 centimeters till 1.20 meters, so from 1 to 4 feet. Well, the National Delta Program is investigating what would be the effect on the Dutch situation if flood of sea level rise will even grow to 2, 3, or 5 meters. So we're also participating in this study. We are investigating this now. And for the Rotterdam area, it's quite clear that somewhere we reach a tipping point where the present strategies won't be the right strategies anymore. So, but I think this won't be in this century.
I hope you're right. All right. Okay. Do we have any? Yes.
Stas, Kevin asked for the Port of San Francisco, what types of earthquake resiliency features will be included with the coastal projects?
So this is it's a complicated question, and we're still analyzing it with the Army Corps. So the Army Corps does not have a seismic mission. There are seismic standards for flood projects, and we've agreed to use the Corps standards. And so in that area of the northern waterfront where we have lateral spread risk, the risk of building a project in that area is that it would be damaged by a larger earthquake. And so the Army Corps standards seem to point to the ability to do things like ground improvement in that area so that there's a stable foundation for coastal flood defenses, particularly when there is a life safety risk of failure of the infrastructure. And we will have that with a certain amount of sea level rise. Failure of coastal flood defenses would pose that life safety risk because of things like the Muni Underground.
But what I hear you saying is that those standards are not, that more needs to be done?
We're addressing a multi-hazard situation along our waterfronts. The Army Corps has to stay focused on their flood mission. And to the extent that we have seismic problems that are outside of exactly where we'll be building coastal flood defenses, we need to figure out other approaches through FEMA or other agencies.
Okay, and I see Gary Prost has asked, is the Army Corps working with a U.S. Geological Survey?
I can't speak to that particular collaboration.
Okay.
Our engineers are certainly working closely with the Army Corps geotech experts.
Okay.
Study.
Very good. All right. That was one last question, Todd.
Yeah, something just came in. San Francisco, as the ultimate solution might need a, quote, big move upwards, it will be important to the extent possible for the early projects to be adaptable for the potential additional elevating to make best use of funding available. The question, but
and that's something that we're definitely looking at. So I talked earlier about early projects, 2040 moves and 2090 moves, and we're looking at how to create adaptation pathways wherever possible between those successive moves. So I couldn't agree more.
Okay, very good. That brings us to the close of this panel. I want to thank the panelists for their contributions and support, Use, Brad, Adrian, and Justin. Thank you all very much. If there are any follow-up questions, my email everybody should have is apmargaronis@gmail.com, and I am happy to forward any other questions to our panelists. So with that, I want to thank you all, and we are now actually a little bit ahead of schedule, so we're going to go to a break for 10 minutes. And then come back, and our nature-based solutions panel is next. That's Dr. Todd Bridges, U.S. Army senior research scientist. He's going to be talking about developing a national strategy for nature-based solutions. Colonel Estee Pinchason is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Baltimore District Commander. She's going to be talking about Maryland's sustainable solutions, restoring mid-Chesapeake Bay Islands. Matthias Bowe, founding principal One Architecture and Urbanism and Weizmann School of Design at the University of Pennsylvania, Building with Nature in the United States. And Tim Barrett, Environmental Conservation Manager at the Port of San Diego. So we're out for 10 minutes so you can stretch your legs. And then we will be back. So I would say that we will be back at 10:37 Pacific. So see you in a couple of minutes. Brad, thank you. Adrian, thank you. Justin, thank you. You, as always, you've been great. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
It was a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
into our break, and we are coming back. I'm Stas Margaronis. This is the Storms, Flooding, and Sea Level Defense Conference 2022. And we are into our next section, which is nature-based solutions. Our speakers are Todd Bridges, Dr. Todd Bridges, U.S. Army Senior Research Scientist, Environment Science, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. He'll be discussing developing a national strategy for nature-based solutions. He will be followed by Colonel Esti Hinchason, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Baltimore District Commander. She will be speaking about Maryland Sustainable Solutions, Restoring Mid-Chesapeake Bay Islands. The third speaker will be Matthias Boe, Founding Principal, One Architecture and Urbanism, and Wiseman School of Design, University of Pennsylvania. He'll be speaking about building with nature in the United States. Final speaker will be Tim Barrett, Environmental Conservation Manager, Port of San Diego, Nature-Based Solutions, Protecting North and South San Diego Bay. And with that, I am going to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Todd Bridges. Todd, are you there? Hi, Todd, you're breaking up just a little bit.
No, sorry about that.
Go ahead. And we cannot see you.
Yes, I tried to turn my video on, but it's not cooperating this morning.
Okay.
So, if you maybe just we can take slides and I'll take away. Hopefully you'll be able to hear me.
I'll start the slides.
Okay, we will start the slides, Todd. Thank you.
Yeah, sure thing. I appreciate the invitation to be here today, and Todd will be going through the slides pretty quickly. I was asked to speak to a national strategy for nature-based solutions. So if you just like to go to the next slide. The first point I'd like to make, which has already been discussed quite a bit today, is that we are challenged by a whole range of hazards in the modern world. If you consider just the climate and weather-related disasters represented on this slide, we've had $332 billion weather or climate disasters in the United States since 1980 that have produced more than $2 trillion in economic damage. In addition to that, have killed 15,000 fellow citizens. So when we think about the future, how do we bite down these risks and impacts? And the next slide shows some of the statistics of what we've done to try to address these kinds of hazards through the use of infrastructure. And we built a lot of stuff in the 20th century, shown on slide 3. And the statistics speak for themselves. And we use a lot of concrete, rock, and steel to construct that. In fact, right now on planet Earth, the amount of human-made mass in the form of these infrastructure materials now exceeds the total living biomass on planet Earth at more than 1 teraton. That's 10 to the 12th metric tons. And the doubling rate of that mass in the 20th century was 20 years. The next slide just gives some specific examples. The next few slides. The next one, how did we use these materials? Well, we used these materials in the 20th century to lock down nature. The LA River is a great example. The majority of this river takes the form of a locked-in concrete channel. The purpose of that channel to convey floodwaters. The next slide illustrates this in respect to the coast of Texas and the response to the devastating hurricane of 1800. The response to that hurricane was to build the famous Galveston seawall. The first 3 miles of that seawall, interestingly enough, were constructed for the cost of $1 million. The next slide shows that our applications of this, even to how we we've tried to manage water, particularly in the western part of the United States, and the West Climate Conundrum. If you consider Hoover Dam and Lake Mead behind it, our country's largest reservoir. I was just at Hoover Dam with Bureau of Reclamation colleagues 2 weeks ago. That reservoir is now well below 30% of its total capacity, creating quite a lot of challenge in the West of the 40 million people that depend upon that system, because the West is currently gripped in a mega drought that's more intense than any drought in this region in 1,200 years. The next slide further expounds upon the climate change conundrum for the West, because it includes not just drought, but also flooding. Those in California will probably be aware of, who work in this space, will be aware of the Great Flood of 1861, 1862, that turned much of the Central Valley in California into a 300-mile-long inland sea. In fact, LA County, during the 1 month period in the winter of 1862, received 30 inches of rain. That's 3 years of rain in 1 month. And this study that I have here is providing evidence for the fact that the likelihood or the probability of frequency of these events increasing, and these events are likely to be even more intense than they have been in the past, delivering as much as 1 to 2 meters of rain over a 1 month period. Next slide. So what are we going to do about these kinds of things? And we need to figure out how we can adapt our approaches to engineering. I call this overshot engineering. Already referenced today was low water on the Rhine in the upper right-hand side in the Netherlands, or low right on the Mississippi that put more than 1,200 barges into a parking lot in the lower Mississippi River just a month or two ago. And a quote from a Dutch blueberry grower who recognizes the efficiency of Dutch engineering when he says, "We are world champions at making land dry. Now we are trying to turn that system around because we overshot." Because even the Netherlands is experiencing the consequences of drought, as we've seen it take hold in this summer. Next slide. So when we think about our approaches to engineering, how can we use and leverage nature? This past Earth Day, the President issued Executive Order 14072. The fourth section of this executive order is titled Deploying Nature-Based Solutions to Tackle Climate Change and Enhance Resilience. And in fact, just yesterday, the White House issued a report, a roadmap on opportunities to accelerate the implementation of nature-based solutions. And you can look to the Engineering with Nature website. We have a post page that provides links to these resources, or you can Google them yourself. The next slide.
I think we just lost audio.
Okay. Todd, we've lost your audio. Todd, I suggest you try coming in and out. What I am going to do is
move forward to the next speaker and then come back to Todd.
I think Colonel Pinchason, are you there? Colonel Pinchason, are you there? Okay.
Let me see if I can.
Okay, Colonel, I can hear you.
I can't hear anything.
We can hear you.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Let me see.
Colonel, good morning.
Hi.
We lost Todd Bridges, so I think we're going to go ahead with your presentation, if you don't mind. And then we'll come back to Todd after he gets his audio back. Is that okay?
Oh, awesome. Yeah, yeah. Are you you'll do the slides?
I can do that, sure.
Yes, we've got your slides and we can go ahead. Colonel, good morning. Thank you very much. And thank you for participating in our conference.
Well, thank you for having me here. I'm thankful to join. It's an honor to share our work with you. We're very proud of the teamwork and partnerships that the Corps of Engineers has in general with our non-federal sponsors and stakeholders. And the Mid-Chesapeake Bay, or Mid-Bay as I'll be calling it, that project is a great example of that. We've been working alongside Baltimore District. I'm the commander of the Baltimore District. We've been working alongside the Maryland Port Administration and the Department of Natural Resources here for decades. And I can tell you that I see at least this partnership where our teammates share the same dedication to duty and service that I feel in the Corps. And that is a very powerful component of our joint effort. And hopefully that's what you're seeing in the partnerships out on the West Coast. I have no doubt it's the same way. So I'm glad that you've heard about Mid-Bay and are interested in it. You may have also heard about a previous project, the historic project, another environmental ecosystem restoration project at Poplar Island, which has become a model for beneficially using dredged material and kind of the predecessor to Mid-Bay. So we'll talk a little bit more about that because we really are building on our experience there at Poplar. So I'm thankful to share with you that since we just awarded our first construction contract on Mid-Bay, I'm glad that we're all just in a big love fest when it comes to what's going on at Mid-Bay there. So why don't we go to the next slide where I can give you a little bit of an overview or strategic context driving the importance of this ecosystem restoration project, because it really does support some strategic objectives for the Corps of Engineers and regional objectives for the state of Maryland. So just for a quick summary, for Mid-Bay, we're going to be restoring 2,144 acres of lost island habitat, and that's equivalent to about 908 football fields. And of those 2,100 plus acres, over 1,200 acres of that will be tidal wetlands. So you can see in that first slide there, I just want to make sure, yeah, you can see that it's basically the Baltimore approach channel coming through the Chesapeake Bay, and our non-federal sponsor, the Maryland Department of Transportation through the Maryland Port Administration, is responsible for the waterborne commerce through the state of Maryland, which became even more pronounced during or following the expansion of the Panama Canal, where the port underwent and continues to transform a massive increase in capabilities. Currently, there is a 50-foot channel system leading into the Port of Baltimore through the Chesapeake Bay and a 35-foot channel system through the Delaware Bay. From our perspective, we know that the overall success of the port, especially in today's competitive trade environment, is dependent on providing safe and reliable access to vessels. And we just received some newer post-Panamax cranes. So we need to maintain the depth of these channels. And that's part of our district's mission, is to maintain the depth and safe navigation of these federal channels by performing regular maintenance dredging of these waterways. At the same time, though, the state of Maryland is committed to restoring and improving the health of the Chesapeake Bay. Doesn't necessarily permit open water placement in the bay of that dredged material. So that necessitates identifying placement sites. And while the Maryland Port Administration has and operates several dredged material processing sites, Poplar Island has been an amazing opportunity to beneficially use dredge material that we are producing all the time. And unfortunately, Propeller will reach capacity in about 10 years, which is why Mid-Bay is such an incredible opportunity for a win-win project where we are restoring ecosystems and habitat for wildlife while providing a reliable dredge material placement site for the next 30 years. And that's really how Mid-Bay became such a critical component of this overall strategy for the Chesapeake Bay, because it will provide that placement site for material that's coming out of that 50-foot approach channel that you see right there. Let's see if we can go to the next slide, the project location slide. You can see where Propeller is located, and we have Mid-Bay is actually it consists of two islands, Barron and James Island, and right there in the Chesapeake Bay, we're going to be restoring the island habitat through the use of beneficial use of dredge material. Another ancillary benefit to this project is that it will provide the shorelines in the adjacent Dorchester County potential for reduced erosion. As we restore the island there, it'll provide some coastal erosion protection while simultaneously safeguarding the existing habitats there. One thing I did want to mention, a question that usually comes up when we're discussing this project, is the cost sharing with the Maryland Port Administration. And that's a 65-35 cost share between federal, 65% bearing the cost. And I feel like that timing of the funding really is enabling us to plan how we are executing this project in the long term. And while it'll be probably about 3 decades worth of work, the construction itself really enables both sides to plan for the funding streams to come in, and timing of that sometimes can be interesting, especially when we're looking at how we receive our funding on the federal side.
7 minutes, I see.
Yes, sir. So if we would like to move to the next slide here, I believe we can discuss some more project specifics. So we're very excited to see how it really assists the Baltimore District's mission to maintain the federal channel. And we're really proud of the collective work that we've done. And building on the success of Propeller Island has enabled us to take those lessons learned and really feed them right into the project that we're taking on with Mid-Bay right now. I know we have some stats there with Propeller, and so we're looking to Mid-Bay to receive about 2 million cubic yards from the Maryland Bay Channel that Propeller Island has been receiving now. And even though we're expecting the inflow for Mid-Bay to start sooner, we're going to have a period where Propeller and Mid-Bay are taking place at the same time. While Propeller is settling, we'll be able to divert to Mid-Bay, and then as needed, we can continue to influx. So it'll be kind of a redundancy and better capacity to really make the most out of Propeller and Mid-Bay at the same time. If we have time, I'd like to quickly touch on some environmental benefits on the next slide. I would like to extend an invitation to everybody out there to come and visit. If you have an opportunity to come and see Poplar Island in its finished state, and then as we're executing Mid-Bay, to see it in action, you'll have a standing invitation to come and see. But it's a pretty big deal because over the last 150 years, we've lost over 10,000 acres of remote island habitat in the Chesapeake Bay. And we're hoping that the very near term wildlife benefits on Barren Island and soon to be James Island will come to fruition. On Barren Island alone, our surveys have already identified 91 species of birds. It's phenomenal because we've seen the impact of the perpetually shrinking stopover points that were used from migratory birds before, particularly as they come on their routes in the spring and fall. So Mid-Bay is the type of project that helps restore these kinds of features. And we've already seen amazingly diverse concentrations of fish. And so a win-win project like this is just a remarkable example of what we can do when we take a holistic approach to planning for the future. Especially as everyone's talking about climate change, growing transportation requirements. So it really is a privilege to work with this group here. And let me see, I think I'm coming to the end here. I think that I guess the bottom line for us is, while this is an ecosystem restoration project, it has a very large economic impact for the Port of Baltimore. The cost of having, I mean, I don't think we would ever stop dredging, but the exponential cost associated with having to find a different placement, a much more expensive placement site, enables us to make every dollar stretch. And I know we say win-win, but I always see it as a triple win for the economy, for the wildlife, and also for Dorchester County. So for me, I take off my Baltimore District hat and I put on my taxpayer hat. And I love the fact that we are making every dollar, we're amplifying every dollar. It's getting much more than its one purpose, $1 worth for ecosystem restoration. We are seeing the benefits across numerous business lines in our civil works. And I'm sorry, I totally ran over time here. But as you can see, in the next two slides, on the first slide, we have the Barren Island, the current footprint. And we will be restoring this island. And as you can see where that is, it'll be approximately containing 500,000 cubic yards of dredge material. And then if you go to the next slide, slide 8, this is more of a rendering of what we plan to do with James Island, which should receive about 90 million cubic yards of material. And that's really the bulk of over 2,000 acres of remote island habitat where we have these cells that are forming in there. It's the south end of the island, where the uplands will be in the north part of that. And then for the last slide that we had, just a little bit of project history there. You'll see where we are right now, but it's been a long time coming. The idea for this, started much earlier, and I feel like we're already asking questions about, well, what's going to happen after Mid-Bay? And so we have a long way to go. But very excited to see that we'll start accepting dredge material in 2024. And then James will start to receive material in 2030. So it's a very long-term project, but it's one of those infrastructure projects that I feel like we can rally around, and it's such a great success for both sides. Maybe I feel a little idealistic when, especially if you watch the news or, Election Day yesterday. I love projects like this that we can find a way to shed the divisiveness and just rally around infrastructure. And you know, I don't want to speak on behalf of the Port of Baltimore because they have a great program, but Propeller Island has become kind of a focal point for our local schools to come and visit with young kids. They've had over 700 schools come and visit Propeller Island, and that's the same plan for a place like Mid-Bay, where we use projects like this as a vehicle to I guess, inspire the future engineers and scientists of the future. They're going to inherit all this infrastructure that we're going to build. Because if we just build stuff without figuring out how we're going to hand it off to someone that's going to care for it down the road, we've got a problem. So that is one of my most favorite parts of Mid-Bay. I brought a Propeller Island sticker. I'm looking forward to having an MB sticker as well for that. So when you come to visit, not if, when you come to visit, please let us know. We would love to have you. And standing by if there are any questions, or if Todd jumped back on. Would love to see.
So we will try, we will keep the questions to the end. Thank you very much for this. And we will get back to you, Colonel. And it sounds very promising. It is a win-win, and it's really great that you and the Port of Baltimore have been able to achieve this.
Thank you, thank you. I think on the line, I think I have Trevor Siren as well. So if I can answer any questions that you might send, I'll divert you to Trevor in case you're wondering. So
very, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Todd, are you back on with us? Todd Bridges. I do not hear Todd. I saw him come on, but we're still not.
Yeah, I saw him come on too, but then he disappeared, so I'm not sure if he was able to.
Okay. So our next speaker is Matthias Boe, founding principal, One Architecture and Urbanism and Wiseman School of Design, University of Pennsylvania. Matthias is also the lead on this book, Building with Nature, which has become a textbook for people in the nature-based solutions field. Matthias, welcome to the Storms, Flooding, and Sea Level Defense Conference. And thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you, Stas and Propeller Club for having me. It's really exciting to see how across the globe we're making progress with nature-based solutions, which is really sort of relatively new field. And for us, it was an important field that we wanted to sort of bring the knowledge together with the EcoShape Foundation in the Netherlands about the nature-based solutions for hydrological engineering questions. And what I'd like to do is to just lead you through some elements of the book and maybe come with some conclusions about this work. The reason that we are very excited about understanding nature-based solution is that we are, as a firm, the designers of most of the coastal protection projects in Manhattan. And we just learn how hard climate adaptation is, how costly it is, how difficult it is to get these smart green and gray infrastructure combinations in place. And we realized that nature-based solutions need to be a much stronger part of our tool set. And so we teamed up in the process with a lot of the knowledge institutes, dredging companies, not-for-profits, and government organizations in the Netherlands that have formed this consortium, EcoShape, to explore these topics a bit further and to not only draw lessons learned from earlier EcoShape projects, but also move forward to see how we can use these nature-based solutions, these ecosystem-based approaches that intersect the restorations of landscape, but that also have an infrastructure component that often deals coastal infrastructure, and how we can use those to address societal challenges. On the one hand, human challenges, but also bring biodiversity benefits. And like we're starting to do this, but we are getting good results. This is a project in the Netherlands where we traditionally would have a levee with some groins in front in order to reduce the impacts of the waves, which is in some way building against nature. And in the Netherlands, what we did in this particular project is we sort of started to build with nature, creating a foreshore, a sandy foreshore, restoring the dune system. And as a result, we needed to have less height of the coastal protection system, created these natural systems, and saved a lot of money in the process. And it is not for nothing that this is becoming part and parcel of the international or global policy domain. It is really an important set of tools that we can use to deal with our infrastructure. And the EcoShape Foundation has done a lot of different projects across the globe, many of them in the Netherlands, but I'll bring one from Indonesia. And what I would like to do is to talk about some of the concepts that can be derived from these projects that we bring into the book. And the first one is foreshores. These are some examples on large lakes in the Netherlands, where, of course, also because of the wave action and the hydrology, we need levees. But rather than increasing the height of the levee to deal with the new conditions that come with a more warming climate, we said, let's build foreshores, because if we build these foreshores, we can create additional stability to the levee system, but we can also then use, and sometimes you don't have space to make your levees bigger or wider or higher. And so these foreshores going in water help increase the stability, but also create a lot of opportunities for habitat development. These are some examples that you see. A second concept that is we are very excited about in the Netherlands is the clay ripener. And that is a process in which we look at the beneficial use of dredge material to see how we can make usable clay out of that. And here you see a number of basins that are used to pilot the ripening of clay out of this dredge material. This is a project that takes place in the northeast of the Netherlands, where there are a number of ports that have a lot of dredging going on. That dredge material needs to find its place relatively locally. It's also a low-lying geography, so there needs to be levees and outside of the levees on the water side also elevations. So the question was, how can we in this also very fragile natural systems reuse the dredge material and create a beneficial use out of it. And so what the EcoShape consortium did is they created a number of basins, filled those with dredge material, and then started to treat these basins with plants, and by watering and dewatering and using time as a way to see how this dredge material could form clay that subsequently then can be used to build new levees, increase levee height, and also raise lands. And here again, we've sort of visualized the different steps of this clay ripening project. This has really been an experiment at an incredibly large scale. There are 2 sites for clay ripening that each have about 10 to 15 different basins that are each tested in different ways. And now we are starting to find that with some treatments, we can actually get the right clay that can be used on the dikes. A third project that I would like to show takes place on the northern coast of Java, where you see the coast sinking in addition to the climate impacts. The traditional concrete infrastructure cannot accommodate those changes. And the idea of this project is to do mangrove restoration along the coast. But rather than planting mangroves, we realized that the best way to do that is to make sure that we capture the sediments so that mangrove systems can nest themselves on it. We know that planting often has very adverse effects. And so in order to capture that sediment, we work with the local population, creating these bamboo fences along the coast, where we capture the sediment, and that forms the new ground for the mangroves. And of course, it has a lot of benefits. It captures carbon, it attenuates waves, it becomes a nursery for all kinds of animals, and really helps the also local economic system. So here you see how that works. The bamboo fences are planted. Sediment is there's sediment accretion on one side of them, and that creates the basis for new mangrove, and that has ecosystem benefits. This is an image of the book where we show how those work. There are
7 minutes,
economic benefits. I know, and these are a host of economic benefits, but we also were able to capture those economic benefits by working very much with the local population to not only construct and maintain those systems, but also to take profit of the fact that the yields of the fisheries are increasing and bringing those to market. So part of what we've been doing here is setting up a real system with universities, local populations, international local knowledge institutes, in order to make sure that the benefits are maximized. Well, all this work has reached us to come to the conclusion that there's a number of key enablers that we need to take into account when thinking about building with nature. Of course, we need to understand the technology and the system. We need to work with multiple stakeholders. We really need to think about not only the construction, but also the adaptive management. We need to embed this work in institutions. There are clear business cases to be had, and capacity building for this work is critical. And to summarize that, the institutional embedding is really trying to fit into the local institutional context and figuring out how to work within, but also start shaping the norms and regulations, and through partnerships, advancing those. We have seen that time after time, if you include all the different benefits, clear business cases can be made. We also see how important adaptive management is. Others have talked about it. The stewardship after the operation, the ability to change these projects over time and continue to improve them is really critical. And with that becomes, of course, the importance of monitoring. We cannot do this on our own. We really need to engage all the different stakeholders in the different aspects of the project. We need to understand how these systems work. So we never should look at the project itself, but also really broadening the context and look at the systemic scale. And of course, critical, and I'll conclude there, is capacity building. We have a lot to learn. We're only in this for the last 10 years. And building the capacity across sectors, across stakeholders to do this work is really important. And that's why I'm really happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Matthias, this is really a visionary statement that you have made here. It is really, I think, a game changer for a lot of situations. I think we would like to learn more from your efforts and what you have been enunciating. I will ask the questions at the end, but I want to thank you very much for agreeing to speak with us and giving us these really I'm just really fascinated. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. Thanks again for having me, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Bridges, you are back with us.
Yes, I am. After a nuclear scale computer meltdown, I am back.
Okay, you have returned.
Yeah.
Did you want to start from the beginning, or
no? Wherever okay. I broke off. Let me
okay, here we go.
I don't want to waste more time. So, yeah, what I was just saying here is that we started the initiative in 2010, 12 years ago, a whole range of activities from R&D all the way to field scale implementation. But the whole idea is, how do we leverage natural systems? How do we partner with nature, as Matthias was just talking about, to deliver better infrastructure in the future? That's the point. So the next slide, Todd. So when we think about this and we think about, nature-based solutions, well, what are these things? And Stas, I think you have these slides and you can distribute them out, but there are all sorts of applications where we can leverage nature, whether we're talking about coastal storm risk management or inland flood risk management or surface heat reduction or drought and wildfire resistance, water resilience generally, or climate change mitigation. There are nature-based solutions that fit across that whole spectrum. And there are real live constructed projects in the United States and around the world that illustrate these. So the next slide. And there's a body of evidence and science that supports these projects and the design of these projects. Physical modeling, numerical modeling, the study of natural analogs, scale demonstrations of these projects, and a whole range of experience from traditional ecological knowledge to engineering judgment over decades using these kinds of approaches. Next slide. So when we think about applying that science, what do we need to do to realize a kind of a national strategy, beyond what the White House issued yesterday in its report? Well, I'd say first, we need to focus on improving and modernizing the way we capture comprehensive benefits for infrastructure projects and nature-based solutions. And we're actually hosting a national summit in Washington, D.C. at the National Academies on the 30th of November. You can go to our website and learn more about this. Registration is open right now on the National Academies website, where we're going to be talking about with leaders across the federal government, the private sector, from the nonprofit, and as well as state and local government, what they're doing in this space of comprehensive benefits. And we're going to be sharing some policy research that we've been doing in collaboration with the Water Institute of the Gulf. Next slide. So that's the first thing, very important thing. We also need to figure out how to upscale our partnering, because there's no one agency that can deliver these types of comprehensive solutions. There's no one agency that can deliver them. No one organization that can. So we have to learn how to work across the space and upscale our partnering, like it's what is going on right now in coastal New Jersey, across the public and private spectrum. And I'm sure Colonel Pinchazin talked about what they're doing, and great work that's been going on in Chesapeake Bay and Baltimore District over decades. Next slide, please. So that was 2. Number 3 is we need to share knowledge with each other. We've had a great collaboration internationally, including with the Rijkswaterstaat in the Netherlands, on developing international guidelines on the use of nature-based solutions, what we called here natural nature-based features for flood risk management, and published this 1,000-page technical guidance last September, so a year ago, talking about how to use these kinds of approaches in coastal as well as river settings. And you can go to the website and download the document and please give us your feedback. But a lot of organizations, more than 70 organizations and 170 authors and contributors, shared their knowledge to provide this resource. Next slide. 4th, I'd say, consistent with what I know Matthias just said, we got to design with nature first. In the 20th century, as I said, there was a lot of confidence that we could just impose our will on Mother Nature, put her under our thumb. And that was hubris, actually. And we need to think about and leverage what nature's providing for us first, before we decide what we need to be doing with concrete, rock, and steel. And there are plenty of opportunities to do this. We just need to think outside the box we've constructed for ourselves. Next slide. And this is 5th and my final slide. And this is what you guys are doing with this event today and this session, is to spark conversation and thinking and new ideas. We've got to innovate. We're not going to solve the challenges of the 21st century with respect to climate change by trying to repeat what we've done for the last 100 years. We're going to have to innovate and find new creative solutions. And it's my hope and belief and prayer that we're going to find ways to partner with nature to do that. So thanks for your patience with me and my IT troubles. That concludes my remarks. So.
Todd, this is really great. And I want to ask you a couple of questions after we conclude on this, but let me get to our final speaker, Tim Barrett, Environmental Conservation Manager at the Port of San Diego. His topic is nature-based solutions protecting North and South San Diego Bay. Tim, welcome and thank you very much for participating.
All right. Hey, well, thanks for having me. Thank you for the interest, and I think it was pretty awesome segue from the previous speakers. There's some really interesting overlap. Cool. I'll get right into it then. I am a program manager with the Environmental Conservation Department here at the Port of San Diego, and excited to share, how we've been exploring nature-based solutions in San Diego Bay as a resiliency strategy, and then specifically highlight two projects that begin to show the diversity of possibilities and range within this field. So as with many nature-based solutions, the relative simplicity of design kind of relies on the complexity of nature to perform. So next slide, please. Okay, so a bit of background context. San Diego Bay is a really unique and important water body here in Southern California, both ecologically and as an economic engine for the region. It's the home of a well-established working waterfront, cruise ship and maritime trade operations, significant recreational use, and a strong naval presence, all operating within a water body that supports an abundance of natural resources, including critical salt marsh habitat, eelgrass habitat, et cetera. So in the 1960s, the port was created by the state legislature as a self-supporting public benefit agency with the intent to operate as a steward of San Diego Bay. And the port's mission statement is really to ensure economic vitality and community benefit through a balanced approach to the maritime industry, tourism, recreation, environmental stewardship, and public safety. So it's therefore in our best interest to pursue solutions that support, enhance, and protect the health of the bay, and will increase resilience and reduce exposure to coastal storms and flooding into the future. On this slide, it's an interesting juxtaposition. So due to the unique aspects of San Diego Bay and the uses of the bay, our shorelines vary drastically from hardened engineering to natural salt marsh habitat or salt marsh habitat. Approximately 75% of the existing shoreline is armored by some kind of hard engineering in some capacity, so rock revetment, or similar structure, while the remaining edges are soft natural marsh, mudflats, and beaches. And this development over the past century has decreased intertidal and wetland habitat, reduced natural storm surge and flood protection measures, decreased opportunities for carbon sequestration, and ultimately threatened the resiliency of the bay. So as a protective measure, our task as natural resource managers is really to emphasize and incorporate sustainable solutions into the varying shoreline contexts that do exist. So to do so in a water body that has this broad spectrum of existing conditions, we need to get creative. Like Todd was just discussing, creativity and innovation is kind of key here, and looking at what we're defining nature as. So we need a toolbox of innovative ideas that we can pull from to reimagine what a hardened shoreline can look like and how it can perform, as well as to support and protect the existing natural systems that we have in place. So over the past few years, we've been on a mission to implement nature-based solutions throughout the bay to boost resiliency in the face of climate change. I'll highlight two projects here that we've completed recently, one within an existing hardened shoreline and one along a soft shoreline. Okay, next slide, please. So the first project is our San Diego Bay native oyster living shoreline. It's an example of a nature-based solution appropriate for a soft shoreline. So in this case, directly adjacent to a healthy salt marsh habitat. This is located in the mudflats off of Chula Vista Wildlife Reserve in South San Diego Bay. And the goal of this project was really twofold. It was one, to create a biologically rich native oyster reef that will enhance ecologic processes while also protecting and adding resiliency to San Diego Bay shorelines. Next slide, please. We'll kind of zoom in on the project here, or a snapshot of the project. So the project really the design really relies on specifically oriented arrays of reef balls that act as the bones of what will become a native oyster reef over time. The native oyster naturally attach and cover these to form a living shoreline. So we're studying the ability of these reef types to recruit and establish native oysters, and as well their effectiveness of the reefs to reduce rates of erosion along the adjacent shorelines and or increase rates of deposition short of the reefs, kind of like a double dipping in a way for resiliency. So in December of last year, 360 of these reef walls were fabricated using crushed oyster shell and deployed in the intertidal zone prior to the spring oyster recruitment season. The image on the left here is just kind of a snapshot of the overall project. It shows the typical orientation and layout of reef walls at a lower tide. The wave energy kind of breaks down as it passes over the arrays, dissipating and as it ultimately gets to the shoreline and providing an opportunity for sediment to build up on the landward side of the reef. And once the natural system takes over, this becomes a living shoreline that protects the adjacent land from erosion while also providing all these additional ecosystem services that, oysters as an ecosystem engineer provide. Thinking about potential sea level rise scenarios and modeling also, oyster reefs are, it's a biogenic process, right? Oyster reefs grow on top of themselves, so they have the capacity to grow and expand horizontally as well as vertically. So there's ability there to potentially keep up with the possible sea level rise scenarios. Next slide, please. I think this is just a quick one, but it's just showing more for context. This is one array of many. This is immediately after construction. Some of the reference poles are still in place and everything, but just gives a little bit of a context at a lower tide. These are roughly 4 feet in diameter. Okay, so next slide, please. Now I'll jump into the hardened shorelines. This project is it's our e-concrete coastal lock tide pool units, and this is in the North San Diego Bay portion along the urban edge of Harbor Island. This is an example of incorporating a nature-based application into a hardened shoreline to boost habitat value and resiliency while maintaining the structural requirements. And this is actually the first of its kind in the world, the first design and the first application of this in the world. So historically, the traditional engineered approach to shoreline protection has prioritized structural integrity alone with little or no consideration of the value of the natural system. So while we have to acknowledge that many hardened shorelines cannot be softened for several reasons now in San Diego Bay, we can creatively approach them as an opportunity rather than a constraint. So, as natural resource managers, we would obviously prefer to recreate a salt marsh habitat or something like that. But the reality is, for several reasons, we can't do that in certain applications. So we wanted to redefine what an urban shoreline could look like and how it functions from an ecological standpoint. So in 2019, the port teamed up with E-Concrete, which is an ecological engineering company that utilizes bioenhancing concrete and macro design details to develop an alternative to the typical slope and materials we find here in San Diego Bay. And typical slope is 1-to-1, and mainly we're addressing ripraps or rock revetment in this area. And E-Concrete, for reference, is actually part of the winning team for the Rebuild by Design project off of New York in response to Hurricane Sandy. They're doing living breakwaters, another really interesting project that just kicked off recently that if you're interested, you can track. Okay, next slide, please. Kind of zoomed in on this. So in a nutshell, the project is existing rock revetment is removed from the shoreline and replaced with these interlocking units. And this is actually one shape, so one mold that can be replicated over and over and over again. It's stacked onto itself. It can be oriented in different at different angles to provide different habitat. So pooling, caves, nooks and crannies, etc. And then the interlocking component that actually provides that structural integrity from day one. And what in working with E-Concrete, what our studies have shown and what the baseline studies that inform this project show that water retention, even up to 1/2 inch, has, and this is from tidal swings, has the capacity to mimic natural tide pools and increase local biodiversity and biological productivity. So that biological growth, so algae and shellfish right off the bat, over time starts to act as an armor, like an exoskeleton that actually protects these units as well.
7 minutes.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Got you. The tide pools are made with environmentally sensitive, low carbon mixture and with E-Concrete's bioadditive mix blended in the material's chemical composition, along with the complex textures and features in the design, provide for a favorable environment to recruit a diversity of marine species. And we are prioritizing the native species here in the Bay. Okay, next slide, please. So these are just some, we've done several post-construction monitoring efforts, including dive surveys to evaluate the biological and structural performance of this project. And, you know, we've seen success above and beyond what we had anticipated. So the project works within this urban setting, right? Like it's the idea is to promote growth of marine organisms that enhance durability, restore local ecosystems, boost habitat value, and perform as an active carbon sink in a situation that is relatively sterile in the existing context. So this project was completed in March 21, and the post-construction surveys and monitoring efforts have indicated they're outperforming our expectations. Each unit is really functioning as like a hyper-focused tide pool with diverse species recruiting using them, from algae and shellfish all the way up to great blue heron foraging on the lower units. Some of the units are just absolutely packed with oysters and mussels, which are, you know, critical species within our bay. Next slide, please. This is just another little bit of some monitoring shots, but observing healthy local species like California sea hare on the left and then Navanax on the right demonstrate how these are they're performing and functioning like a true tide pool would. As kind of this X factor component of the project, it's really interesting to see that there's a true tide pooling experience possible within an urban context. So beyond all the ecological value and resiliency, there's this X factor of, you know, engaging with San Diego Bay beyond just a visual context. You know, really quickly, structurally, we've also determined that these units are significantly stronger than they need to be in San Diego Bay because the typical wave energy we see. So we obviously went on the conservative side, as this is the first iteration, but they're holding up really well. And the exact same mold that was used for this project is now, you know, traveling the world to implement projects in Scotland, New Zealand, where larger raw ocean energy is exerted on them, and they're holding up really well. Next project, please. Or sorry, next slide, please. Okay, so both these projects, and I know I've kind of blasted through it, but both the projects really have gained quite a bit of media and attention over the past year and have catalyzed similar efforts around the bay. And it's obvious now more so than ever that nature-based solutions are and will continue to be a critical tool in the conversation to ensure overall health of the bay, resiliency and value of San Diego Bay well into the future. There's a level of simplicity, as I talked about in these projects. There's an incredible, you know, planning and design that goes into it. But at the end of the day, it's really just kind of setting back and letting nature take hold and really provide the functions and the criteria that lead to successful projects here. So with that, you know, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it. These efforts are super exciting for us. We have a lot of really good momentum moving forward. And I'm looking forward to, you know, connecting with anyone interested in these initiatives and happy to talk more. Thanks.
Tim, thank you very much for that. And very interesting to see how the concrete is working as a nature-based solution. We are now opened up for questions on this panel. Matthias and Todd, nature-based solutions. This is obviously something that has really taken off. In terms of what we are challenged with, you've shown us a number of scenarios from the Netherlands. Are we getting acceptance from this on the leadership level? Are people beginning to see that this is going to be part of the wave of the future?
Todd, do you want to start first or shall I start?
Well, I can go. That's fine. I would say the report issued by the White House just yesterday, you know, I think is an evidence point here that there is a currency to this topic right now that's been building for some time. you know, in the Netherlands, the United States for over a decade. And there are examples of practice both in the United States and in the Netherlands that go back many decades. So it's not like it just appeared on the landscape, so to speak, you know, in the last week or two. And I do see, you know, a considerable growth and interest in this space. That's not to say there are not challenges to overcome. And, you know, when you think about the arrival of modern day reinforced concrete, which is about 120 years old or something like that, and civil engineering, you know, has made considerable use of those kinds of approaches, you know, there's going to be a time of transition where we try to seek out ways to blend or to integrate what we might think of as conventional engineering with what we're talking now about in nature-based solutions. But I think the opportunities are quite exciting, I think, for the 21st century, and are needed from my point of view. So yes, I would say that momentum is growing in acceptance and persuasion, and I'm so impressed with it. I'm thankful for the leadership of Lieutenant General Spellman, who has given, you know, strong endorsement and said that the Corps of Engineers most definitely wants to do engineering with nature everywhere it can. And leadership, including Colonel Arnett in San Francisco District, there are so many bright spots of leadership and innovation in this space. So that's what I would say.
Matthias?
I think it's a testament to the work of Todd and his team that it's indeed the Army Corps is really becoming quickly a key driver in using these nature-based solutions for hydrological engineering questions. And I really find that fantastic. I think one of the things that we still need to make a shift from doing sort of engineering with nature projects within broader projects to as a sort of supplement or as a mitigation, and we might want to learn how to use it more systemically, but the way it is embedded in federal policy and practices across this country is fantastic. And in the Netherlands, we are seeing something similar, right? We see also let's say the executive agencies of the federal government, in the Dutch context, Rijkswaterstaat, really being very open to this. Not only seeing that it is a good instrument for water management, but also increasingly seeing that there's a number of other societal challenges, biodiversity and ecology. How do we create a circular economy and start to reuse our materials, etc., that can also be addressed by these type of solutions. So I think of what has been achieved in the last 10, 15 years through Building with Nature program by EcoShapes, through the Engineering with Nature program in the various ports in the world is really laudable, but I think we're not nearly there. And in that, I also agree with Todd. This world is changing fast. We have understood how many things we haven't done all that well, maybe because of the hubris that Todd describes of the generations before us. And so continuing to push this is critical, but I feel that the environment in which we are doing this work is increasingly favorable.
Thank you. Thank you. Todd, can you look at the questions, please?
Yeah, there are a couple of questions for Tim, Port of San Diego. Are the E-concrete blocks unreinforced concrete, so there is no long-term concern for rebar corrosion? And then another one, how deep are these articulated blocks in middle hollow spaces?
Sure, I'll provide quick comments, and then anybody who wants to follow up with me offline about any kind of more technical comments, feel free to. Long story short is there's no rebar in them. They're poured into a mold, and the specifications are strong enough to be equivalent to or greater than the strength required for wave energy in the bay right off the bat. And then as they get growth on them, that exoskeleton provides even more structural integrity. So it forms a kind of like a suit of armor around each of these units over time. So they actually benefit from that growth over them. The hollow spaces. So the units are roughly 5 foot by 5 foot. The depth of the tidal pool goes maybe 18 inches. But there are pockets within that as well for that create more kind of like nooks and crannies for lobster and species like that, but also for the actual deployment of these. So it was kind of a combined conversation about how these can get deployed. So the actual construction methods and use of cranes and that, but also providing deeper opportunity for more diverse habitats.
Okay, thank you. Colonel Pinchason, are you seeing, obviously the Corps is starting to adapt this nature-based solution strategy, as we've heard. In terms of the cost-benefit analysis regime that you are under, do we need to see some changes there to make these nature-based and beneficial use projects more economically viable? I don't see her. I guess we lost her. Okay, Todd, would you mind answering that one?
No, I'm happy to. Of course, I have opinions about this, but I'll point to some facts. Our Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works has committed the agency to implementing the principles, requirements, and guidelines. And in fact, his office is proposing or is taking steps to do so through rulemaking. And those who are familiar with the PRNG will recognize that it is a much broader and wider framework than the principles and guidelines of 1983, which quite clearly focuses the Corps on national economic development. The broader aperture, if you will, of the PRNG provides more than sufficient space to consider not only the economics that are so important to infrastructure investment, but also equivalently the environmental and the social benefits, including equity, that must become a part of decision making, in my personal opinion, for decision making to wear the badge of this is the 21st century, not the 19th century. And so I think that's the direction, and there's going to be a lot more coming forward, I think, that you'll see from the Secretary's office as that proposed rule is published and comments and the process that comes from that. So this is definitely an exciting time from that standpoint as well.
Todd, just real quickly, your November 30th meeting, can you just put that on the chat so anybody who wants to attend can see that?
Sure, I will do that. And like I said, I'll just put our webpage where we highlight it, and it'll direct you to where links can be made to register for either in person at the National Academy or to participate virtually. It's a completely open public event at no cost. So okay. I'll do that right now. Yeah.
And if you've got the link to the White House report that you referred to that came out yesterday.
Yeah, it's all on one page. We've consolidated it all in one place. So I'll do that right now.
Thank you very much. Matthias, any concluding remarks?
I have none. It's been fantastic to be part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. This concludes our nature-based panel. Thank you, panelists, very much. We are now going on to the flood and storm surge and sea level defense responses. And we have speakers from Louisiana and Texas. And we were going to have Mark Wingate from the U.S. Army Corps in New Orleans, but I see Danny Maher, his capable right hand, is with us. And he is joined by Kelly Burks-Copes, PhD, Chief Program Support Branch Manager, Mega Project Division, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Galveston, who is going to be discussing challenges facing the Texas coastal spine. Oh, and I missed Rudy Semino. Rudy Semino is the engineering chief at Louisiana Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority, CPRA master plan to address flooding and land loss coastwide. Danny is going to be speaking about a systems approach to storm damage risk in South Louisiana. So Danny, thank you for subbing for Mark, and welcome again. And we're also going to talk a little bit about the your salination problem on the Mississippi. So welcome, Danny.
Thank you. Just a sound check. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. At the top, we call up the slides. I'll get started. My name is Danny Mayer. I work with Mark Wingate. Mark is the essentially the senior civilian at the Corps in the New Orleans district. So I'm the B team, to say the least. So I work with Mark in the New Orleans district's program and project management division. And you know, on behalf of Mark, he extends his regrets and looks forward to addressing the conference in the future. And you know, start off by thanking Stas for the invite to come and to speak this afternoon. Now on the cover slide, before we get started, you see the graphic off to the right. Just give a little background. That is the Mississippi Valley Division of the Army Corps of Engineers. That encompasses 6 districts. And at the bottom you see in red, that's the New Orleans district. Now, although our footprint, our physical footprint is fairly small, our programmatic footprint is very large. We're at the intersection of the first and third busiest waterways in the nation, the Mississippi River and the GIWW. We front the Gulf of Mexico, and we are at ground zero for relative sea level rise. And because of that, I'll say we have a very large program. It's a $5 billion program, of which we execute about $1 billion a year. And one of the reasons for such a large program is today's topic, our storm surge risk reduction system. Next slide, please. Okay, here's a map of our district, and it shows what we call a line of defense, our system of systems. All those dots and lines and shaded areas are various projects that are either constructed, being designed, or being planned to provide storm risk surge reduction to the entire coast of South Louisiana. Now, as we proceed to the next several slides, actually the slides are the same. This slide just with different areas emphasized. But you know, as I talk about our system of systems, what we've done is I'm also going to talk about how we've designed each segment or each portion of this system, taking into account the demographics, the stakeholder interests, the population density, the topography, and the assets at risk. And of course, none of this would be able to be done without CPRA, our Coastal Protection Restoration Authority of Louisiana. And I believe Rudy's up next. And they're our local sponsor for all these projects and our cost share partner. So, you know, none of this can be done without our local sponsors. Next slide, please. Okay, here we highlight the Southwest Coastal Louisiana project. Now, in Southwest Louisiana is less densely populated than, say, Southeast Louisiana. And because of that, in addition, a lot of the structures on the immediate vicinity of the coastline have already been elevated. They're on piers. So when we looked at this situation, it's like, what type of alternatives can we provide to this area? We came up with a non-structural alternative, which would result in elevating or floodproofing 4,000 structures within the 25-year floodplain. And you see all those green dots, those are structures that we would propose would be elevated out of the floodplain. And that represents a $1.3 billion project, which is the largest non-structural project within the Corps today. Now, I say to date, because as we go along, you see we've got even larger projects in the planning phase. Now this year and for 2022, under the Disaster Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, or we call DRSA, we received $296 million to begin construction of this project. So hopefully sometime next year, we'll start seeing individual structures being elevated within this study area. Next slide, please. Now here we move to the South Central Coast study. Now this is very similar to the Southwest Coastal. Now under the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018, what we call BB18, we were allocated $3 million to look for storm surge risk reduction alternatives for this area. And it's very similar to the Southwest Coastal area. And we came up with a very similar plan. It's a $1.3 billion non-structural plan where we're going to elevate or flood-proof over 2,200 structures. And you see that line of red dots, similar to the line of green dots. That's our line of defense. Those are the structures that will elevate and remove them out of the floodplain. And this structure, we haven't received any funding for this to move forward yet, so we're waiting funding to advance to either design or construction. Next slide, please. Now, as we move further east, we get into more densely populated areas where the development originated along waterways in the area, and the area is heavily dependent on serving our offshore industries, namely oil and gas exploration, seafood harvesting, and ship and oil platform construction. And you can see the green line. That's the Morganza to Gulf project. That's a 98-mile levee and flood wall system that is designed to give a 100-year level of risk reduction to the 200,000 residents within that area. Now that's initial construction cost, you're looking at like $6.5 billion. Now this is interesting because the state and local governments have gone ahead and started constructing this project on their own. They've invested close to $1 billion in this, on the alignment as it exists today. And as I say, up to date, we haven't had any federal funds allocated. Well, we've had $12 million last year, but to get started. But this year we were allocated $378 million under the supplemental funding to design and construct 2 floodgates on the GIWW and 4 levee reaches. So we'll be moving forward on constructing that project with the state. If you move to the next slide, we go a little further to the northeast. We have the Upper Barataria Basin study. Now, under the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018, or BB18, this was one of 6 studies that were funded to look at alternatives to storm risk reduction for the area. Now, this resulted in a $1.9 billion project, which consists of 30 miles of levee and flood walls to provide a 100-year level of risk reduction to portions of 7 different parishes. Now, in Louisiana, we go by parishes. Everybody else says counties, but so it's equivalent to a county. So it's 7 different counties that are being benefited. Now, in earlier this year, under supplemental funding, we received $8 million to begin to initiate design, and we've got the necessary agreements in place to move forward with this. So we'll see some movement on this early next year. So if you go to the next slide, this is probably the most well-known project in Louisiana when it comes to flood risk reduction. And this is the Greater New Orleans Hurricane and Storm Damage Risk Reduction System. It's a $14.6 billion project that was fully funded and constructed after Hurricane Katrina, and it provides a 100-year level of risk reduction to over 1 million people. Now, right now I'm concentrating on Upper Oval, where you see LPV and WBV. That's LPV is the Lake Pontchartrain and Vicinity Project. WBV is the West Bank and Vicinity Project. And that's just one's on the left on the East Bank, one's on the left West Bank of the Mississippi River. But they both comprise the the Hurricane Storm Damage Risk Reduction System, or what we call HSRS. Now, of interest is that before Hurricane Katrina, this system had a perimeter that was 200 miles long. After we built the project, we were able to reduce that to 130 miles. And you know, the system's value was illustrated this past year during Hurricane Ida. As storm surge inundated certain areas in South Louisiana that weren't protected, the New Orleans area was left dry from, I mean, we had rain, but no storm surge. And this project is complete. Excuse me?
Just 7 minutes, Danny. Another minute to go.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, this project is complete and it was turned over to the state in 2022. Now, the bottom oval, that shows what's called the New Orleans to Venice project, which is a complement to the HSRS project, and it provides 25-year level risk reduction to the area. Now, we've received, this past year, we've received $783 million in supplemental funds to elevate those levees to a 50-year level of risk reduction. If you go to the next slide, we move up to southwest to the West Shore Lake Pontchartrain study project. That's under construction because we received $763 million under BB-18 to construct an 18-mile levee in the open swamp. And that's currently under construction, but we also received supplemental funds this year to evaluate resiliency features that, if proven justifiable, we have another $450 million in supplemental funds fenced off. So we could be looking at a $1.2 billion project right there. And if you look at the last slide, or next slide is shows 3 studies that are ongoing. I'm gonna highlight just the blue slide, the blue area of St. Tammany Parish, because that's the furthest along. And there we've come up with a tentatively selected plan of a $4 billion plan that includes a 16-mile levee and elevating 8,500 structures. So if this is approved, like I say, it would eclipse the Southwest Coastal Study. So that's kind of our system of systems approach, to where we use either structural, non-structural, or combination to provide some type of storm risk reduction to the entire coast. And it's either constructed, under constructed, in planning phases, or in design. So that's kind of our presentation, which in addition, you're looking about, if built, if constructed and approved, you're looking at over $30 billion in improvements here. Now, Stas asked me to briefly discuss the impacts of current low water conditions. Well, the main impact in the New Orleans district has been the saltwater wedge that's been moving up the river because of low flow, which impacts municipal water intakes. You can see the intakes in the blue boxes. Due to that, we've constructed a underwater sill at that lower orange yellow box at River Mile 64 to an elevation of -55 feet. So that's going to stop the saltwater sill from moving further up and hitting the belt chase water intakes. Now, since it was constructed -55 feet, we didn't really impact navigation. Only during construction we were limited to one-way navigation in the vicinity of the construction site, but the recommended draft remained at 50 feet, which is what it was before the construction. It appears like the sill has adequately mitigated the saltwater incursion, and it doesn't look like we're going to have to do any more construction or any more impacts, and resulting no additional impacts to navigation. And interesting, right now the river's flowing at like 153,000 CFS. When it gets up to 200,000 CFS, it'll actually stop the flow of the flow of the saltwater wedge. And then as it reaches 400,000 CFS, it will actually start to erode that sill to where eventually that sill will be completely eroded. Now, other than that, we haven't really had any traffic navigation restrictions in the New Orleans district, at least not in the federal channel, in the Mississippi River federal channel. Now, we have had some reports of shoaling in some of the ports, but that's outside the federal channel. So that's the local ports usually take care of that. So that's that wraps it up. I'm trying to keep it under my time limit there.
Danny, thank you very much. Just real quickly, 153 CFS does what? It doesn't stop it, right?
No, 153,000 CFS does not stop it. That's why we built the sill. We start monitoring when the flow drops down to 300,000 CFS. That's when we start monitoring the saltwater movement.
Thank you.
And then at one time, the flow had reduced to like 132,000 CFS. I think that was the lowest. Okay. And we built the sill back in October, around October 11th through the 22nd is when we started constructing or finished constructing the sill. So right now the sill is preventing the salt water from coming up any further.
And at 400,000, the sill will dissipate and you'll get back to normal conditions.
Yeah, it starts to erode at 400,000. At that time, it's no longer needed because, as I said, 200,000 will prevent the saltwater wedge from moving further up the river. So 400, it starts eroding. By the next, we have to do this every 10 to 12 years, build this sill. So next time we had to build it, there'll be nothing there. There's nothing to build upon.
Very good.
Because it will all erode away.
Danny, thank you very much.
Sure thing. Thank you.
We hold because we may have questions at the end of the panel. But thank you very much for that. Rudy Simino, welcome back. Thank you for coming back and visiting with us. Rudy is the engineering chief at Louisiana Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority, and he's going to be talking about the master plan to address flooding and land loss coastwide. Rudy, welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here. Thanks for having me again. Always excited to present to a different audience in a different part of the country, and hopefully we get some good information out to you folks. So I'm ready to go whenever y'all are. Excellent. Does everybody hear me fine? Stas, everybody?
Yeah.
Very good. Excellent. So as said, my name is Rudy Simino. I'm the chief engineer at CPRA. We can go to the next slide. This is just an opening here. Excellent. So for those who aren't familiar with Louisiana, after the 2005 hurricane season, we did consolidate all things coastal into a single authority. So any coastal flood protection or restoration project that takes place in Louisiana does come within our master plan, and the delivery of those projects are led by CPRA. Continue. Just our setup, we do have an implementation arm and a policy arm. The policy arm is answering to the governor of Louisiana under the state capitol. The implementation arm, which is the department that I work for, handles the science, the engineering, and the planning and the project delivery. Both answer to a board, which is really nothing more to it than that. So continue to the next slide. Our master plan, which is a $50 billion 50-year plan that we update every 6 years, with the next version being released in 2023. This basically covers all the projects that we think we need to design and construct in order for our coast to be as sustainable as possible. Our master plan does not say that our coast can ever look like it looked 80 years ago. However, it does identify projects that give us the best chance to build the most sustainable coast in terms of flood protection, in terms of habitat creation, and in terms of maintaining a working coast and culture that we have here in Louisiana. Next slide. Just a quick overview. It's an equal split between restoration and what we consider risk reduction. Restoration involving creating land with dredged material, diverting sediment and water, creating bare islands, putting rock on shoreline, etc. Risk reduction being structural protection, levees, pumps, some of the things that Danny may have mentioned, as well as non-structural, which is modifying structures or homes to be elevated, or in some cases, moving residents from areas that aren't necessarily sustainable or put them in a high-risk situation. Continue. One more down. This will kind of The next couple of slides, and I'll just ask you to kind of roll through them there. 2,000 square miles of land lost since 1932. One more. If we don't build any projects, we feel we could lose double that the next 50 years, mainly because of sea level rise and subsidence. Not only is the sea level rise a very real thing in coastal Louisiana, but it's also some of the newest land in the country built by the Mississippi River only 7,000 or 8,000 years ago. So it is subsiding pretty quickly. It is consolidated quickly. Our land is sinking, the water's rising. That equates to a rapid land loss situation here in coastal Louisiana. That's not going to go away anytime soon. Next slide. You see that first bullet: sea level rise, subsidence, climate change. We're not going to get into the politics of any of that stuff, but we all believe it's real, and nobody's going to deny that our coast is disappearing because water's getting higher. Of course, we had an oil spill a couple years ago. Our coast is full of man-made canals, whether it be for navigation or oil and gas exploration. And the last one, which is kind of circled or squared up there, is the Mississippi River used to sustain our coast. It used to be free of its banks. It used to divert water and sediment. We no longer have any new sediment coming to our coast. Therefore, we can't keep up with that first bullet, the sea level rise and the subsidence. And we'll visit that as we get into some of the solutions that we're delivering. Next slide. Hurricanes, the next couple, just look at them and cringe if you want to. We've been whacked by hurricanes. The next one's actually even more alarming. Just in this most recent period. Go ahead on to the next one there. That 91 to 2000, we've seen 15 hurricanes here in Louisiana, 7 of which are major. I think the previous slide covered it, but the two of the strongest hurricanes in our history happened in the past 2 years with Hurricane Laura in 2020, Hurricane Ida in 2021. We can't do anything about that. We hope that this year, so far, of course, we still have 20 days of hurricane season or so left. We hope that we've survived another devastating hurricane season that we've seen over the past couple of years. Continue on to the next slide. We'll kind of roll through these pretty quickly here. There's our master plan. You can kind of see the suite of projects there that we are allowed to work on in the next 50 years. Green polygons mean building land with dredge material, which is the most predominant feature. And you see the barrier islands, you see all the other flood protection systems, et cetera. Next slide, please. So we talked about lack of new sediment. What are we doing about that? Well, we're putting more sediment on our coast by mechanical means, dredging, building levees, building barrier islands, building marsh using dredge sediment. And we've been pretty successful about this. See 60 miles of barrier islands, over 50,000 acres built using dredge sediment, over 400 miles of improved levees working with the Corps of Engineers as well as other local levee districts. So we have been successful of mechanically placing sediment on our coast to either protect or to sustain or build wetlands. Move on. I think this kind of gives you an overview of where we're at in terms of our projects. You see, we've got 36 projects in construction as we speak. Most of those are working in partnership with others for hurricane protection or letting some of the marsh creation and barrier island projects ourselves. But you can kind of see there where we're at in terms of construction and E&D, where most of our money is being spent. Continue. And you can kind of hit it one more time, maybe two. Just kind of explains we use the term marsh creation, one more, marsh creation, and then one more. This kind of shows you the nuts and bolts of it if you're not familiar. It's just a hydraulic dredge project. In this situation, it's sandium material, so you see the earth movement equipment distributing that. This is the Spanish Pass project, which is down in the Mississippi River Delta. One more slide will show you kind of what that project looks like. Actually, one more. There's the location way down in the Delta. There's that 7-mile earthen ridge and marsh platform that we're building to restore historic marsh. This is actually adding on to a project the Corps had constructed a couple of years ago. And the next slide will give you a great drone shot of what that new land looks like after it's built. You can see that was all open water. We're looking at about 1,600 acres total when it's complete. It's low-lying land that will vegetate very quickly because of the nutrients in the Mississippi River sediment. There is a dredge in the river. The Mississippi River is down in the background, and he's pumping this. I think a total of about 8 miles across this marsh. This is the beginning part of the project. Project's actually about 50% complete as we speak. We have several of these projects under construction. I'll talk a little bit more about challenges and opportunities towards the end. The next feature, Bear Islands, you can see there, that's all the work that's been done since about 2007 timeframe. So we've really rebuilt our first line of defense in Louisiana. Those red Bear Islands that you see, red is good in this picture, by the way. Those are newly restored Bear Islands that we've worked on over the past decade or so to restore that first line of defense. Next slide. You can see here.
7 minutes, ready.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Moving on, the next one's just kind of a picture of one of our most recently restored Bear Islands. You can see very high dune, very wide beach platform. You can actually see tracks of critters that have been tracked along there. So in addition to being a first line of defense, this is great habitat. You can see that sand fence working really well on this, the Trinity Island East, which is below Terrebonne Parish. Next slide. You can see this is, I want to stop here and talk on this a little bit. Challenges and opportunities. You see a blue line across the middle of the screen. Above that line would be our challenges. I think everybody on here who's working on project delivery is probably thinking about the first one, cost escalation. Here in Louisiana, we're seeing about 20 or 25%. Bids are coming in about 20 to 25% higher than our estimates, our final estimates and our budgets. Depending on the project, you know, on a $150 million, $200 million Bear Island project, that is a big impact to us. So we're trying to figure out ways to mitigate that. Dredge availability, the market for larger dredges, we don't have as much competition. So we are seeing less competitors in that. And then existing infrastructure. A lot of our projects now are facing the challenges of existing pipelines and oil and gas infrastructure, which has added cost to our projects. On the opportunity side, which would be below the blue line, we are doing more industry outreach to see if there are ways that we can kind of put together a bid package to provide reduce risk on contracts to lower price. Some of our projects are in more protected waters, and we are seeing very competitive small dredge and medium dredge projects. So we are seeing good prices from some of the smaller entities in more protected waters or shallow waters. And then the last bullet, I think I have a slide on it, is working with navigation dredging projects here in Louisiana. These ports need to be dredged. We have areas near the ports that we need to build wetlands. Why can't we work together? The next slide kind of gives you an example, I think, of Port Fourchon. This is a port that recently got permission to deepen their main channel. So they have some funds to do that work. We have some areas or projects in this area that we have partial funding to do marsh creation. So we've collaborated with them to share some of that cost. So this is a great opportunity of working with Port Fourchon here in Louisiana, so they can get their channel deepened and maintained. We can get our marsh built and we can share some of that cost. That's worked really well in this particular case. We have a few more ideas on how this might work, even working with the Corps over in Calcasieu Parish to do some maintenance dredging in the ship channel and building marsh with it has worked really well. Next slide. So next thing we'll talk about, I think I left you guys with some slides on this last year, sediment diversion. I'll give you a quick update. This is our opportunity to open back up the Mississippi River strategically. Next slide. In 2 locations, divert that water and sediment out from the river. This is nature's way of depositing new sediment. I've told you our way of doing it traditionally. We're going to embark on these ambitious projects. The Mid-Barataria project is first. It's actually received its final EIS. Next slide. Recently, we want to connect the basins to the river. We have an example of this on the middle of our state, the Atchafalaya, which is not levied. You see on the blue arch there what that system looks like when it is connected to the wetlands. The Barataria system, which is unconnected to the Mississippi, you see what that marsh looks like over there. Next slide shows you the location of the Mid-Barataria project. The next slide will show you a quick overview of why it costs upwards of $1.5 billion. It is major civil works, relocation of a 4-lane highway, excavation of a 2.5-mile channel, relocation of a railroad, as well as a massive concrete structure at the levee. The next one should show the schedule, which shows us that we're hoping to negotiate a guaranteed maximum price with our contractor, which we're doing right now. And in January or February of next year, possibly be under construction. We're actually looking to get the record of decision pretty soon and move into construction in early 2023. I think that's my last slide. Hopefully I didn't go over my limit, but I did have a lot of information there, and I definitely appreciate the opportunity.
Rudy, as always, you cover a lot of ground. And I have a question, but I'm going to hold that until our last speaker. Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Kelly Burks-Copes, PhD, Chief Program Support Branch, Mega Project Division, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Galveston Division. She's going to talk about challenges facing the Texas coastal spine. This is a major project to protect the Texas coast. All those of us on this call are, I think, all familiar with it. It has been taking some time to get moving. Kelly, thank you very much for being with us. And tell us where this project stands.
Okay, very cool. Just let me do a really quick sound check, and can you see the screen share?
Todd?
Not sure if I'm seeing a screen share.
It should say like Galveston District with the swg.usace.army.mil.
Yes,
it does say that. Hot
Very
topics.
Cool. That's where I want to start. Okay, so thank you for inviting me. I'm very glad to be here. I just came in the door from a trip over to the Mississippi ERDIC labs to talk about this project. Coastal Texas was a 6-year, $20 million feasibility study that just got signed in 2021 by General Spellman, and we are on our way to getting authorized in WRDA 2022, which should happen sometime in the next couple of months. We're hoping for a big Christmas present for this one. To get to what I'm about to show you, I put a link in the chat box to direct you to the story maps, or if you're out there on the web and you want to Google and go to the Galveston USACE District website, down on the right-hand side, there is a Coastal Texas study link, and if you click that, you get to the story map. I'm going to use the story map basically to talk through the project. I'm only going to show a very small portion of it, and I invite you to come back here and take a gander at the study as a whole in your spare time when you have a few moments. Just to get you there, though, the Coastal Texas story map is a kind of a product of COVID. We had a very contentious set of public engagements and in kind of midstream in the study, where we went out and talked to the public face to face and gave them an idea of what we were getting towards a recommended plan of, and they were not happy. There was a lot of consternation about what we were proposing. And so what we did was go back, do some resets, reconfigure some of the solutions, and right when we were ready to release that second draft report, just to be aware, the first draft report received over 30,000 comments to the negative as to the configurations that we were proposing. We were ready to release that second report in 2020 and COVID hit. We couldn't have public meetings. We had up to that point been having mile by mile community engagements where we talked to them about the decision-making paradigms, what we were going to propose as a solution, what the risks were, and we were right there, and then we couldn't talk to them anymore face to face. So what we did is we reset again, we created the story map page, and then we started having virtual meetings. As a result, I think it's a win-win. We put a second report out on the street, had virtual public meetings, received less than 750 substantive comments, which I consider a win. Most of those were comments on what the next steps were going to be. And so we are now in the position of awaiting the WRDA authorization to begin the pre-engineering construction and design. And we are also in the process of aligning sponsors and awaiting appropriations. So let me just go through the plan a bit, and then we can talk about the next steps a little bit more. The story map is designed to be multi-generational. My daughter is a millennial. She goes in, she clicks, she's not afraid of clicking. She dives into the maps and has no problem. My mom, on the other hand, by the way, my daughter's not paid taxes yet. My mom does, and she is the next generation above me, and she is not trained to be using websites like this. And so we provide videos throughout this system to give folks like herself a little bit of information about what to click and what you can see as you move through this system. We do have on every page a narrative that talks about the plan itself and then graphics. The narrative for the Coastal Texas program is that we are using, just as the LACPR did, a multiple lines of defense strategy. On the front of the Gulf, we are focused on providing a first line of defense that includes both green and gray infrastructure, so nature-based solutions in addition to concrete and steel. We have an inlet that opens to the Gulf. It basically connects Galveston Bay to the Gulf of Mexico, and when storms come our way, about 65% of the damages are incurred by water moving through that inlet, going straight up the Houston Ship Channel and landing smack dab in the middle of Houston proper. And so part of the plan is to create a gated system across that 2-mile inlet to close in advance of the storm and basically block that surge, keep it out in the Gulf. To the left and right-hand sides of those gated structures are the already existing seawall on Galveston, and Bolivar is the peninsula on the right. So we will do improvements to the seawall on Galveston, and then on Bolivar and Galveston all the way out to the next inlets, we will be building beaches and dunes, 43 miles of beaches and dunes on those barrier systems. On the backside, as you well know, hurricanes, this will stop surge, but it will not stop a hurricane. A hurricane will go ahead and move across those barrier islands. It will land in that Galveston Bay and it will push water around. Remaining water then poses a threat. And so the second line of defense on Galveston proper is to have a ring levee system on the back about a 14-foot elevation. And the water that's being pushed up towards the Houston area on the mainland, we are proposing gated structures at Dickinson Bay and Clear Lake with accompanying pumping stations so that when these systems close, we can still draw water off the landscape and put it into the bay. That water's coming from rain. And so we are trying to deal with compound flooding as a result of this. We are also proposing non-structural improvements, that's raisings and floodproofing up on the mainland. And then all the way down the coast, we are proposing nature-based solutions in particularly vulnerable areas that are subject to erosion, sea level rise and surge. And we are proposing in the recommended plan, there is a 6,600 acre ecosystem restoration solution to address that kind of fourth line of defense. Throughout the story map, we color code all of these features. There's actually 22 separate features in the plan to the tune of first cost in 2021 of almost $30 billion. Once you escalate with price leveling and inflation, we are at $34 billion first cost for this plan. That is the largest ever undertaking by the Corps of Engineers in its entire 240-year history. So it is equivalent to what the Corps has spent in construction for the last 20 years. It is going to be a multi-generational undertaking that will provide a 2-to-1 benefit. For every dollar we spend, we get $2 back. It's about $2.3 billion in annual benefits every single year. Compare it to recovery costs. Hurricane Ike, which happened a few years back, the cost of that was about $39 billion to recover. Recovery for Harvey was $125 billion. We are watching Hurricane Ian's recovery efforts. Those are already being estimated to exceed $200 billion. What that means here is that this plan pays for itself in one hurricane. And we are set to experience a hurricane in the next few years. Our cycle is about one every 7 years, and we have not had one on the Texas coast in quite a while. So we're due. So the faster that we can build this, the better. The story map system, thank you. The story map system is also geared to give you information on a feature by feature basis. We call it a deck of cards. You can click on any of these to get more details about each and every one of those features that I talked about. The way that the story map cards work is that once you click in there, you learn about the threats. The threats include surge, sea level rise, and erosion, and there are interactive maps. If, for an example, if you pull the bar to the left on this threat map, you will see what the no action plan is, and you can start to see what the risk reduction would be with the plan in place. You can zoom in and zoom out to get a feel for, on the ground, what that's looking like. You also get, as soon as the threat discussion is finished, a three-dimensional model of what's being proposed. This is an interactive model that allows you to zoom in. You can see these features up close. Each and every one of these vertical lift gates is the size of a football field. The artificial islands and the openings for the navigation channels are 650 feet each. These gates are designed to be about 21.5 feet above still water level when they are deployed. They're open the rest of the time, and they are tied to both the barrier island systems with combi walls and with levees. So I've basically talked about just one of the features. This is the $17 billion big prize in the package. It affords 65% of the risk reduction by putting it in place and closing it in advance of the storm, and then opening it back up. We are in a flight pattern now, looking at authorization this year, appropriations as soon as Congress sees fit. We are looking for $100 million the first year to stand up the program, $500 million for the second year to start staffing up, and then we will be placing approximately $2 to $2.5 billion for the next 16 years thereafter. It is going to take 18 years to build the entire system. Some of these features can be pushed to the left if our sponsors wish to do so. We are basically partnering with two groups: the state of Texas, which is the Texas General Land Office, which will be focused on the ecosystem restoration features, and then a brand new flood district that was stood up by the Texas legislature in its last session called the Gulf Coast Protection District, and they would be responsible for all the gray pieces of infrastructure. They are ready. They have money. They're ready to go. We just need to bring home the federal dollars in a 65-35 match to get started, and then we can build out all the way through the next 18 years to get the features in place in anticipation of storms hitting the coast, not an if, but a when. And so with that, I'll stop and go ahead and give the screen back to you, and then we can answer questions in the panel question session.
I'm thunderstruck. There's so many. I'm suffering from image over something. But I agree with one of the panelists. The story map, this process is very interesting and really allows you to go through what is a huge, huge project. And I really need to commend you, Kelly, and your team for having been part of this. This is really a first-class job. Even over the short period of time that you discussed, we can see that there's a lot of bells and whistles. So thank you very much for that. We are opening up this segment now. Kelly was our last speaker, opening this up for questions. While you're thinking about that, if you could just stick it in the chat, we will start sending them out. Kelly, one of the issues that was raised by Rudy is that he's seeing a 20 to 25% increase in building costs, construction costs. Now, originally, if I recall, the gates were costing $12 billion. I see you're now up to 17. I suspect that won't be the end of the escalator ride. Has this project anticipated the likely construction cost increases?
So there is a process for the Corps to handle inflation and escalation. It's called price leveling and inflation. When we submitted the draft report and the chief's report was signed, it was in 2021. And so the initial numbers you're seeing on the story map are based on and premised on those values at that time. Since then, we've had senators ask for updates for the costs for the WRDA bill. And so what we are seeing between 2021, and I'm sorry, somebody's doing some repairs downstairs in my house, 2021 and today is about a $4.4 billion escalation. That includes price leveling and inflation. And so we are seeing that, and we can expect that over time, every year we are not funded, we are not moving forward, it will be $1 billion. It's about $3 million a day.
So the faster it goes, the less expensive it will be.
Well, let's say this, the faster it goes, the faster it's in place in advance of storms, right? So there is this huge risk that we're going to take a hit if we don't get it in place. And the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost and the longer it's going to take.
And would you share with everybody how you managed to turn around those massive protests against the project?
Yes. So one of the things that was particularly contentious was a flood wall system, a gray piece of infrastructure that would go down the center of Galveston and down Galveston Island and down the center of Bolivar Peninsula. And it would cut people off from the water. It would also leave people outside of the defense. And so that was particularly not appropriate. That was something that people were not going to accept. It was just socially unacceptable. And so by changing that to a green infrastructure piece, it's beaches and dunes instead. We do have residual risks with that, right? Because beaches and dunes are not as effective as flow wall systems, but they have trade-offs. They have biological trade-offs. We will have habitat provided that we wouldn't have with a flood wall system. Aesthetically, they are more pleasing. Recreationally, they are more pleasing. They provide risk reduction still, just not to the level of great infrastructure. But that is the single number one topic of those 30,000 comments, was that piece of great infrastructure that was just unacceptable to the public.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Todd, do we have questions?
A couple. Well, I think this is for Rudy, Louisiana, for the sill constructed on the Mississippi River at EL 55. How will it be removed after the river level gets restored? Will the future restored flow erode, remove it?
That's for Danny.
Is that for Danny? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Danny?
Right now the sill is at negative 55 feet, as I said earlier. But when the flow of the river reaches 400,000 CFS, it's going to naturally start eroding that sill to where we will not have to go in and do anything to it. It'll just naturally erode over time.
Okay, Danny, I'm going to ask a follow-up question on this since we're on this one. You talked about the navigation channel, but as you know, Plaquemines Parish reported that they were having contamination problems from salt water seeping into their fresh water tables. Are you addressing this at all, or is anybody addressing this issue at all?
Well, like I say, the saltwater wedge prevents it from the. The saltwater sill prevents the wedge from reaching the Belle Chase intake, which is Belle Chase is a more heavily developed area. Now, the three intakes below that, one has been out of commission since Hurricane Ida. The second, the parish has installed a reverse osmosis system. to provide fresh water to the area. And the third, they're working with the Corps to provide another reverse osmosis system.
Well, that actually is very interesting. We've been trying to get a reverse osmosis system in California, and our most recent one got batted down by the Coastal Commission. So I applaud you for.
These are temporary.
I'm sorry?
These are temporary or portable.
Okay.
Because actually, they were supposed to get in place earlier, but they were sent to Florida because of Hurricane Ian.
Okay.
So the installation was delayed because they had to get additional or a new system brought in from I think from Texas that had to be retrofitted.
And Danny, while I've got you on, one last question. You heard from our Dutch friend this morning that the projections for floods are running at 1 in 1,000 years and 1 in 10,000 years. Do you believe that the system that you described is going to be able to handle a 1 in 1,000 year flood?
Well, most of the systems, if you look at the hurricane and storm risk reduction system for Great New Orleans, that's designed to withstand a 100-year event. But the resiliency features, while the levees may be over top, they will remain in place up to a 500-year flood. Now, I don't know if we've run the numbers on a 1,000-year flood, but we usually design to a 100-year flood because that's dealing with the National Flood Insurance Program standards.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Todd, do we have other questions?
Yeah, this is for Rudy. It says great to see how the CPRA has been established, very clear governance. Has establishing this supported raising capital with stakeholders affected stakeholder legitimacy for delivering these projects?
Yeah, that's a great question. Before CPRA was formed, there was really several state entities who handled different aspects of what we do. When it came to funding or going to the federal government for funding, we had multiple entities approaching the federal government or the congressional delegation, and in some cases, multiple messages. So one of the most important things that ever happened was when the CPRA was formed, we have one single entity, one single message, one single master plan. The master plan is vetted extensively across all stakeholder groups. So projects that may impact a certain area are always considered and oftentimes incorporated. And that way there's trust in our agency that when we do approach the federal government, we do have this, we're all kind of pulling the rope in the same direction and have a similar message. We have been pretty successful. I know we've increased the revenues from the revenue share from all offshore oil and gas revenues. So that more of that money's coming to Louisiana, and our legislature passed a bill that requires it to be spent on coastal restoration. So the federal government is providing that funding, and then we are actually dedicating it to coastal restoration. The BP settlement provided us about $7 billion in 2016, most of which has been put on the ground already. That money is coming to an end. The federal government hasn't provided much funding because I guess the past 6 or 7 years, we've actually had adequate funds. Those funds are about to end, and we are coming up with plans to approach the federal government for additional funding as well.
So Danny, what is the projection going to 2050? How much money are you going to need? I'm sorry, Rudy, sorry.
So right now, so like I said, it's a 50-year, $50 billion plan. So it's $1 billion a year in projects. Right now, we're currently in a phase of we have $1 billion a year, and we're spending $1 billion a year, actually slightly more. When you look down the road, probably 3 to 5 years from now, that will take a sharp curve downwards, and we will probably be closer to 250 to 500 million a year. So we will fall short by $500,000 or more once the BP settlement dollars are over. So that our master plan does provide us with a good argument that we have to get to about $1 billion a year. Now, projects are getting more expensive. I will say that the master plan that will be released in 2023 is taking a harder look at cost. certain projects that were hatched in the 2017 plan. We understand even if we have reached the peak of hyperinflation, they are going to cost more now than they may have costed when we first started costing this master plan. So we are looking at that. But yeah, I think probably within the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to fall short by $500 million or more when we look at our goal to have $1 billion a year for 50 years.
Very good. Thank you. Todd, any other questions?
This one for Kelly regarding the coastal Texas study. For the objections to the first draft, were those directed at any specific solutions and or group of solutions? And were those significantly changed in the next draft? Do you believe that the improvements in telling the story led to better public acceptance?
So the first half of that question I answered the first time around. It was that flood wall system predominantly that changed, that was not as well received by the public. The beaches and dune solution was, and so that was the big change between the first draft and the second draft report. There were reconfigurations of the gates to improve performance, safety, and reduce environmental impacts, and those all were much more or much better received by the public. So I think all of that plus graphics, plus telling the story better, plus actually having engagements like every mile down the alignment so that we can have that conversation on a very small scale with folks to have a, this is what you're going to see. This is how long it's going to take. This is why we're doing it. So yes, I think the story maps actually are one of our big wins for the project. This is the way that we are communicating, and we can continue to use them when we go into the next phases as we construct. So if someone sees a bulldozer down the street, they understand why that's there and what's coming and what's going to take so long, or why are we actually disrupting travel, the networks, the road networks and stuff like that, because that is a potential. So we will maintain the story map all the way through the process.
Very good. Kelly, thank you very much for that. Are there other questions, Todd? Todd, no more questions?
I think he's muted.
Todd, you're muted. Can't hear you.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, check there's some good post links to story maps and so forth that people can check out on the chat. We'll post those later too.
Thank you. Okay, and just we will be providing a video of all of the presentations within the next couple of days, and we will distribute all of the links that we've been given so everybody will get the information in case you missed it on the chat. So is that's the last question, Todd? Yeah. Anything else?
Well, there was something on the Texas Coastal Spine Project, $29 billion estimate is an advantage now for funding as other mega coastal storm risk management projects such as New York, Jersey Harbor, $52 billion, New Jersey, Back Bays, $16 billion are still in the study phase. Cost escalation is potentially inevitable, as is common with mega projects. How would the USACE deal with potentially competing CSRM projects in need of funding? Last question.
So you can kind of see what's happening. The Corps of Engineers is pretty much standing up a new mission, coastal resilience, and it isn't going to be cheap. And if we don't work on coastal resilience, if we don't improve coastal resilience, it's going to be more expensive, right? Because the impacts and recovery times are going to have long-term lasting effects at a national scale. And so we are going to have to figure this out one way or another. There are options such as, and models such as the Mississippi River program, where an actual program is stood up for, let's say, coastal Texas or the New York, New Jersey Back Bay systems, so that we have our own like kind of walled off funding. It's like a carve out probably that would focus intensely on getting these features in place as quickly as possible because of escalation, but also because risks are increasing. And if we don't do this, the only alternative is to do managed retreat and get off the coast, move people out of those areas. And that's just not going to work, right? Because the ports have to operate at the water land interface. And so this is the next big problem. How is the Corps going to be able to budget and manage very large pieces of infrastructure that are not going to be quickly done or cheaply done? They are going to take a significant amount of thinking and planning. And he's right, or she's right. Coastal Texas is just the first one. There are several in the lineup. And so we'll see Coastal this WRDA. We'll probably see those other two in the next WRDA. We know Charleston's out there coming. We know that Florida's probably coming right out on the heels of that. This is not going away. This is the next big mission for the Corps, and we've got to figure this out. I don't know that we know how to do it yet, but carve-outs may be the solution.
Kelly, you've touched on the big elephant in the room here. And I think that Congress would be well to understand that there are millions of people who are at risk if these projects don't go forward, and that we are entering into a new stage of infrastructure development that's unprecedented in its scope and in its cost. And the alternative is retreat or not retreat. And that is the question. So with that, I want to thank the panel. This is a very thought-provoking issue. Louisiana and Texas, you're on the warfront of this issue. Others are going to join you, as Kelly just indicated, very soon on the eastern seaboard and in the rest of the Gulf. We're going to, we have our next panel, and we're running slightly late, about 10 minutes late, but I want to just give everybody a 5-minute break just to catch your breath and walk around. Our next panels are Hawaii, and Derek Chow will be leading this. He is the Pacific Islands Business Manager for Burns and McDonnell. And then the California panel will be directed by Kathleen Schaefer, who's a PhD student in civil and environmental engineering at University of California, Davis. So those panels will be our last two panels. I am looking at it's 12:49. So let's say that we will resume at 12:55 Pacific with our last two panels. And thank you all very much, Texas and Louisiana, for your insights. And everybody get a breath, and we'll see you back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Store notes with Rayanne from November 7th. Background: Rayanne is a
We are back. This is the Storms, Flooding, and Sea Level Defense Conference 2022, and we are returning for our final segment. I'd like to introduce the moderator for the next panel, Derek Chow, Pacific Islands Business Development Manager, Burns and McDonnell Engineering. He's going to discuss Hawaii's sea level defense strategy. He is accompanied by Justin Gu, Acting Deputy Chief Engineering Construction Division for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Honolulu Division, who will discuss navigation and sea level change considerations, and Sarah Chang, Project Analyst at the State of Hawaii Office of Planning, who will be discussing an overview of statewide initiatives to address impacts of sea level rise and coastal hazards. Derek, good afternoon. I would say that unlike everybody else, the state of Hawaii and other islands around the world have no place to go when there's sea level rise. And so what's happening with you, I think is very important for many parts of the world. And I really welcome your participation. And you and I have been discussing this for several years, and welcome to your panel.
Thank you very much, Stassen. You're exactly correct. We don't have the ability to retreat from coastal hazards like a lot of other places. But at the same time, you know, we are looking for solutions that I think other areas are implementing as well. So aloha and good morning from Honolulu, Hawaii. I'm Derek Chow, as Stas says, and I'll be introducing our speakers on some Hawaii actions. Today, you'll hear about the development of a specific project to modify Honolulu Harbor and an effort to better understand statewide vulnerability to sea level rise. What has been provided so far in the conference and still to be provided are complementary to what we're all doing across the enterprise. So with that, I have two people that are highly qualified to talk about this and are experts in their own right to help me talk about what's happening in Hawaii. Justin Gu is with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Honolulu District, and he'll lead off and talk about navigation and sea level change considerations for basically our navigation projects here in Hawaii. And then following Justin will be Sarah Chang, and she's a project analyst with our Hawaii Coastal Zone Management Program. And she'll be talking about the statewide initiative to address impacts of sea level rise that the state undertook in 2021, and it's complementary to specific projects, but certainly looking at things far more holistically for the state of Hawaii. So with that, let me turn it over to Justin Gu and Todd, if you'll help us put up the slides for Justin's presentation. Thank you.
Hi, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. As Derek mentioned, my name is Justin Gu, and I'm with the Army Corps of Engineers Honolulu District. And today I'll be presenting on how we consider sea level change for navigation and coastal storm damage reduction projects in the state of Hawaii. So next slide, please. So just an agenda of what I'm going to talk about today. Just going through general climate change considerations that we have in the Pacific region, and then I'm going to go through just a few case studies of active projects that are ongoing. One in Hilo Harbor on the Big Island of Hawaii, a Waikiki Regional Sediment Management Project or study that's ongoing, as well as Derek mentioned, the Honolulu Harbor modification study. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is just kind of a global view of how sea level change is affecting the entire world. And you can see some of the challenges that we have in the Pacific, and particularly in the area that Hawaii is in, the central Western Pacific, where we're seeing sea level rise trends that are 2 to 3 times higher than the global average. You factor in this type of sea level change, as well as some of the interannual and interdecadal variability that we have in water surface due to things like El Nino, La Nina, Pacific decadal oscillations that often have the same order of magnitude of impact as future sea level change itself. So you can see some of the factors of what we deal with in the Pacific and why it's important that we need to start considering it and addressing the challenges that come with it as well. So next slide, please. So here's some of the specific climate change factors that we deal with in the Pacific Ocean. So, you know, some of these trends such as rainfall, tropical cyclone frequency and intensity are affected by a number of factors. So it's hard to directly attribute this to climate change yet. It's clear that there are kind of upward trends or kind of variable trends in some of them. You know, other specific data like sea level rise, increasing sea surface temperatures have been tracked over decades and show clear trends upward. And you know, these magnitudes themselves vary across the Pacific, but they're consistently kind of on the upward trend. And that's some of the things that we have to deal with. So sea level rise is the most obvious and immediate concern to our infrastructure, as well as, you know, increasing temperatures of the ocean, you know, can also cause coral bleaching, and that affects coral reef health. And you know, coral reefs are kind of the #1 defense that we have against sea level rise. That provides kind of a natural protection to a lot of our island environments that rely on those fringing reefs to kind of break down wave energy. So as those kind of degrade, so you know, I think that's a very direct effect that we have. So and so, you know, this is kind of just an idea. So you know, surface air temperatures are rising. You know, carbon dioxide is rising. Rainfall is changing in both positive and negative ways. In the state of Hawaii, you know, we have kind of a downward trend on mean annual rainfall, but you know, as the Earth's surface heats up, then you know, water temperatures heat up. It allows for factors that can create more intense storms. So just some of the things that we have to consider in the Pacific, specific to climate change, sea level rise. So next slide, please. So the first case study I'd like to go over is for Hilo Harbor on the island of Hawaii, or the Big Island. And so it's located on the east shoreline of the Big Island. It's the primary commercial port of the island, where container and fuel barges kind of come in from Honolulu to bring supplies, as well as hosting cruise ships, which support a tourism industry. The federal project consists of about a 2-mile-long breakwater, Rebel Mound, constructed in the 1930s, with stone sizes ranging from 8 to 12 tons. So just some background on the harbor itself. Next slide, please. So one of the primary concerns that we have from a navigation standpoint, and this is an existing federal project, so we do have operations and maintenance responsibility for dredging, as well as repair of the breakwater as necessary. So it's a low crest elevation breakwater, you know, ranging from about 11 to 14 feet above mean sea level. Overtopping is an issue already at high tide, and this will only be exacerbated as future sea level rise begins to take place. And then with that, you'll get additional overtopping and then additional impacts on navigation because of overtopping that will affect conditions in the entrance channel and the turning basins. So next slide, please. So some of the things that we're looking at, and they're kind of ongoing questions for us as we kind of go about this, you know, as sea level rise brings larger wave heights, you know, what is the size of arm units that we need between rocks or concrete arm units that will be stable? Another thing we look at is, you know, what is the appropriate crest elevation to reduce overtopping to an acceptable level as sea level rises as well? And lastly, you know, can we complete a less robust repair now, but make it more adaptable so as sea level rise continues into the future, we can add resilience down the road? And right now we are going through a study with one of our consultants, one of our AE consultants that's kind of looking at this. So they're doing kind of complex CFD modeling to kind of get a better idea of, you know, where are the critical points in the breakwater, you know, how future sea level rise will affect the breakwater performance, and then to develop really rough concept designs of, you know, how can we look at, you know, modifying our repair designs. So, you know, typically we've been limited to repairing to what the as-built conditions are, and you know, we're trying to be forward-leaning and look at, you know, where, you know, what potential modifications can we do in future repair projects so that we can add resiliency into the future, or, you know, we can make it adaptable so that, you know, maybe 10, 20, 30 years down the road, if we need to do another repair, that we can kind of build on whatever repair we have now to make it address sea level rise concerns that may pop up at the time. So it's an ongoing study that we have. We're wrapping it up within the next few months, and I think it's a good pilot project for our operations and maintenance program on the navigation side for, you know, how do we start doing this for one project and then projecting it for our other deep draft harbors in our area of responsibility, so that we can have a path forward for how to address sea level rise going forward. Next slide, please. So another study that we're working on is a regional sediment management study for climate change for Waikiki Beach. And so some of the taskings that we're doing right now are doing a literature and data review of previous studies. And with that, we're trying to estimate historical beach sand volumes for the region. We've also conducted UAS surveys of the Waikiki shoreline to one, capture the current condition, and two, use the photogrammetry to develop sand volume budgets for the region as it stands now. And so some of the next steps we have are evaluating future sediment needs under sea level rise scenarios that are to come, and how do we maintain a stable beach profile with that. And so with that, we're trying to look at developing a time-based temporal sediment budget to illustrate how the sediment requirements to keep a stable beach will change over time as sea level rise continues on. And really kind of looking at answering the questions, how much sand do we need to preserve and maintain Waikiki Beach under future sea level rise? Where are the tipping point thresholds, where we will need to take adaptive measures to kind of keep Waikiki as it stands, so as sea level rise continues, we'll use, some of the back beach elevations along the hotels or along the road that kind of backs under Kalakaua Avenue, and kind of where we start hitting those points and where we need to start making kind of adaptive adjustments, what's viable and what can we start preparing now. And so this is a study effort. It's limited to that, but it can help provide, kind of long-term master planning ideas to both, the Corps for our future studies that would be enacted under our authorities, as well as, for our city and state partners, for them to consider future actions and maybe things that they can take into design and construction going forward. So next slide, please.
7 minutes, Jesse.
Okay. Great. So, and lastly, so as Derek mentioned, Honolulu Harbor, we just kicked off a GI study or general investigation study looking at modernizing the harbor. The shred was just held last in September from the 13th to 15th. Our sponsor is the DOT Harbors Division for the state of Hawaii. And, with all of our core projects, we have to consider the effects of sea level rise into our planning process. So we're still very early in the planning process, and some of the alternatives that have come out of it so far is first, deepening the main channel and main basin, so Armstrong Channel and the turning basins, deepening throughout the entire channel to include the Kapalama Basin, widening Armstrong Channel for traffic flow, combining, all of those three things I mentioned before, widening, deepening throughout the entire Honolulu Harbor Channel area. And then lastly, kind of evaluating the feasibility of a second entrance on the Kalihi Channel, because right now there's a existing bridge that kind of limits the throughput, or kind of essentially negates the throughput through that side of the channel. So it's really just a one-way in, one-way out harbor at this point. So next slide, please. So just in summary, we're evaluating how our coastal protection structures have been built in the past, and they may not be stable to perform adequately under future sea level rise. How existing beaches that provide coastal storm damage reduction and recreation along urbanized shorelines, how they're susceptible to drowning under future sea level rise conditions. And lastly, for our major ports, providing commerce must evaluate, landside infrastructure and its vulnerability to climate change as a part of our planning process, in addition to kind of the normal things we look at under our navigation authorities. So with that, I'll turn it over back to Derek.
Thank you, Justin. Very good. A lot of detail. Certainly, I'm sure a lot of people want to follow up with you. I had presented information on the Honolulu Harbor feasibility study before it was ever funded. Now you do have the funding, and I'm glad to see that it's moving along. With that, I'm going to now turn it over to Sarah Chang, again, who's with the Office of Planning and in the Hawaii Coastal Zone Management Program. And she's going to talk about statewide initiatives with regards to sea level rise and coastal hazards. So Sarah, please take it away.
Great, thank you, Derek. So aloha, my name is Sarah Chang. I am with the Hawaii State Office of Planning and Sustainable Development's Coastal Zone Management Program, or CZM. So thanks for this opportunity to be here and share some of the statewide initiatives we're working on. So Todd, if you could pull up the slides. Perfect. We can go straight to the next one. So very briefly, some background. CZM is a planning and policy office tasked with providing for the effective management, beneficial use, protection, and development of the coastal zone. We do this through facilitating cross-agency coordination and encouraging resource management approaches that are both holistic and collaborative. One example of this is through our Hawaii Ocean Resources Management Plan, for which our office is the lead coordinator. And our recent 2020 version has 3 main focus areas, which you can see here. And much of the work that I'll be talking about today falls under our plan's first focus area, which is development and coastal hazards. Next slide. And then just briefly, another resource I want to highlight, because I'll be referring to it later, is our Hawaii State Sea Level Rise Viewer. And this was developed by our State Department of Land and Natural Resources and State Climate Commission. This viewer and its companion report developed a sea level rise exposure area, which is an aggregate of projected coastal erosion, annual highway flooding, and passive flooding. And this viewer and the sea level rise exposure area, or SLREXA, has become kind of a foundational resource for understanding vulnerability in the state. Next slide. So with that background, jumping into some of the work that we're doing now. So in 2021, the governor signed into law Act 178, which requires our office, in coordination with state agencies with operational responsibilities over state facilities, to identify existing and planned facilities vulnerable to sea level rise, flooding impacts, and natural hazards, as well as assess options to mitigate the impacts of sea level rise to those vulnerable facilities, and then submit annual reports to summarize our progress and potential needs and next steps. Next slide. So this act included no timeline, and we expect it to be a very ongoing and dynamic initiative, acknowledging that adaptation planning takes time and is constantly evolving as conditions change and information is updated. But with that being said, we have mapped out a general direction with kind of these 3 main phases. Phase 1 being to develop a state facilities inventory and conduct exposure assessments for various sea level rise scenarios. Phase 2, to develop vulnerability assessments of the facilities identified in phase 1 in order to prioritize needs. And then phase 3, identifying a suite of mitigation and adaptation strategies for vulnerable facilities. And next slide. So we completed phase 1 last year, 2021. So through leveraging existing data sets, collaborating with partner agencies, and cross-checking information and coordinates, we were able to create an agency-verified inventory of all of our state-managed facilities. And this inventory became the basis for our exposure assessment. So for the exposure assessment, we mapped all of the facilities as points and then created 200-foot buffers around all of those points to try and account for potential impacts on facility access, as well as roughly capture building footprint. We then overlaid the map of those facility buffers with various sea level rise scenarios, including our 4 sea level rise exposure areas and NOAA 6-foot projections. And then any facility buffer that intersected with a sea level rise scenario was counted as vulnerable facility. So in this map here of downtown Honolulu, you can see our 3.2-foot sea level rise exposure area. The yellow circles represent facilities that are outside of the exposure area, and those that are purple are facilities that are considered vulnerable because they intersect with the sea level rise exposure area. Next slide. So overall, we had a few major takeaways. None of them were particularly surprising, but I think what the study did do was provide us with the data to back up some of these assumptions that we've all kind of been going off of. So first being that all major islands except Lanai have vulnerable facilities in all sea level rise scenarios, and that statewide there is an exponential increase in the number of vulnerable facilities as sea level rise impacts increase. So here, each bar is representing a different sea level rise projection. And then within each bar, the colors represent vulnerable facilities broken down by island. So this light blue here representing Oahu, which is not surprising that it makes up the largest portion. Next slide. We also found that the state departments of education, transportation, and land and natural resources were the most impacted state agencies in all scenarios. This pie chart here is looking at vulnerable state facilities in the 3.2-foot Slerexa scenario, broken down by managing agency. I do want to note that we believe these numbers to be an underestimate. There was some variation in how parcels with multiple facilities were counted. Some accounted for each individual facility, while others just counted everything as one. And it was very dependent on the level of reporting detail that was provided to us by each agency. Additionally, non-facility assets that are critical for functioning, so things like airport runways, were not included in this inventory. So, this exposure assessment provided us some of that high-level results, but maybe doesn't paint the full picture, which kind of leads us to phase 2. You can go to the next slide. And phase 2 of this initiative is to develop vulnerability assessments that could be used to do kind of a more site-specific assessment of those facilities identified in our exposure analysis. So we conducted a literature review to get a sense of how other coastal states and municipalities are using sea level rise adaptation guidance. And we found that there was quite a wide spectrum ranging from very broad recommendations and best practices all the way to very specific procedures with standardized templates and methods. So based off of our literature review findings, and next slide, please, as well as conversations with key stakeholders about, what is the most appropriate approach for Hawaii. The Office of Planning and Sustainable Development is recommending that we pursue developing a standardized approach to conducting vulnerability assessments for state facilities. Many of the elements that were included in the broader guidance document examples that we saw already exist for us. And we feel that a standardized template would encourage an alignment of efforts and could create a system for prioritizing projects both within and across state agencies. Additionally, a state recognized assessment could be used as supporting documentation for CIP funding. So we see a lot of promise in this type of approach, and we're currently seeking funding from the legislature to facilitate the development of this standardized method for conducting vulnerability assessments for our state facilities.
7 minutes, sir.
Okay, great, thanks. And my last slide. So I just additionally wanted to highlight some of the other statewide initiatives that are going on. In spring of 2021, DOT Highways released their Climate Adaptation Action Plan, which includes exposure assessments of state roadways to 9 different climate hazards, including sea level rise and coastal erosion, as well as it includes recommendations on how to integrate climate resiliency into their programs and policies. And then in 2019, our office released a report assessing the feasibility and implications of managed retreat strategies for Hawaii. It was a very high level assessment to sort of just kickstart the discussion. And then just this past summer, we were awarded funding for a project that will take a closer look at the policy and funding obstacles and opportunities for implementing managed retreat. So hoping to continue looking at what a managed retreat strategy would look like for us in Hawaii. And I think that's my last slide. So mahalo for your time and happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. And again, thank you, Justin. And Stas, before I turn it over to you, I just want to say that, sea level rise and climate change doesn't discriminate as the areas it impacts. So it's very important, as has been discussed in the conference, that there is collaboration across all levels. I was in the state when Act 78 was passed and started the work on it, and I'm happy to see that the Hawaii Office of Planning is taking the lead in facilitating sea level rise, addressing sea level rise. As previously, a lot of the state agencies were doing things in an individual way and maybe even in different approaches. So as Sarah pointed out, Office of Planning in the lead, there will be more consistency in the state strategy to dealing with sea level rise. So with that, Stas, I'll turn it back over to you and for continuation with the California contingent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Derek. Before we go to California, I'm going to ask a couple of questions. Number one, Sarah, do you have does the state have an idea of what the total cost of all of these plans and projects is going to amount to?
Great question. We, as part of this Act 178 initiative, we have not done any sort of economic analysis at this point. I know that our the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency has a state hazard mitigation plan, which does do some economic analysis. I think that part of what we're hoping to do with this vulnerability assessment is get an idea of, where are those hotspots that we need to start addressing and start digging into more of the financial costs of those projects.
And follow up on that, Sarah, you mentioned the one word that nobody wants to talk about, which is managed retreat. Do you have any, are you going to be developing a plan that looks in detail at this?
I think, further down the line, we're still very much at those early stages of trying to identify what exactly does managed retreat mean for us. I think it can take various forms. So we are still, as I said, we just finished kind of this high level assessment of what are some theoretical potential ways to approach it for our state. And so now we're digging into a little bit more concrete, what are the specific policies or regulations that could help facilitate or potentially hinder any managed retreat implementation, and what are some potential policy amendments that could be made. So we're still very much in the early stages. I wouldn't say that we're ready to make any sort of managed retreat plan yet, but maybe down the line.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Sarah. Michael Gebman has a question for you, Derek. In last year's conference, Derek showed a concept to protect the Honolulu Harbor. Is that part of the navigation feasibility study underway?
Yeah, thanks, Stas, and thanks, Michael, for the question. I'm actually going to ask Justin to maybe answer it a little further, but when I was at the port, I sought congressional funding to initiate this feasibility study, and it was based on channel improvements, based on a secondary outlet, but also based on, addressing sea level rise and having the federal government help the state of Hawaii with adapting its operational areas. They've since, the Corps since have started the study, they had a charrette, and I think they've looked at the scope a little closer as far as what the Corps of Engineers within its authority is able to do and what the state of Hawaii is going to be left to do on its own. Justin, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, Derek. Yeah, to your point, yes, I think it's something that I believe was evaluated at the threat, but however, as Derek mentioned, we are limited by the authorities for what the Corps can do as far as navigation. So I think we're very much limited to the channels themselves, deepening, widening, protective structures. So it does limit our ability to address sea level rise concerns through the Corps' authority in the kind of the landside infrastructure sense. So that I believe would have to be kind of as a locally preferred plan, at cost of the local sponsor. So I don't believe it's being evaluated any further at that time, but I think, and kind of along the lines of Derek mentioned, there's limits to what the Corps' authority is as far as navigation and what we can do as part of this GI study.
Stas, may I jump in and answer Darren's question with a commentary on what Justin is saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so Darren is asking, have we looked at all the assets at risk, including private assets? And I will say that while the Corps of Engineers scope is limited to their authorities, which basically eliminated looking at shoreside operation areas for DOT harbors, I really think that a lot of weight is going to be put on this study that Sarah is leading on all of the statewide facilities. Now, it'll look at statewide facilities, but to protect statewide facilities, there's adjacent properties that have the ability to basically cause problems for state facilities if the adjacent facilities are not addressed as well, or adjacent properties are not addressed as well. So I think that is going to lead to that kind of a conversation of, you know, what are adjacent properties, be it private, be it city, be it federal, or what are they going to do when the state is addressing strategies for its own properties?
And okay, so one last thing from me. Your concept originally for the harbor included a lock and dam system.
Correct.
Where is that?
So again, I'll ask Justin to answer, but as far as I can tell from the charrette, it's not in it. I'm on the private side now, and I'm still trying to talk to the Corps of Engineers to see if it's something that somehow can be included, because that is, to me, one of the better solutions short of, you know, elevating entire operation areas of the port. But Justin, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I think kind of going back to what I said earlier, I think we as again, we're kind of limited within our authorities and what we can do under the navigation authority, and that kind of limits our flexibility in being able to address things beyond adjustments to the channel itself, be it deepening, widening, or, you know, putting kind of protective structures, you know, breakwaters, jetties, groins, you know, those kind of features to help improve navigation efficiency. And that's where, again, we would have to rely on our non-federal sponsor to be able to kind of propose that, you know, and be able to fund that as well, as a locally preferred plan.
Well, all I can say is Texas has got it. And if Texas can have it, I don't see why Hawaii can't have it. But I will leave it at that. I heard what you said, Justin. Derek and I have been on this one a couple of times, and I think that we obviously feel that the harbor needs to be protected. Hawaii is a strategic, it's a state in the United States. We can't have Honolulu Harbor in the next 20 or 30 years being inoperable. So let me just leave it at that. I want to thank the Hawaii panel for their comments. You're on the, if anybody's on the front line, I mean, aside from the issues we've raised with Texas and Louisiana, you guys got no place to go. So our best wishes to you. Hopefully we will see you again next year and there will be some progress. And thank you very much, Derek, Justin, and Sarah.
Thank you.
Our final panel is the California panel, and Kathleen Schaefer, PhD student in Civil and Environmental Engineering, University of California, Davis, is the moderator, and she is going to be introducing her panel, and so we can save some time. Kathleen, if you want to come on and introduce your panel, and we will take it away.
All right. Thank you, Stas. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to pull this panel together. And I truly do think we have saved the best for last. So we've had a lot of conversations today about physical resilience, and we have not talked about financial resilience. So my panelists today have talked about that in a variety of ways. My first speaker I'm proud to introduce will be Raghavir Vinkulu from Munich Re, and he gets the award for coming to us from the furthest location. He is attending the COP27 event and will be joining us live from there. Following Raghavir, we're going to have a conversation with Gary Bardini. One of the things that we've heard many times today is the important role of the Corps of Engineers in helping us meet our climate change and sea level rise adaptation needs. The Corps is how the federal government funnels large sums of money to local entities to help them meet their flood risk and help build flood resilient infrastructure. However, even my colleagues who are in the Corps, maybe attending this conference, would suggest or recognize that working with the Corps is not always easy. And Gary has done that successfully with the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. And I'm really pleased to have him speak. He's an engaging speaker, and I think you will really enjoy hearing what he has to say. And then last but not least is my advisor, Dr. Pinter. We've heard many times today about the need for more STEM education to bring younger people into help us solve these problems, the need for better modeling, the need to better really understand what the risk is. And I'm really pleased that Dr. Pinter is going to share one of the initiatives that he's working on. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the conversation over to Raghavir. Thank you, Raghavir, for joining us. And thank you, Stas, one more time for giving me the opportunity to pull together these engaging speakers.
Kathy, thank you so much. Yeah, again, greetings from Egypt, Sharm el-Sheikh here in COP27 happening here. I'm only here till tonight. I'm heading over to Germany tomorrow. Since it's COP27, let me start my conversation by saying one of the big discussions right now is I think we have crossed the phase where we think about reducing our emissions to 1.5 degree before pre-industrial levels. So now the question is, can we contain it to 2 degrees? And then as an insurance industry person, I start thinking about, because there was someone on had asked me once, is a 3 degrees Celsius increase even insurable, right? And that was a big question, right? And again, I think Kathy, you started it well. Physical resilience will be absolutely required, but at the same time, what would be the fate of from a financial resilience standpoint, which is what we think that from a reinsurance company standpoint, we think that financial resilience, a big part of that would be the insurance and the risk transfer. Because again, insurance by definition has always been for a financial instrument for the unforeseen events, the severity events, right? And at the same time, we have to definitely make sure that we do not get impacted with the smaller frequency events, and that's where the physical resilience is needed. So we definitely need an integrated, holistic approach in terms of combining this physical and financial resilience. So with that, as a role at Munich Re, what I focus on is on the topic of climate resilience and solutions. And what does that mean, right? So again, the question for us is, in 10 years from now, what would the industry look like, right? So from that angle, we started, with that question in mind, we started collaborating with the cities and towns. And I'm actually very happy that I'm following some the Hawaii panel, and I really, really enjoyed Sarah's presentation there, because I'll tie in some of the work that we're doing to what she presented. So what we have understood is, and this is a classic example where we, as different departments, institutions, groups, industries, we work in our own silos. And it was very imperative in terms of, when we were thinking about that question, that we need to go beyond our comfort zone. We need to go reach out to the people who are actually focusing on the physical resiliency. Now, as a reinsurance company, we would focus on working with the federal government or the state government in terms of understanding what can we do, but we never focused on the local governments because, and the question was, well, that is where the work is happening. The infrastructure changes are happening at that level, at the local government level. The identifying these hotspots really, where, as Sarah said, right, and where are the vulnerabilities, right? And I'll take just a step back here just to define what is risk. From an insurance industry standpoint, we'll define risk as a function of hazard, vulnerability, and exposure. Right. So, and if we think about in a warming climate where the risk is increasing, what's increasing within is the hazard. Of course, that's increasing. And let me tell you that the next 10, 20 years, the worst is yet to come. So we have only seen the Hurricane Harveys of the world, the Hurricane Idas of the world, but do not be surprised in the next 5 years, we'll be seeing the worst. Yeah, and because these events are just going to, in a warming world, is going to be only exacerbated. And then the vulnerability, well, our building stock is really getting degraded. So the vulnerability is going down, right, in terms of and increasing. And so, and for the final term is the exposure. Well, the exposure is also increasing, right, with more coastal areas and more in flood-prone areas. So the question is, how do we manage that risk? If insurance is by definition a feedback loop and a risk pool, then we need to address the one piece which will address the risk reduction would be the vulnerability, right? And so we started collaborating with cities and towns. One example is the Broward County countywide resilience planning, where we partnered with an engineering firm, and the work is still going on, where if the engineering firm is traditionally deployed to understand where are those engineering measures that the county would need in terms of reducing that risk, then, well, that's just half the problem, really, because that would be meaning that these are all the infrastructure changes needed. But if the county had to prioritize, how would they prioritize? And that's where we stepped in and said, well, how about if we do a benefit cost analysis? We will show you what the risk would look like in 2030 or the 2050 scenario under the RCP scenarios, and identify similar to the hotspot analysis that is done in Hawaii. Then we say, okay, what the impact of that cost in terms of the insurability and the insurance premiums, what would that look like today, 2030 and 2050? And with and without those flood mitigation measures. And that's when the decision-making becomes much more easier, much more holistic, because now you're trying to think about it. Well, yeah, it may cost $100 million or $500 million, but most of that money could be recovered because the risk is reducing, and that way the communities and the citizens suffer less, and the resilience of those communities is much better. So that's, again, another way of repeating myself, saying the physical resilience and the financial resilience have to come together. There's another one, a product that from an insurance, and I'll stop here in a minute, that we are focusing on is a concept which we are trying out in California, along with the leadership from Kathy, is on the topic of community insurance or the community resilience insurance, where we say that of course it is it's really important that risk mitigation is required. People don't know their risk, but even if they know that they're on a high risk, what can they do on a homeowner level or on a property level? But they can do a lot more on a community level. And if they can mitigate their risk on a community level, can there be an insurance solution that can be offered at a community level, right? And again, this goes back to the fundamentals of insurance, bringing people together as a community. It's a risk pool. And then managing that risk in terms of addressing those frequency events so that insurance can really work better, work perfectly in those unforeseen events. With that, I'll stop there. That's exactly the work that we are doing at Minute Creek.
Thanks, Raghavir. Thanks. That was a great presentation, and it kind of tees up some of the other work that's happening with Gary Bardini at the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. They're working hard to improve the levees for Sacramento, and just as a byline, Sacramento County has about 1/4 of all NFIP policies in the state of California. So Gary?
Great, thanks, Kathy. Well, I just started off, I thought when Kathy first approached me, she says, hey, I'd love you to do a topic of, discuss successfully working with the Corps of Engineers. And I was like, wow, that is going to be quite a topic. And then I learned to find it, and I want you to do it in 8 minutes. So I will let you know I took the challenge, and if I do speak a little too fast on this one, I apologize. But I do think it's a great topic to talk about how we've partnered with the Corps really over the last 30 years. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and maybe start with the first slide.
I'll set up.
Yeah. Great. So this is just actually a front cover slide. And actually what you're looking at here is actually a recently completed project spillway called the Joint Federal Project. It is an actual lower level spillway that was done by the Corps of Engineers. This project was completed in 2017. And then the new water control manual was done in 2019. This water control manual is very unique because it actually takes forecasting, 5-day forecasting into the operation of Folsom Reservoir, which is what you see on the right-hand side. And the Folsom Dam is just a little bit kind of in the, I would say, the right-hand corner. So this is an interesting point to start a conversation because the American watershed is a very large watershed, and Folsom Reservoir, by comparison, is relatively small. It only holds 1 million acre-feet of storage. And below is 25 miles of river below this dam that goes to the confluence, which I'll show next. And essentially, it's city and urbanization all the way along this corridor. Let's go to the next slide. So just a little bit of showing where that water ends. So from Folsom Dam, 25 miles, it ends up into the Sacramento River, and this is the confluence. And the one thing to kind of notice is that it's urbanized all around this area, be it down the American River or along the Sacramento River in Sacramento. And what's really thing to note is that when we have flooding during our main events, it's not during essentially like a hurricane during a warmer time of the year for elsewhere in the country. It's in the middle of the winter. And our temperatures are very cold in the 40s. And we have deep floodplains similar to New Orleans. So essentially it's going to be deep and it's going to be cold. So the loss of life in this region will be significant if we actually have a flood risk or a flood event. Just one thing to note, Sacramento has had a number of close calls over the years. And of course, one notable one is 1862, before we had a lot of projects. It actually was an inland sea here. So this is a little bit of what we deal with in the Sacramento region. But we've had a number of high water events, some that actually came very close to overwhelming the flood control system. So this is not new for the region, and we usually experience major events once or twice every decade. Next slide. Just a little bit of comparison. The city originally thought it had 500 years, but by new standards and by updates in hydrology, we went from a higher level of standard where we looked at we really only had about 80-year or so flood protection, which is extremely low. We just did this as a comparison to New Orleans, kind of another urban area similar to Sacramento. Essentially before Katrina, they were looking that they had about 250. So this is one that's woefully inadequate for a region of this size. So go to the next slide. I'll kind of give you a little of the consequences. So this is the getting to our flood risk conversation. The consequences here is we have 500,000 people in the floodplain. It's deep, it's cold. Another thing is when this event occurs, there's not a lot of warning. I mean, it's going to come, it comes from the Sierras. It's down in the community within 24 hours. The estimates of death is just like I said, under 2,000, just under 150,000 of structures and about, 40 billion of damageable property. So it just gives you some of the consequent numbers of the region. Let's go to the next slide. I kind of touched on this a little bit already, but some of the aspects of the original project built over 100 years, looking after the Katrina and a lot of the other standards and updates in hydrology, there was a need to raise levees, deal with seepage, improve our ability to deal with erosion along the riverbanks. So we've been in an improvement program to address those issues with the Corps of Engineers. Go to another slide here. So kind of frame the strategy, and I kind of maybe started, 1986 was a significant flood event, and that really started the effort in the Sacramento region to improve its operation and management of the flood control system in partnership with the Corps of Engineers in the state of California. I would note is that right after the initial steps is we actually reoperated Folsom Reservoir, which I started this presentation, and we went through an effort to study, to look at how to strengthen and raise the levees in the system. Just to let you know, Sacramento has about 106 miles of levees, just between the Sacramento and the American River. Then we embarked on a very significant effort of working through a number of studies with the Corps of Engineers. And I'll go in more in detail on that. So we've been trying to get at least above a 200-year level of protection as a minimum, which has actually been stated in state legislation in 2007 under Senate Bill 5. So for deep floodplains like Sacramento, the state of California, who is also a partner with us in the management of the flood control system, says we've got to go to above 100. So the state actually went further in its risk tolerance than where the federal government is. So I just wanted to, with that, we've been on a process of raising and strengthening. We did the improvements of the Folsom Dam, which I highlighted with the forecast operation. But as a region as big as this, Sacramento's been in our climate adaptation. We've been looking then to not only do that, but we've been looking projects right now to raise Folsom Dam and to continue to look at how to do forecasting and then making improvements along the river further. And then more importantly, look at the bypass system, which is adjacent to the main river at Yolo. And so right now we have projects to look at improving Sacramento Weir and Fremont Weir, which I'll go over a little bit more. So this is a pretty extensive program. The cost of this program is somewhere in around the $6 to $7 billion that we've been doing. And we're probably about 3/4 of the way through this program, which I'll go over next. So with that, to kind of work towards that target of funding, Sacramento actually had to work with the state and actually complete 6 chiefs reports to get elements of the project in place. It was such a big overall effort that it wasn't real oriented well to do that in one initial study. So we have worked away at trying to make improvements. So this is some minor creeks along our way, the JFP Folsom improvements, the Folsom Wraith and the Thomas region, and then the main stem of the American River in Sacramento. So these are just a number of programs that we've had. In sum total, we think these projects will get us, when completed in the next couple of years, will get us about 300 year of protection. Next slide. So just to kind of give you a regional, if you look on the far right, there's Sacramento, or the Folsom Dam, which I went over. You can see the 25 miles in blue. There's 2 authorizations around Folsom. Then we have an American River authorization along the main stem. And then we have in the green, the Folsom or the Natomas region. And then we have in the orange, we have the common features, which also goes in the American, and that's to deal with the Sacramento River. So these, and then we have some small stream projects in the South Sacramento. So there's a number of different types of projects done under it. In sum total, we've gotten about $5 billion in authorizations. Let's go to the next slide. So one thing I did is these are 2 recently done studies. I just wanted to highlight these is in the need to go well above 300-year protection for a region like this. This is essentially what our climate looks like in the Sierra Nevada, which is what's above us. The first one really shows you the pattern of when we're seeing temperatures, not only the change of intensity, but the actual snowpack is diminishing or running off earlier. And so these are some projections done by the Bureau of Reclamation on the American watershed under a recently released basin study. And we can see that right now we still have a predominance of our runoff during the normal water season. It would normally come off in the April through July period. But as time goes on, we can expect more of our runoff coming all during the flood season, which is just going to complicate the management of the flood control system and the necessity for making the improvements we're talking about. The other slide is an ARCS 2.0 talking about the change in intensity that's likely to occur as temperature increases. This was done by UCLA, building on a work done about 10 years ago by the U.S. Geological Survey. But again, we recognize that what used to be a 50-year event 10 years ago is now a 33-year event. These are just some of the kind of things we know we're dealing with on climate change. Next slide. Some of the adaptations I talked about to meet with that climate change I discussed is we're also looking at reoperating upstream reservoirs and making modifications. They're mainly power utility reservoirs or regional supply reservoirs, where we're looking to make modifications and really implying a watershed bureau forecast informed reservoir operations to improve that. And then making some additional weir improvements, conveyance improvements to be able to pass the operations downstream. And we think we can achieve 500 a year by these additional projects in the future. Next slide. Okay, Corps of Engineers. Now we're in the discussion part. I framed what we're doing here. So I'm really quick here is that, the Corps is very good at, we get funding. They provide a huge amount of expertise. They help with the, the mitigation planning, agency coordination, design, and they actually will host a number of engagements for you. However, they don't work the legislative authorizations or outside of it. They don't really lead the real estate, environmental contaminations we handle. All the operations is a non-federal sponsor's responsibility. And when it comes to doing a lot of the alignment or working with the community, that's one that the non-federal sponsor has to take a lead on. So I just want to kind of give you a little bit what they do and what we normally do in the process. Next slide.
8 minutes, Gary.
Okay. All right, so now I'm going to get it down to 1 minute. This is the crescendo slide. This is how much funding we have been acquiring over the last 20 years through annual appropriations or work plan funding, what we got through the supplemental in 2018. So you can just see it's an ongoing effort to work the funding in the process, working close with your legislative folks and congressional. So that's just a little of the money side. Next slide. I want to talk about the Corps, the state in California. There are communities of practice, so you do have to work between the structural, the emergency management, the planning, and operational regulation. So I just want to give you that context. Next slide. When you work it, is that typically as a non-federal sponsor, I have to work with the Corps from working the vertical chain from a technical to policy. This is a graphic to show it, and working alignment externally of the project. We've heard that from other speakers today. So we do a lot working from the technical, the external, the alignment, and working up to the congressional and policy side. So I want to be clear that's one of the key things when working with the Corps. And I want to be clear, when you're doing a project, how you do the external and the policy is what allows you to get through the execution. And I always kind of use this graphic that 50% of the resources what we needed to drive up that external and policy at the end of your project. And you have to be very mindful of that when you're doing it as an agency. Next slide. These are just some of the tools that we've had to do just in the planning of those resources of what I just described, from project engineering, cultural, utilities. These are all the things as a non-federal sponsor I'm doing and working with the Corps of Engineers. And we've done a lot to be able to further a $5 to billion effort. We do about $500 million a year and have been over the last 5 and have been doing this over 30 years at different levels. Next slide. I'm almost done, Todd. I'm going to skip over this one, but this is just a little bit about how to get a feasibility study and how you look at the benefit categories, how do you work it through the vertical chain, and how do you work the alignment to outside to the nature of the project. We're doing this again on the YOLO bypass through what we call a comprehensive study. So we're taking and trying to further this under the benefit categories. And I could spend a lot on this subject another day. I think Todd touched on this a little bit with Erdick. Next slide. These are some of the tracking tools and dashboards and other stuff and project management we've done to assist with those resources and foster that and its implementation. So there's quite a bit in just managing this from real estate, mitigation, project design, construction, you name it. Next slide. This is the last one, I think. Perfect. All right. Challenges. I think we've heard this from speakers, 35% financing. Doing a 3x3x3 study is good for narrow projects. When you do broader system-wide projects, it is a difficult challenge. And so we're working through that right now. We're looking about how to do these in phases then. And then lastly, the takeaway. You really need people that understand the core process that are on your team. You really need to speak the language. You need to stay engaged. It's a big ship, but it's very important to have that. Our local experience and insights are extremely important. And then lastly, a strong partnership with the Corps can lead to an effective outcome. Kind of evidence here in Sacramento. So sorry, I went over my minutes, but I tried. Thanks, guys.
No, thank you. Thank you, Gary. That was terrific. And I think it added a lot to the conversation that we've had today. Our next speaker is Nicholas Pinter. Dr. Pinter, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. So I'm going to go ahead and share screen here. Hope this works. And I've got 8 minutes and I'll try to stick to it. Just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak in this venue. I've been blown away this morning by the scope of the presentations and the gravitas of all the speakers. Thank you. I was asked to speak about this. This is World Water, a new initiative out of UC Davis. But just quickly, I cannot resist noting that our group has been working for almost 20 years on a topic that has come up repeatedly today, working in what is now called managed retreat. Most recently, we hosted an event co-sponsored with the National Academy of Sciences at the National Academy of Sciences last April, talking about managed retreat targeted mostly at the international diplomatic community. Just mention our research is empirical. So there is a long history of managed retreat projects in the US, beginning mostly retreating from river flood hazard, but also increasingly focused on the coast. And we've been in many of these communities over the years, engaged in the communities. And this is empirical research, including calibrated hydraulic modeling, cost-benefit analysis. Happy to chat about this more or share the papers that have come out of this. Again, this is a history that goes back in the US, almost 150 years, and it goes up to some of the headline issues that you've probably been reading about, Ile de Jean-Charles in Louisiana, and all the many issues of the Native American communities north of the Arctic Circle. And then just wanted to mention also work we've been doing looking at international examples. So if you're an engineer and you're checking your email right now, I urge you to just take a look at this. If you're not aware of what Japan has done in the wake of the 2011 tsunami, really interesting sort of dual strategy of both coastal defenses, hard engineering defenses, and large-scale retreat. 155,000 new residences built in the wake of the tsunami, as many as 3 to 4 miles away from their former location, including whole new towns built in the wake of this. Okay, back to World Water finally. So this is an initiative out of UC Davis. It began a number of years back when a group of us academics looked with admiring eyes upon what we call the Dutch model of water management, water science. So what we see is the Dutch very successfully integrating their educational, research, and what they call capacity building efforts in the area of water infrastructure and water science. So for example, our principal partner is UNESCO IHE, which is in Delft, the Netherlands. We'll talk about them some more, but many of you are familiar with Deltares, even the Dutch diplomatic community. So they advertise and promote their water expertise as a major export commodity, including to the US. So as we look at the Dutch model, we say, that's great, we admire that, but California too has developed a distinctive model for water science engineering and management, what we call the California model. And so there's a journal paper that we've written out that articulates this, that again, we're happy to share, and I'll share my email at the end of these 8 minutes. So the goal here is to emulate some of what the Dutch do, including in direct partnership with the Dutch. So trying to integrate this graduate and professional level education in water science and management, internationally focused water research, and engagement that I'll talk about. We've made particular strides in the area of education. So just to mention it very quickly, we are on the verge of launching a joint program. We operate currently on a jointly signed memorandum of understanding with IHE Delft under the umbrella title of Sustainable Water Management in a Water Limited World, very much focused on the UN sustainability goals in the area of hazards and water management. And in particular, what we're looking at is professional level training in 3 major areas: flood risk management, drought and groundwater management, and freshwater ecosystems. So I urge you to take a look at the large course offerings already offered by our partners. These are both in person and online. Similar things to be offered in the very near future, upcoming months, by UC Davis, and including for our joint program, a summer school scheduled for Delft next July. So this is already on the calendar, and we're happy to share that and take inquiries about this. I did just want to mention that World Water has a broader agenda, again, following in the footsteps of the Dutch, that they talk about capacity building on a global scale. The need for this sort of expertise and engagement is pressing. Not a month goes by, and perhaps not a week in recent years, without some sort of an emergent water-related crisis around the globe. And the Dutch are strongly embedded, particularly in Africa, to a lesser extent in Southern Asia. This is very much an aspirational goal of UC Davis. We are working with other partners. For example, the U.S. Agency for International Development, the State Department has mechanisms to respond to these sort of emergencies. But even at the university level, there's already precedent. So I just wanted to point out the case study of San Pablo de Amalí. This is a small rural community in the foothills of Ecuador. My colleagues and I at the Center for Watershed Sciences at UC Davis, we were approached, this is 2 or 3 years ago now. San Pablo de Amalí had been struck by fatal flooding. This is actually a dual hazard. People were killed in a major flood event, and also they had lost water rights. They had been preempted, their low water season rights had been preempted by a hydroelectric facility built right there on that river system. UC Davis went in there and did hydrologic and hydraulic modeling of this system and engaged extensively. And this resulted in a finding in favor of the community by the International Court for Human Rights, again, in favor of the town. So lots of things to talk about. There are a couple of very nice write-ups about this, including a journal article that I'm happy to share. So I'll tell you what, I'll just leave you with this. No surprises here, right? Water is very important on an international basis. So just some bullet point statistics here. It's estimated that the world relies on irrigation for 40% of its food production, 75% or more of its jobs on a global basis. And I have to just mention, following on Gary's talk, flooding remains internationally the deadliest, most costly natural disaster throughout history and up to and including the present. And our big takeaway here is that effective management strategies to address these challenges require global perspective, as well as expertise and training. And if you have any questions about this, here's my email. And I think we've been CC'd on lots of different emails from Stas and others. Happy to respond to any inquiries you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone. So with that, Stas, I will turn it back over to you. And I just want to thank again my amazing team of presenters, Raghavir, Gary, and Nicholas. Thank you so much.
Kathy, thank you very much. This was very interesting. I'm going to ask Todd, do you have any questions?
Yeah, one just came in. Gary, do you foresee or anticipate opportunities for private sector involvement, leveraging circular economy opportunities? How can we better strengthen business cases by linking up flood defense, capturing flood water, and using as a renewable energy source or form of storage?
Yeah, I think right now the 2 areas that we've been exploring is obviously the aspects of doing a lot of restoration in our region and looking at partnerships on that. And P3 is something we've been exploring. It's part of the infrastructure effort around the region. The other one is we're trying to actually do more multi-benefit and linking the flood operations to better regional water management. And one of them initiative we have is to actually, with better forecasting, be able to operate to groundwater basin management and then working opportunities and partnerships there. So just some new cutting edge stuff we're hoping to promote.
Okay, thank you for that. Raghavir, I'm really disturbed to hear that we are now discussing 3 degrees centigrade and Celsius. And I shudder to think what the possibility is at that level. Obviously, we're now hoping to stay at 2%, but we are, I mean, I have the feeling that things are moving away from us very quickly.
Absolutely, Stas. I think that is a major concern. Again, let me be very clear. That's no reason to not do anything, right? We definitely have to continue the dialogue, continue the commitments, continue.
Just froze.
I think we've lost him.
Yeah, it froze.
All right.
There was an earlier question, so it's just one other one that didn't we just raise Folsom Dam about 10 years ago? Someone had asked.
Gary?
Yeah, we haven't done, no, the Folsom Dam raise is 3.5 feet, it's just starting, and we start construction next year. The last 10 years was actually just doing the spillway. So that spillway, which is called the Joint Federal Project that I showed at the beginning of the slide, that took 10 years to build, but it didn't raise the dam. It was just a new spillway.
Okay, thank you for that. Nicholas, we clearly need to be doing a lot more on the education side. I actually have worked with Deltares. I think that that's a really good fit. But you'll recall that there was a report, Too Near, Too Far, that was done with a lot of Dutch collaboration a couple of years ago. Do you know what I'm talking about? And
go ahead. I don't know that report specifically.
Well, it talked a lot about adapting Dutch strategies in the Bay Area and did not get very far. I mean, a few people might have read it, but it talked about, okay, Carl, I saw you raise your hand there. Good. We talked this morning about the Dutch approach, which is to be looking at things from a 1,000-year and maybe even a 10,000-year flood risk. You talked. I saw the how Japan is already making some of the moves. We heard from Sarah about how they're having some discussions on Hawaii about managed retreat, which is something which has hardly come into the lexicon. And it assumes a commitment to the Army Corps of Engineers budget and to other budgets that will be huge. Are we in any way politically, mentally prepared for this?
So people often ask me, you know, successful managed retreat projects, we see them in communities of few hundred, maybe a couple dozen even. How do you scale that up to the level of Japan? Well, the lesson for Japan is a sad one, right? What it did take to motivate tens of billions of dollars invested in retreat and large-scale coastal infrastructure. Well, it was the death of nearly 20,000 people. So we hope that's not the motivator necessary to motivate large-scale action in the US. The small piece of this that we're undertaking is education, you know, looking at international paradigms and examples and teaching new water professionals to draw the lessons from that broad range of information.
So I'd be very interested in the joint venture with Deltares. If you could keep me posted on that, maybe we could do something on follow-up. Raghavir, we have you back. You were right in mid-sentence when you froze.
Yeah.
We were talking.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Stas, and sorry about that. So yeah, I was saying that yes, it's a difficult conversation, but I just want to make sure that we do not deviate from the need for continued dialogue, continued collaboration, continued commitments. And because we have crossed some stage of the 1.5 degrees doesn't mean that we can stop the conversation. The real challenge will be that some processes, the earthen processes, are irreversible. We definitely do not want to get there. So yeah, we definitely don't want the next generation and the following generation to face the worst, right? And so we're all optimistic in terms of that there needs to be continued collaboration, especially leveraging new technologies, right? Whether it is carbon capture, direct carbon capture, or just going down to nature-based solutions. These are really ways to increase more collaboration and keep working together.
Okay, Raghavir, I'm going to ask you the question that nobody else has asked. Geoengineering. Are we going to have to fall back on geoengineering?
Well, again, I think the consensus is definitely that we need to definitely explore everything possible. That doesn't mean we should just rely on those just because we have we also have to think about the future. We don't want to do something that has repercussions in the future, right? So we have, whatever it is, it has to be tested well, and we don't have to rely only on that, but there are other solutions that we can do in the mid to moderate terms.
Very good. I appreciate this. Thank you very much, panel. This was very interesting, very thought-provoking. You guys were at the end, so it's a little bit tough on you, but you did very well. This is a very considered place that we're in. Raghavir, Nicholas, Gary, and of course, Kathy, thank you very, very much.
Our pleasure.
We are now at the conclusion, and Jamil, if you're still on, you can only yell at me for being 30 minutes late this time. I hope that we have done some good and done some education here. I want to say just a couple of quick things, and then Arvin is going to introduce J.R. Gregory. They've got some announcements for same. The situation is not going to get better, as Raghavir pointed out. The situation is going to get worse, and the question is how fast and how worse. And we don't have a good handle on that. We've allowed this situation to go and accelerate. We have plans on that you've heard from people who are on the front end, many of whom are yourselves. And for that, you need to be applauded for the good work that you've done. And I agree with Raghavir, we can't give up and we need to stay in the ballgame. Having said that, federal funding for infrastructure has just begun to pay back the shortfall of 40 years. On a lot of levels, we're just getting back to where we should have been a long time ago. And that's been a 40-year anti-federal spending that we are just beginning to get out of. As you've heard from Kelly and from the people in Texas and Louisiana, they're seeing, and they're talking about other states, South Carolina, people on the Atlantic seaboard, they all want to have the same kind of money that Texas has demanded, which is $34 to $37 billion for the Texas coastal spine. On a basis of national security, we have to support that. But we also have to insist that if we're going to protect Texas and we're going to protect Louisiana, we have to protect the rest of the United States. And for those people who may be going to Washington in January, this problem isn't going away. And we cannot afford to expose the American people to long-term risks that are manifest in the direction that climate change is going, that the direction sea level is going, and we are going to need much more federal spending. The key element is the Army Corps of Engineers. They are our partners. They are going to be our leaders. We need to do more on the nature-based solution front. We need more research and development dollars, and we need more collaboration. And that's not going to happen very easily in the next 2 years. But we need to make that fight, and we need to make it stick, because otherwise millions of Americans, not to mention millions of people around the world, will suffer. So that's my sermon. I want to thank you all very much. And J.R. Gregory, you need to make some announcements. Guys, thank you very much again. Arvin, I can't thank you enough for all of your good work. Same people, thank you all for participating. JR, thank you very much for your support. And I need to do one last plug for our sponsors before I go to, well, I start off with Towil. Thank you very much, JR. I know you're responsible for that. Fugro, Stephanie and Grace, thank you very much for that. Watermaster, Stantec, Jamil, if you're still talking to me, thank you very much. Port of Los Angeles, thank you. Wilshire Consulting, thank you very much. And Cell Creek, thank you very much for your sponsorship and your support. JR, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I just wanted to give a short announcement on some events that we have coming up. We have our annual scholarship gala that is December 8th. That's a Thursday. It'll start, I think, at 6 o'clock is what we have outlined. It's going to go later than it normally does, and we're focusing more on a social hour. And as Arvin had mentioned at the beginning, last year and this year, for 2 consecutive years, we've been able to donate $15,000 to incoming students in the engineering STEM world at UCSF. So it's been quite successful. We'd like to have you in attendance. And if you are interested in being a sponsor, 100% of the proceeds that is generated from this event goes to our scholarship fund and allows us to continue supporting young STEM members. And then the second event, we, over the last, or basically over this past summer, we created a dam and levee webinar series that's been very successful. We had folks representing from Army Corps Headquarters, Chief of Dam Safety, Phoebe Purcell, as well as chiefs from Bureau of Reclamation and FERC. It was very, and FEMA, it was very, very well attended in the sense of expert leaders coming together to have these similar conversations about resilience and the future and the important need that we need to focus on these efforts. And so those first 3 events have led to a 4th event. That's going to be an in-person event down in LA. That's going to be February 8th to the 10th. The 8th is a Wednesday. It'll be a half-day of lectures with a dinner and a social hour. Thursday will be a full day of lectures. And then Friday will be a site visit with the LA district being our pilot. We're going to go visit the Whittier Narrows Dam and get a presentation by the district down there on what they're doing there. Again, that's February 8th to the 10th, and we hope to see you there as well. Thank you.
And one other thing, JR, you said there was some participation from the state senators?
Oh, yes. We're no promises here. We are working in communication lines with their agents. And so those 2 senators, we have Senator Mark Kelly that we're communicating with, or his team, and Senator Alex Padilla. We're hopeful that they'll be in attendance. I did see that Alex Padilla was on the election, and I have not looked at the results. That could complicate things there, but we'll see how that goes. Thank you. And great conversation today. This was a great presentation, Stas. Thank you very much for putting this together. So it was a fantastic event. Really, really awesome conversations. And it's important that we highlight these conversations and continue to have them so that we can have a resilient future.
Guys, thank you very much.
Thanks,
and,
everyone.
I want to say you guys are on the front line here. Our hopes and our prayers are that you will succeed. And hopefully next year we will be meeting live and we'll be able to convey that message in person. Thank you all very much. And hopefully we will see you next year. Goodbye.